And in October 1982, the Standard Fruit Company announced that it was suspending all its banana operations in Nicaragua and the marketing of the fruit in the United States. The American multinational, after a century of enriching itself in the country, and in violation of a contract with the government which extended to 1985, left behind the uncertainty of employment for some 4,000 workers and approximately 6 million cases of bananas to harvest with neither transport nor market. Nicaragua's fishing industry suffered not only from lack of fuel for its boats. The fishing fleet was decimated by mines and attacks, its trawlers idled for want of spare parts due to the U.S. credit blockade. The country lost millions of dollars from reduced shrimp exports. It was an American war against Nicaragua. The Contras had their own various motivations for wanting to topple the Sandinista government. They did not need to be instigated by the United States. But before the U.S. military arrived in Honduras in the thousands and set up Fortress America, the Contras were engaged almost exclusively in hit-and-run forays across the border, small-scale raids on Nicaraguan border patrols and farmers, attacks on patrol boats, and the like. Killing a few people here, burning a building down there, there was no future for the Contras in a war such as this against a much larger force. Then the American big guns began to arrive in 1982, along with the air power, the landing strips, the docks, the radar stations, the communication centers, built under the cover of repeated joint U.S.-Honduran military exercises, while thousands of Contras were training in Florida and California. U.S. and Honduran reconnaissance planes, usually piloted by Americans, began regular overflights into Nicaragua to photograph bombing and sabotage targets, track Sandinista military maneuvers and equipment, spot the planting of mines, eavesdrop on military communications, and map the terrain. Electronic surveillance ships off the coast of Nicaragua partook in the bugging of a nation. Said a former CIA analyst, "Our intelligence from Nicaragua is so good, we can hear the toilets flush in Managua." Meanwhile, American pilots were flying diverse kinds of combat missions against Nicaraguan troops and carrying supplies to Contras inside Nicaraguan territory. Several were shot down and killed. Some flew in civilian clothes, after having been told that they would be disavowed by the Pentagon if captured. Some Contras told American congressmen that they were ordered to claim responsibility for a bombing raid organized by the CIA and flown by agency mercenaries. Honduran troops as well were trained by the U.S. for bloody hit-and-run operations into Nicaragua, and so it went as in El Salvador. The full extent of American involvement in the fighting will never be known. The Contras' brutality earned them a wide notoriety. They regularly destroyed health centers, schools, agricultural cooperatives, and community centers, symbols of the Sandinistas' social programs in rural areas. People caught in these assaults were often tortured and killed in the most gruesome ways. One example, reported by The Guardian of London, suffices. In the words of a survivor of a raid in Jinotega province, which borders on Honduras, Rosa had her breasts cut off. Then they cut into her chest and took out her heart. The men had their arms broken, their testicles cut off, and their eyes poked out. They were killed by slitting their throats and pulling the tongue out through the slit. America's Watch, the human rights organization, concluded that the Contras systematically engage in violent abuses, so prevalent that these may be said to be their principal means of waging war. In November 1984, the Nicaraguan government announced that since 1981, the Contras had assassinated 910 state officials and killed 8,000 civilians. The analogy is inescapable. If Nicaragua had been Israel and the Contras the PLO, the Sandinistas would have long before made a lightning bombing raid on the bases in Honduras and wiped them out completely. The United States would have tacitly approved the action. The Soviet Union would have condemned it but done nothing. The rest of the world would have raised their eyebrows, and that would have been the end of it. After many Contra atrocity stories had been reported in the world press, it was disclosed in October 1984 that the CIA had prepared a manual of instruction for its clients which, amongst other things, encouraged the use of violence against civilians. In the wake of the furor in Congress caused by the exposé, the State Department was obliged to publicly condemn the Contras' terrorist activities. Congressional intelligence committees were informed by the CIA, by present and former Contra leaders, and by other witnesses that the Contras indeed raped, tortured, and killed unarmed civilians, including children, and that groups of civilians, including women and children, were burned, dismembered, blinded, and beheaded. These were the same rebels whom Ronald Reagan, with his strange mirror language, called freedom fighters, and the moral equal of our founding fathers. The rebels in El Salvador, in the president's studied opinion, were murderers and terrorists. The CIA manual, entitled Psychological Operations in Guerrilla Warfare, gave advice on such niceties as political assassination, blackmailing ordinary citizens, mob violence, kidnapping, and blowing up public buildings. Upon entering a town, it said, establish a public tribunal where the guerrillas can shame, ridicule, and humiliate Sandinistas and their sympathizers by shouting slogans and jeers. If it should be necessary to fire on a citizen who was trying to leave the town, guerrillas should explain that he was an enemy of the people who would have alerted the Sandinistas, who would then carry out acts of reprisals such as rapes, pillage, destruction, captures, etc. The Contras were advised to explain to the people that our struggle is not against the nationals, but rather against Russian imperialists. This will foster the sympathy of the peasants, and they will immediately become one of us. Mao himself couldn't have put it better. Workers were to be told that the state is putting an end to factories, and doctors informed that they are being replaced by Cuban paramedics. When the population sees the light and begins to rise against the government, professional criminals should be hired to carry out selective jobs, such as taking the demonstrators to a confrontation with the authorities to bring about uprisings and shootings that will cause the death of one or more people to create a martyr for the cause. Other people will be armed with clubs, iron rods and placards, and, if possible, small firearms, which they will carry hidden. Still other shock troops, equipped with knives, razors, chains, clubs, and bludgeons, will march slightly behind the innocent and gullible participants as the uprising progresses. Finally, a section called Selective Use of Violence for Propagandistic Effects informed the Contra student that it is possible to neutralize carefully selected and planned targets, such as court judges, police and state security officials, and others. Throughout, the manual reads like what the Western world has always been taught is the way communists scheme and indoctrinate. It proved intensely embarrassing to the Reagan administration, not least because it unequivocally punctured the official balloon which had been floating about bearing the message that the United States was not pursuing the overthrow of the Sandinista government. Although at that late date, anyone who still believed that was far enough removed from reality to continue believing it. White House officials and President Reagan twisted their tongues into knots trying to explain away the manual. The manual made public was only a first draft, which was not the one distributed. They said falsely. The word neutralize didn't mean to assassinate, only to remove from office. The author of the manual was some low-level, irresponsible freelancer. Not long afterward, the manual, with minor changes, could be found in distribution again in Honduras, put out ostensibly by a private American organization, Soldier of Fortune magazine. The CIA may have tried to provide its students with some object lessons in neutralization of the mafia kind. In June 1983, the Nicaraguan government expelled 3 U.S. embassy officials, one of whom was reported to be the CIA's chief of station in Managua, charging them with being part of an agency destabilization network which, amongst other things, was attempting to assassinate Foreign Minister Miguel Descoto. The intended murder weapon was to be a bottle of Benedictine liqueur containing thallium, a poison almost undetectable in the human body. At a press conference, the government presented evidence which included photos and videotapes of American diplomats meeting with the Nicaraguan officials who had pretended to go along with the plot, as well as copies of intercepted CIA messages. 2 months later, another agency plot to kill Descoto, who is also a Roman Catholic priest, as well as 2 other Sandinista officials, was alleged by the Nicaraguan government. A CIA agent named Mike Tock was charged with being behind this particular conspiracy. The following June, according to one of the participants, the CIA sent a Contra-hit team from Honduras to Managua to do away with all 9 commandantes of the Sandinista National Directorate in one fell swoop by blowing up the building they were meeting in. The team made it to Managua, but the explosives failed to arrive and the plot was aborted. The Lord and the fight for freedom have something in common. They both move in mysterious ways. If the CIA's guerrilla manual was not an odd enough tool of liberty, the agency's comic book surely was. Entitled Freedom Fighter's Manual, the 16-page booklet was supplied to Contra forces presumably to distribute amongst the Nicaraguan population. Its 40 illustrations showed the reader how he could liberate Nicaragua from oppression and misery by a series of useful sabotage techniques. Amongst these were stop up toilets with sponges, pull down power cables, put dirt into gas tanks, put nails on roads and highways, cut and perforate the upholstery of vehicles, cut down trees over highways, telephone to make false hotel reservations and false alarms of fires and crimes, hoard and steal food from the government, leave lights and water taps on, steal mail from mailboxes, go to work late, call in sick, short-circuit electricity, break light bulbs, rip up books, spread rumors, threaten supervisors and officials over the phone. Until at least the mid-1980s, the primary official explanation for American belligerence towards the Sandinista government, at least the explanation most frequently advanced, was that a significant quantity of military supplies was being sent to the Salvadorian rebels from Nicaragua. The fact that the United States was at the same time heavily arming the Salvadorian government, and that the Salvadorian government was assisting the Contras did not enter into Washington's equation. We shall see in the chapter on El Salvador how lacking in evidence Washington was in support of this charge. Whatever organized supply operation of any significance that had existed appears to have ended in early 1981. In January of that year, a Salvadorian cabinet minister announced that Nicaragua was no longer allowing its territory to be used for arms shipments. A few weeks later, the Sandinista government, alarmed by the suspension of U.S. economic aid, pressed the Salvadorian guerrillas to seek a political settlement. Similar requests were made by the Sandinistas during the following years. And in March, in a meeting at CIA headquarters of Director William Casey and others, the cessation of the supply operation was confirmed. David McMichael, who served with the CIA from 1981 to 1983 as an analyst of military and political developments in Central America, attended an interagency meeting held to discuss CIA plans to support the Contras. Of this meeting, he noted that, although the stated objective was to interdict arms going into El Salvador, there was hardly any discussion of the arms traffic. I couldn't understand this failure until months later when I realized, like everyone else, that arms interdiction had never been a serious objective. The former CIA man said that he had had access to the most sensitive intelligence on Nicaragua, including arms shipments to El Salvador, based on which he concluded that the administration and the CIA have systematically misrepresented Nicaraguan involvement in the supply of arms to Salvadorian guerrillas to justify their efforts to overthrow the Nicaraguan government. For a man who spent 10 years as an officer in the U.S. Marine Corps and 4 years as a counterinsurgency expert in Southeast Asia, in addition to his tour of service at the CIA, David McMichael's political thinking about U.S. foreign policy in Latin America landed in strange territory. We have control and we don't want to lose it. The ideology of anti-communism then provides the rationalization, although this determination to hold on is actually pathology. Then you have an entire generation of people raised in the foreign policy establishment and specializing in this region who for 25 years have gotten up in the morning and said, "We'll get that bastard Castro today." The failure of the United States to show large Nicaraguan tracks on the Salvadorian landscape apparently led the ubiquitous Oliver North to try and place some artificial footprints in the ground. In 1988, José Blandón, a former close advisor to Panama's defense chief and de facto ruler, General Manuel Noriega, stated that North had set up a secret operation in 1986 that called for Panama to arrange a large shipment of Soviet bloc arms and vehicles that could be captured in El Salvador and falsely linked to the Sandinistas. The effort collapsed in June when the ship carrying the military goods was seized by Panamanian officials, 2 days after the New York Times had published an article concerning illegal activities of Noriega. Washington's explanation number 2 put forth for its policy appeared to be that Nicaragua was a military threat to other Central American countries, not simply to the bases in Honduras, which were a daily, calculated provocation, but to Honduras itself and the other nearby states. This was a weak reed to lean on, for Nicaragua had virtually no air force, and it would have been suicidal to attack anyone without proper air cover. Even less of a navy, and its tanks were demonstrably unsuitable for the terrain of Honduras. Still less did the Sandinistas have a sane reason for invasion. It is questionable whether the men of the State Department believed this story themselves, any more than did the supposed neighboring targets. At a conference for journalists in Costa Rica in 1985, the Costa Rican Minister of Information, Armando Vargas, said cheerfully, No one here really expects Nicaragua to invade us. And nobody in Honduras does either, said Manuel Gamero, the editor-in-chief of Tiempo, one of that country's leading newspapers. On other days, we were told other reasons why the Sandinistas had to be restrained. It may have been to protect the Panama Canal, or the free use of the sea lanes in the Caribbean Basin and the Gulf of Mexico. The danger to the sea lanes bit has been trotted out by Washington for every corner of the globe in the past 40 years. Not once has it materialized. Or it may have been the threat of another Cuba, or its corollary, a Soviet beachhead in the region. These warnings came complete with pictures, an exhibition of aerial photos of Nicaragua showing Cuban-style military barracks, a Soviet-style physical training area with chin bars and other types of equipment to exercise the forces, and a running track. And, most damning of all, a Sandinista garrison having a standard rectangular configuration like we have seen in Cuba. Leave it to those cunning Castroites to devise a rectangular building. The strategic issue is a simple one, asserted Patrick Buchanan, Reagan's director of communications. Who wants Central America more, the West or the Warsaw Pact? Fidel Castro was not in any doubt. On at least 2 occasions he expressed in no uncertain terms his frustration and annoyance with the Soviet Union for not sufficiently aiding Nicaragua and for what he saw as the Russians' weak and indecisive response to American pressure against the Sandinista government, even in the face of a Russian ship being damaged by CIA mines. The Cuban leader failed to attend the funeral of Soviet leader Chernenko in March 1985 and did not sign the Book of Condolences at the Soviet embassy in Havana, apparently to register his displeasure with Soviet policy. Responded a Soviet diplomat. We obviously place a priority on improving relations with our adversary. We have to seek a balance with the U.S., so naturally we will say, to the Cubans, calm down. We are not interested in sharpening the situation in Angola and Nicaragua. In the think tanks and the academic institutes in Moscow where Soviet policy towards Central America is discussed and debated, reported The Guardian of London, the emphasis is on dialogue and negotiation, and if the Soviet Union agrees on one thing with the United States, it is that there should be no more coups, a reference to the heavy economic and political burden Cuba had placed upon Moscow over the years. Oliver North was not in any doubt either as to who wanted Central America more. Said the lieutenant colonel to one of the private American contributors to the Contras. Russia would never go up against us to save Nicaragua. Neither was Poland in doubt. The Warsaw Pact members sold arms to the Contras, as did the Communist Chinese. In 1987, Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev offered to end Soviet military aid to Nicaragua if the United States ended its military support of the Contras. Reagan confirmed that Gorbachev had raised this matter with him, but there is no indication that the president followed up in any way. In January 1983, the so-called Contadora Group, composed of Mexico, Panama, Colombia, and Venezuela, began to meet periodically in an attempt to still the troubled waters of Central America. Rejecting at the outset the idea that the conflicts of the region could or should be seen as part of an East-West confrontation, they conferred with all the nations involved, including the United States. The complex and lengthy discussions eventually gave birth to a 21-point treaty which dealt with the most contentious issues: civil war, foreign intervention, elections, and human rights. Washington, which was not itself to be a signatory to the treaty, though obviously indispensable to its implementation, pressed Managua to sign, partly for domestic consumption, congressional support of the administration's Nicaragua policy and the 1984 presidential elections, and partly to be able to take jabs at Nicaragua, saying that it would make the country a democracy and halt their export of revolution. Then, much to Washington's surprise, on September 7, 1984, Nicaragua announced its intention to sign the treaty. Until this moment, the United States had not publicly criticized the treaty's provisions, but immediately Washington began to find things wrong with it and called for changes. The State Department declared that the Contadora Group didn't intend that this treaty document be the end of the process. But a high-ranking diplomat from one of the Contadora countries insisted that everyone had treated it as a final document from the beginning, as had the U.S. representatives. What alarmed Washington about the treaty was its provisions for the removal from each country of all foreign military bases. Restrictions on foreign military personnel, armaments, and military exercises, and a prohibition on aid to insurgent forces seeking to overthrow a government. It was enough to put an interventionist power out of business. The United States refused to give its blessings to the agreement, commented Rep. Michael Barnes, chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on the Western Hemisphere. The administration's objections to the treaty reinforce my belief that it's never had any real interest in a negotiated settlement. After the Managua announcement, State Department officials admitted that they were concerned that it might undermine the administration's efforts to portray the Sandinistas as the primary source of tension in Central America. Some officials argued that a trip scheduled by Sandinista leader Daniel Ortega to Los Angeles should not be approved, in part, to punish Mr. Ortega and the Sandinistas for accepting the Contadora peace proposal. Nicaragua's willingness to sign the treaty was labeled a propaganda ploy. 1 month later, an internal National Security Council paper was able to note that the United States, through intensive lobbying efforts, had effectively blocked adoption of the treaty as it was written. During the following 3 years, the Reagan administration successfully sought to thwart the peace talks among the Contadora group because the talks complicated administration attempts to win funds for the Contras in Congress, as well as working against their primary goal of toppling the Nicaraguan government. National Security Advisor John Poindexter let Panama strongman General Manuel Noriega understand that the United States did not appreciate Panama's role in the Contadora process and suggested that Noriega step down from power. When Noriega refused, the U.S. cut off $40 million in economic assistance. Then, in June 1986, Washington officials briefed American journalists about Noriega's involvement in drug trafficking and money laundering. Thus was a CIA client in good standing suddenly transformed into public enemy number 1 in the United States. Similarly, in 1985, when Honduran President Roberto Suazo impeded Contra aid shipments, the U.S. blocked an aid package to Honduras and leaked some dirt about Suazo. In February 1986, the U.S. threatened Mexico, which was, along with Panama, the most active member of the Contadora group, that if it lobbied Congress on behalf of the Contadora process, the administration would throw its support behind the opposition National Action Party, PAN, in upcoming Mexican elections. Convicted Contragate player Carl Chanel later told representatives of PAN that Reagan would help them if they helped the Contras. In an extremely unusual move, administration officials went before Congress in May to denounce the Mexican government for corruption, drug trafficking, and economic mismanagement. In August 1987, a Central American peace accord, generated by President Oscar Arias of Costa Rica as a successor to the unsuccessful Contadora process, was signed by Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica. Its key provisions concerning foreign military intervention were similar to those in the various Contadora versions. The Reagan administration, however, still had its heart set on a military victory. According to former officials, some in the administration wanted to see the failure of peace talks convened under the Arias Plan. The war in Nicaragua continued. The argument most often advanced by the Reagan administration to explain its reluctance to accept a Contadora agreement during 1983 and 1984 was that Nicaragua was not prepared to hold a truly free election as called for by the treaty. Washington labeled the election held in November 1984, which the Sandinistas won by a 2-to-1 margin, a sham. On the face of it, by the flawed standards of Western elections, the Nicaraguan election cannot be much faulted. By the standards of Latin America, it was a veritable paragon of democracy. The fact that there were no deaths reported in connection with the election by itself made it rather unique in Latin America. The appearance of minor parties on the ballot in every department state of the nation distinguished it from the typical presidential election in the United States. The election was open to all parties and candidates. No fraud in the polling was reported, or even seriously charged. It was observed by a reported 400 foreigners from 40 different countries, and on Election Day the Washington Post could report. Even U.S. diplomats here acknowledge that the Sandinistas have allowed expression of a wide range of political views, including some that were harshly critical of the government. The Sandinistas eased censorship of the sole opposition newspaper, La Prensa, at the start of the campaign, and the state television and radio channels have given airtime, although limited, for the small but vocal opposition parties to make their case. Washington's criticism of the election centered on the boycott of it by the Democratic Coordinating Alliance, DCA, a significant coalition of opposition groups headed by Arturo José Cruz. On several occasions, Cruz and his followers were physically harassed by crowds when they appeared in public, and on at least one occasion it was reported that many of the protesters had been brought to town in government vehicles. Whether the Sandinistas deliberately intended to harass Cruz or discourage him from running is not clear. What is clear is that the government had much more to lose than to gain by keeping the DCA off the ballot. In any event, harassment of a serious nature appears to have been short-lived and did not remain as a stumbling block to Cruz running. The DCA's most persistent stated objection was that not enough time had been allowed for campaigning. The chronology of events is as follows. The November 4th election date was announced on February 21st. In May, registration of parties and candidates was set for July 25th, at which time 7 parties registered. The Sandinistas, 3 parties which could be considered to their left, and 3 to their right. The DCA declined to register, and Cruz announced that he would not run unless the government opened a dialogue with the Contras, as if the Contras had been fervently demanding this for some time, only to be rebuffed by the government. The DCA dropped this request 3 weeks later, stating that the Contras had told them they would abide by any accord reached between the party and the government. The failure to register, it should be noted, occurred before any special harassment had taken place. Cruz also contended at this time that for 5 years the population had been too indoctrinated by the government for the opposition to stand a chance, a charge which could be made with considerable validity by any opposition party in any nation of the world. The day of registration, several of Cruz's aides met with the government and asked that the deadline for registration be extended, a move indicating perhaps a split in the DCA ranks. The Sandinistas at first refused, but on September 22nd announced that registration was being extended to October 1st. The DCA again failed to register, stating that the election date had to be moved from November to January. The Sandinistas suspected, and said so openly, that the DCA knew it would lose anyway and was abstaining from the election at the behest of the United States in order to throw a question mark over the whole process. In August, some of Cruz's backers had in fact stated that they hoped to discredit the election and force the Sandinistas to grant political concessions. What we really need, they declared, is Arturo in jail. One unmistakable sign of the CIA's hand in the election was the full-page advertisements which appeared in August in newspapers in Venezuela, Costa Rica, and Panama, signed by a fictitious organization called Friends of Tomas Borga. The ads attempted to split the Sandinista leadership by promoting Borga's candidacy over that of Daniel Ortega, who had already been chosen as the Sandinista candidate. Neither Ortega nor Cruz, proclaimed the ads. Throughout this period, the DCA made one demand after another concerning electoral procedures as its price for taking part in the election. By any reasonable standard of power relationships, the government showed itself to be flexible. On September 21st, the New York Times reported that the opposition had stated that the Sandinistas had made substantial concessions and that the only major proposal left was postponing the election until January. This was important, said the DCA, because the campaign could not have properly begun before certain things had been agreed upon. The government's position was that it would grant the postponement, a major concession and inconvenience, only if the DCA would arrange a ceasefire with the Contras. The party replied that it didn't have the power to do so, and negotiations continued through all of October with many confusing and contradictory reports coming out of the talks until, finally, time ran out. The United States could certainly have arranged a ceasefire if it was interested in testing the Sandinistas' commitment to what Washington would call a free election. That the U.S. had such an interest is questionable in light of what the New York Times revealed 2 weeks before the election. The Reagan administration, while publicly criticizing the November 4th elections in Nicaragua as a sham, has privately argued against the participation of the leading opposition candidate for fear his involvement would legitimize the electoral process, according to some senior administration officials. Since May, when American policy toward the election was formed, the administration has wanted the opposition candidate Arturo José Cruz either not to enter the race or, if he did, to withdraw before the election, claiming the conditions were unfair, the officials said. The administration never contemplated letting Cruz stay in the race, one official said, because then the Sandinistas could justifiably claim that the elections were legitimate, making it much harder for the United States to oppose the Nicaraguan government. Several administration officials who are familiar with the administration's activities in Nicaragua said the Central Intelligence Agency had worked with some of Mr. Cruz's supporters to ensure that they would object to any potential agreement for his participation in the election. A few days before Election Day, some rightist parties on the ballot claimed that U.S. diplomats had been pressing them to drop out of the race. One of these, the Independent Liberal Party, had already announced that it was no longer in the running. Having exposed the administration's plan to sabotage the election's credibility, a plan centering around Arturo Cruz, and having reported the above about parties being pressured to drop out, the New York Times, after the election, inexplicably published an editorial which said in part, "Only the naive believe that Sunday's election in Nicaragua was democratic or legitimizing proof of the Sandinistas' popularity. The Sandinistas made it easy to dismiss their election as a sham. Their decisive act was to break off negotiations with Arturo Cruz, an opposition Democrat whose candidacy could have produced a more credible contest. The opposition was finally shrunk to 4 small left-wing groups and factions of 2 traditional parties. Even so, and after 5 years of unchallenged power, the Sandinistas appear to have won less than 2/3 of the vote." The American ambassador to Costa Rica likened Nicaragua under the Sandinistas to an infected piece of meat that attracts insects. President Reagan called the country a totalitarian dungeon and insisted that the people of Nicaragua were more oppressed than blacks in South Africa. Members of the Kissinger Commission on Central America indicated that Nicaragua under the Sandinistas was as bad or worse than Nicaragua under Somoza. Henry Kissinger believed it to be as bad as or worse than Nazi Germany. Reagan was in accord. He compared the plight of the Contras to Britain's stand against Germany in World War II. Central America, noted Wayne Smith, former head of the U.S. Interest Section in Havana, now exercises the same influence on American foreign policy as the full moon does on werewolves. So all-consuming, so unrelenting, was the hatred that Kissinger demanded that the American ambassador to Nicaragua be removed simply because he reported that the Sandinista government was performing fairly well in such areas as education. And in the wake of the terrible devastation in Nicaragua wrought by Hurricane Joan in October 1988, the Reagan administration refused to send any aid nor to help private American organizations do so. So eager was the State Department to turn the Sandinistas into international pariahs that it told the world, without any evidence, that Nicaragua was exporting drugs, that it was anti-Semitic, that it was training Brazilian guerrillas. When the CIA was pressed about the alleged Sandinista drug connection, it backed down from the administration's claim. Secretary of State Alexander Haig referred to a photograph of blazing corpses and declared it an example of the atrocious genocidal actions that are being taken by the Nicaraguan government against the Mosquito Indians. We then learned that the photo was from 1978, Somoza's time. Loathing of this magnitude had to be institutionalized. Thus it was that an Office of Public Diplomacy was set up in 1983, nominally in the State Department, but operating as an arm of the National Security Council. The OPD was characterized by a U.S. official as a huge psychological operation of the kind the military conducts to influence a population in denied or enemy territory. Only in this case, the target population was the American people. OPD Deputy Director Colonel Daniel Jacobowitz, a military psyops specialist, described the media campaign in a March 1985 confidential sensitive strategy paper. Overall theme: the Nicaraguan freedom fighters, NFF, are fighters for freedom in the American tradition. FSLN, Sandinistas, are evil. Rolling off the OPD disinformation assembly line with the imagination of Oliver North ever active were stories about Nicaragua acquiring chemical weapons, an Iran-Nicaragua link, not to be confused with the real US/Oliver North Iran link we later learned of, a Soviet MiGs in Nicaragua hoax, the Sandinista massacre of 50 political prisoners, as well as a number of other claims, misleading at best. Opinion pieces and news stories prepared by OPD staffers or contractors were planted in major media outlets under the signatures of Contra leaders or ostensibly independent scholars, pretending to offer independent confirmation of White House claims, while other materials were distributed to thousands of university libraries, faculties, editorial writers, and religious organizations. Private sector public relations experts, lobbying groups, and think tanks were also enlisted for the cause and paid large chunks of taxpayer money to promote the OPD agenda. By OPD's own assessment, its work significantly changed public and congressional opinion, including winning approval in the House of $100 million in contra aid in June 1986. Within a rational framework, it would be proper to inquire what the Sandinistas had done that made it impossible for the United States to share the same planet with them. David McMichael observed that there was no casus belli between the two countries. There are no examples of U.S. citizens being killed there. No U.S. property has been expropriated without due process or compensation. These people are so backward that they haven't even bothered to kill any American priests or nuns. Now, any half-respectable country in the world can do that, but the Sandinistas don't seem to get round to it. What the United States did to the Nicaraguan Revolution is clearer. To transform Nicaraguan society, even if left in peace, would have been uphill all the way. The Sandinistas inherited a country of crushing poverty, backward in most respects. There were, reportedly, but 2 elevators in Nicaragua, and with a foreign debt of $1.6 billion which they decided to honor, with the exception of money owed to Israel and Argentina for arms shipments to Somoza. Then came the American body blows to foreign trade and credit, to industry and agriculture, and a war which forced the government to devote an increasing portion of its national budget and an inordinate amount of its labor power to warfare and security. In 1980, half the national budget had been allocated to health and education, and military spending accounted for about 18%. By 1987, the military effort consumed more than half the budget, health and education less than 20%. On top of this, the historically familiar post-revolutionary flight abroad of capital and middle-class professionals, the equally familiar sabotage by those who remain, facile in a society where most of the businesses and farms were still in private hands, and the Nicaraguan economy went onto a life support machine, a trail of inefficiencies and shortages of all kinds, taxis and buses and machines grinding to a halt for want of an American spare part, a failure to meet the great expectations of the population, mitigated only partly by the progress in agrarian reform, health care, literacy, and other social programs. Many who had been sympathetic to the revolution drifted away, some into protest and opposition. Individuals are turned away from or attracted to social revolutions for a multitude of reasons, ideological and/or personal. All must be approached with caution. The most prominent defector from the Sandinistas, Eden Pastora, in between semi-coherent political statements, declared that the Sandinistas attack me for my success with women, out of jealousy because they are all queer and I can make love to their women. Few U.S. officials now believe the Contras can drive out the Sandinistas soon, reported the Boston Globe in February 1986. Administration officials said they are content to see the Contras debilitate the Sandinistas by forcing them to divert scarce resources toward the war and away from social programs. 40 years of anti-communist indoctrination under Somoza and American cultural influence had also left their marks. A government militant put it this way: tell a Nicaraguan factory worker that we are building a system in which workers will control the means of production, in which income will be redistributed to benefit the proletariat, and he will say, yes, that's what we want. Call it socialism, and he will tell you he doesn't want any part of it. Tell a peasant, in whom the problem of political education is even more acute, that the revolution is all about destroying the power of the big latifundistas, that the agrarian reform and the literacy campaign will incorporate the peasantry into political decisions. And he will be enthusiastic, he will recognize that this is right, and just mention the word communism and he will run a mile. In the face of dissension, the Sandinistas often showed themselves unable to distinguish sincere and valid criticism from intentions to destabilize. Some opponents were harassed and jailed, civil liberties were curtailed, although never in a draconian manner. And credentials of loyalty to the revolution increasingly became a priority in filling positions high and low. This, interestingly enough, was precisely what was taking place in Washington at the same time, as the ultra-ideological Reagan administration was stuffing the bureaucracy with confirmed conservative loyalists. Subsequent disclosures, however, established that the Sandinistas were not simply paranoid. In September 1988, the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Jim Wright, citing clear testimony from CIA people, revealed that the agency had employed people in Nicaragua to organize and promote anti-government rallies and protests in hopes of provoking a crackdown or some other overreaction by the government, which, besides making the Sandinistas look bad, was calculated to be disruptive to the peace talks that the Reagan administration was publicly supporting. The shutting down of the prominent opposition newspaper La Prensa on several occasions was also judged harshly by civil libertarians. But this policy raised an important historical question. During World War II, did the U.S. government allow the publication of pro-German or pro-Japanese newspapers in the United States? Has any government at war, particularly a war for its very survival, fought on its own soil, permitted the enemy to freely publish or broadcast at home, or allowed unrestricted dissent? During the American Civil War, Lincoln suspended the writ of habeas corpus and put enemy sympathizers in army jails without trial. La Prensa indeed represented the enemy. At various times in the 1980s, one of the paper's chief editors was Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, Jr. During part of the same time, he was a member of the directorate of a Contra umbrella group, the Nicaraguan Resistance of Washington, D.C. And Chamorro would go off on speaking tours in the United States to enlist support for the Contras. The newspaper was financed by the enemy as well, covertly by the CIA since 1979, and by millions of dollars from the National Endowment for Democracy, NED, in Washington and various private American groups beginning in 1984. NED receives its money from Congress and was set up in 1983 in the wake of all the negative revelations about the CIA in the 1970s. Its raison d'etre is to do somewhat overtly what the CIA had been doing covertly for decades: manipulate the political process in a target country by financing political parties, labor unions, book publishers, newspapers, etc., and thus, hopefully, eliminate the stigma associated with CIA covert activities. Alan Weinstein, who helped draft the legislation establishing NED and also founded the Center for Democracy, one of NED's funding middlemen, was candid about this when he said in 1991, "A lot of what we do today was done covertly 25 years ago by the CIA. NED, like the CIA before it, calls what it does supporting democracy. The governments against whom the financing is targeted call it destabilization. In any event, covert funding did not pass away. Both the CIA and Oliver North's multifarious operation channeled large sums of money to anti-Sandinista politicians and other elements of the internal opposition, including, as we have seen, the Catholic Church. During a period in which military aid to the Contras was prohibited by Congress, North's network purchased large quantities of arms for the rebels from Mansour al-Qasr, a man whose U.S. criminal record labels him terrorist at the top of the page. Qasr was a known associate of those reputed to be responsible for the 1985 Christmas massacres in the Rome and Vienna airports, the hijacking of the liner Achille Lauro, and other notorious attacks. Another apostle of decency enlisted for the cause was the government of South Africa, which sent £200,000 of military equipment to Contra leader Eden Pastora. By the time the war in Nicaragua began to slowly atrophy to a tentative conclusion during 1988 to 89, the Reagan administration's obsession with the Sandinistas had inspired both the official and unofficial squads to embrace tactics such as the following in order to maintain a steady flow of financing, weaponry, and other aid to the Contras: dealings with other Middle Eastern and Latin American terrorists, frequent drug smuggling in a variety of imaginative ways, money laundering, embezzlement of U.S. government funds, perjury, obstruction of justice, burglary of the offices of American dissidents, covert propaganda to defeat domestic political foes, violation of the Neutrality Act, illegal shredding of government documents, plans to suspend the Constitution in the event of widespread internal dissent against government policy, and much more, as revealed in the phenomenon known as Iran/Contra. All of it to support the band of rapists, torturers, and killers known as the Contras. This, then, was the level of charm reached by anti-communism after 70 years of refinement. The imperial sensibility of America's leaders could be compared favorably with that of Britain circa 1925. But it worked. On February 25, 1990, the Sandinistas were defeated in national elections by a coalition of political parties running under the name National Opposition Union, UNO. President George Bush called it a victory for democracy. Senator Robert Dole declared that the final outcome is a vindication of the Reagan policies. Elliot Abrams, former State Department official and Iran/Contra leading light, said, "When history is written, the Contras will be folk heroes." The opposing analysis of the election was that 10 years of all-encompassing war had worn the Nicaraguan people down. They were afraid that as long as the Sandinistas remained in power, the Contras and the United States would never relent in their campaign to overthrow them. The people voted for peace. as the people of the Dominican Republic had voted in 1966 for the U.S.-supported candidate to forestall further American military intervention. "We can't take any more war. All we have had is war, 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 war," said Samuel Reyna, a driver for Jimmy Carter's election monitoring team in Jigalpa. "In some families, one son has been drafted by the Sandinistas and another has joined the Contras. The war has torn families apart." The U.S. invasion and bombing of Panama just 2 months earlier, with all its death and destruction, could only have intensified the commitment of hardcore Sandinistas to resist Yankee imperialismo, but it could not have failed to serve as a caution to the large block of undecided voters. The Nicaraguans were also voting, they hoped, for some relief from the grinding poverty that 5 years of a full American economic embargo, as well as the war, had heaped upon their heads. Commented Paul Reichler, a U.S. lawyer who represented the Nicaraguan government in Washington at the time. Whatever revolutionary fervor the people once might have had was beaten out of them by the war and the impossibility of putting food in their children's stomachs.
Aquí no se rinde nadie.
For 10 years, the people of Nicaragua had shouted that slogan, "Here, no one gives up." But in February 1990, they did exactly that. Just as the people of Chile had chanted, "The people united will never be defeated," before succumbing to American power. The United States had more than war and embargo at its disposal to determine the winner of the election. The National Endowment for Democracy spent more than $11 million, directly and indirectly, on the election campaign in Nicaragua. This is comparable to a foreign government pouring more than $700 million into an American election, and is in addition to several million dollars more allocated by Congress to supporting the electoral infrastructure, and the unknown number of millions the CIA passed around covertly. As a result of a controversy in 1984, when NED funds were used to aid a Panamanian presidential candidate backed by Noriega and the CIA, Congress enacted a law prohibiting the use of NED funds to finance the campaigns of candidates for public office. The ways to circumvent the letter and/or spirit of such a prohibition were not difficult to conceive. NED first allocated millions to help organize UNO, building up the parties and organizations that formed and supported the coalition. Then a variety of other organizations, civic, labor, media, women's, etc., run by UNO activists received grants for all kinds of nonpartisan and pro-democracy programs, for voter education, voter registration, job skills, and so on. Large grants made to UNO itself were specified for items such as office equipment and vehicles. Representative Silvio Conti of Massachusetts pointed out that the $1.3 million requested for vehicles would pay for renting 2,241 cars for a month at $20 per day. UNO was the only political party to receive U.S. aid, even though 8 other opposition parties fielded candidates. Money received by UNO for any purpose, of course, freed up their own money for use in the campaign and helped all of their candidates. Moreover, the U.S. continued to fund the Contras, some of whom campaigned for UNO in rural areas. Afterwards, critics of the American policy in Nicaragua called it a blueprint for successful U.S. intervention in the Third World. A Pentagon analyst agreed, "It's going right into the textbooks." 50. Panama 1969 to 1991. Double-crossing our drug supplier. El Chorrillo, that's what they called the tenement barrio in Panama City. 20,000 people had been packed into it. The December 1989 invasion, 10 hours of heavy assault, left 15,000 homeless. Marcia McFarland was asleep with her daughters when the assault on the nearby military building began. She was leading them out of her house when a shard of shrapnel took a pound of her thigh and all but tore off her 2-year-old daughter's foot. Artillery shells and rockets, tanks, machine guns and flamethrowers, and then the ground troops, the Yankee soldiers with their faces painted, they were all screaming, they looked like Indians. People burning to death in the incinerated dwellings, leaping from windows, running in panic through the streets, cut down in crossfire, crushed by tanks, human body fragments everywhere. Heriberto Pitti worked for Eastern Airlines. When U.S. troops attacked the airport, Pitti, Pablo Diaz, and another colleague jumped into an Eastern pickup and raced out of the hangar. The truck took 7 rounds through the windshield, killing all 3 men. Pitti left a widow and 2 daughters. Diaz left a widow and 12 children. 500-something Panamanian dead is the official body count, what the U.S. and Panamanian governments admit to. Other sources, with no less evidence, insist that thousands died, their numbers obscured in mass graves. 3,000-something wounded, 23 American dead, 324 wounded. Question from reporter: was it really worth it to send people to their death for this? To get Noriega? George Bush: every human life is precious, and yet I have to answer, yes, it has been worth it. Born to Inform would be a suitable inscription on a t-shirt worn by Manuel Antonio Noriega. In his younger days, in the 1950s and early 60s, he was already passing on information to one or another U.S. intelligence agency about colleagues in a socialist party he belonged to, about leftist students at his Peruvian military academy. Noriega followed a military career, falling under the right mentor, National Guard General Omar Torrijos. On 2 occasions, the general had to intervene to save the ruthless Noriega from rape charges. In October 1968, Torrijos took power in Panama in a coup. He was, by Latin American standards, a not very brutal dictator. He was as well a liberal reformer who was wary of the excesses of North American power in Central America. In December 1969, conservative military officers tried, unsuccessfully, to overthrow Torrijos, claiming the government was heading toward a pro-communist dictatorship. Only hours before the coup attempt began, one of the principal plotters had met with a U.S. official. After the coup, the same plotter and others escaped from a high-security jail in a sophisticated commando operation and turned up in the U.S.-run Panama Canal Zone before going into exile in Miami. Noriega, who had proven his loyalty to Torrijos during the coup attempt, was soon elevated to head the intelligence unit of the National Guard. He was now in the right place to carry out all forms of mischief and enhance his reputation as a thug. As early as 1971, the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, forerunner of the Drug Enforcement Administration, had hard evidence about Noriega's heavy involvement in drug trafficking, sufficient for indictment. But the legal and diplomatic obstacles involved were considerable, and Noriega was already too valuable to the CIA. President Nixon, however, wanted him removed. Among the options discussed to achieve this end was assassination. It went as far as sending a member of the infamous Plumbers unit to Mexico to await further orders to go to Panama and carry out the execution. But the would-be assassin got no further. During the Watergate hearings in 1973, former White House counsel John Dean testified that the White House had contracted E. Howard Hunt, former CIA officer and Watergate burglar, to assassinate Omar Torrijos because of his uncooperative stance on the Panama Canal Treaty negotiations and his government's role in drug trafficking. Inasmuch as Hunt may have been the plumber referred to above, and since Dean stated that Hunt had his team in Mexico before the mission was aborted, there is possibly some confusion here. Meanwhile, U.S. government cash, primarily that of the CIA and the Pentagon, was making its way into Manuel Noriega's bank accounts. With the exception of President Carter's term, 1977 to 81, the payments to Noriega continued until 1986. This included the period that George Bush was the director of the CIA, 1976, at which time the Panamanian intelligence chief was reportedly receiving in excess of $100,000 per year, and a lot of looking the other way. During the Panama Canal negotiations in October 1976, 3 bombs went off under cars parked in the canal zone. American officials believed that the bombings were an expression of nationalism carried out by Noriega's National Guard. Yet, in December, Bush met with the Panamanian in Washington and gave him a VIP tour of the CIA. Noriega spent his time in Washington as the house guest of Bush's deputy director, the infamous Vernon Walters. When Omar Torrijos died in an air crash in 1981, Noriega became part of a ruling military junta. In 1987, Colonel Robert Diaz Herrera, who was a cousin of Torrijos and had been one of the members of the junta, declared that Torrijos had died because of a bomb placed aboard his plane. Diaz named Noriega the CIA U.S. General Wallace Nutting, head of the U.S. Southern Command in Panama at the time of the air crash, and others as being part of the conspiracy. By August 1983, Noriega had maneuvered himself into the position of commander of the National Guard, whose name he soon changed to Panama Defense Forces. He was the effective chief of state, and his value to his American paymasters increased accordingly. 6 months earlier, The Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations had reported that witnesses in Panama consider it common knowledge that the National Guard has links and receives payments from various traffickers in drugs, arms, and other kinds of contraband. In November, however, Noriega received the red carpet treatment in Washington, marked by luxury and meetings with officials of the White House, State Department, and Pentagon, and enjoyed a 4-hour lunch with CIA Director William Casey. Casey, probably Noriega's biggest supporter in Washington, met with the Panama strongman at least 6 times in Washington and Panama during the 1980s. Noriega earned Washington's money and tolerance over the years by providing numerous services, such as information about a host of regional matters, including his meetings with Fidel Castro and Daniel Ortega, giving haven to the Shah of Iran in December 1979, allowing the United States to set up listening posts in Panama with which they monitored sensitive communications in all of Central America and beyond, and aiding the American warfare against the rebels in El Salvador and the government of Nicaragua. In the latter conflict, Noriega facilitated the flow of money and arms to the Contras, allowed the U.S. to base spy planes in Panama in clear violation of the Canal Treaties, gave the U.S. permission to train Contras in Panama. It is not certain that this actually took place, and provided information and direct action for the American campaign of sabotage inside of Nicaragua. But what information American officials wondered was the same Manuel Antonio Noriega giving Fidel Castro and Daniel Ortega about the United States. Washington already knew that he was helping Cuba circumvent the American economic embargo and that at various times in his career he'd helped to get weapons for the Sandinistas and for the guerrillas in El Salvador and Colombia, as well as transferring high technology to Eastern Europe. On June 12, 1986, the New York Times carried a front-page story recounting many of Noriega's questionable activities, including his drug trafficking and money laundering operations and the murder of a political opponent. It was the most detailed and damning report on Noriega to appear in the U.S. media. Noriega assumed, probably incorrectly, that the article had the blessings of the White House. And though the Reagan administration reassured him that he need not be overly concerned about the story, the Panamanian felt threatened. In August, through a go-between, he proposed to Oliver North that, in exchange for a promise from Washington to help clean up his image and a commitment to lift the U.S. government ban on military sales to the Panamanian Defense Forces, imposed because of the Times article, Noriega would assassinate the Sandinista leadership. North evidently declined the offer, noting in a written memo that an executive order barred American participation in assassinations. However, as we have seen, the CIA in Nicaragua not long before had been engaged in precisely the same undertaking. The following month, North and Noriega met in London to discuss the latter's contribution to the Nicaraguan sabotage campaign. In return, North arranged for an American public relations firm to work on improving Panama's and Noriega's image. Noriega's principal periods of drug trafficking and money laundering appear to have been the early 1970s and the early 1980s, the latter period involving the Medellin, Colombia cartel. At other times, for reasons best known to his opportunistic self, he generally enforced the law against such activities. On his orders, Panamanian-flagged ships were searched in international waters, fugitive drug traffickers were sent to the United States for trial, and Panamanian banking laws were breached, all at the behest of American authorities. Noriega's American patrons were pleased. At various times, he received warm letters of praise from the State Department, the U.S. Southern Command in Panama, U.S. Attorney General William French Smith, CIA Director William Webster, and more than one DEA official. In 1987, more than a year after the New York Times had revealed his drug involvements in a front-page story, the head of the DEA, John Lawn, praised Noriega's personal commitment in helping to solve a major money laundering case. The same year found high U.S. law enforcement officials, including Lawn, working alongside Noriega at a meeting of Interpol, even advising him on how to achieve a better public image. Eventually, his luck ran out. A few enthusiastic DEA agents and U.S. attorneys, keeping a low profile, set the ball rolling in 1985 that eventually led to an indictment of Noriega in Florida on federal drug charges in February 1988. In the interim, the Iran-Contra scandal broke out, followed by congressional hearings, making it much more awkward for Noriega's prominent administration defenders, such as Oliver North and William Casey, to pull the strings of the law. Then, in November 1986, North was relieved of his duties. The following May, Casey died. In June, The Senate passed a resolution calling for Noriega's immediate removal. It passed over the objections of the administration. Ironically, it appears that Noriega had really gone straight. With one exception, a drugs for arms deal in March 1986. All the crimes he was indicted for in 1988 occurred in June 1984 or earlier. The DEA was deeply divided between those who investigated him as a criminal and those who swore by the authenticity of his cooperation with their agency. The Yankees, Noriega said shortly before they invaded, seemed to adore the product, drugs, and then become upset with Latin Americans, as if we somehow were seducing them. Thus it was that the Reagan administration found itself with an indictment on its hands. The situation called for disassociation. George Bush, campaigning for the presidency in 1988, said repeatedly that he knew of no clear evidence that the Panamanian leader was involved in drugs until he was indicted. He also initially denied, but later acknowledged, that he had met with Noriega when he was CIA director in 1976. It should be noted that Bush was head of the Reagan administration's task force on drugs. It would clearly be better for all concerned if Noriega would step down. Consequently, the Reagan administration offered to drop the indictment if he resigned and went into exile. They isolated him diplomatically and undertook a campaign of severe and multifaceted economic sanctions against Panama. But Noriega held fast, although the sanctions eventually led to what the New York Times described as a festering economic depression and the collapse of thousands of businesses. In the summer of 1988, the United States drew up a covert plan for a group of dissident Panamanian officers to oust Noriega without violence. If this failed, the proposal called for the support of military action of a rebel force composed of a Panamanian military officer and his followers, who were in exile in Miami and on the CIA payroll. The Senate Intelligence Committee turned down the plan on the ground that it might result in the illegal assassination of Noriega. A presidential election was scheduled in Panama for May 1989, and the United States expected that it would be stolen for Noriega's candidate, as had been the case in the previous election of 1984. Accordingly, the CIA provided more than $10 million in aid to the opposition, as well as clandestine radio and television broadcasts. Noriega didn't disappoint his critics. When the ballot counting indicated his man losing heavily, he simply put an end to the whole process and allowed his goons to beat up opposition candidates and their supporters. Washington expressed its moral indignation about the fraudulent election, but this should be viewed in light of what had transpired 5 years earlier. In that election, Noriega's man, Nicholas Barletta, was declared the winner, the final count being announced 10 days after the election. The opposition cried fraud and demonstrated for weeks, but the results stood. The CIA, it turned out, along with the Medellin cocaine cartel, had helped finance Barletta's campaign. And after his victory, Barletta was welcomed by President Reagan to the Oval Office. Secretary of State George Shultz attended the inauguration, and heaven was in its place. Meanwhile, a political officer at the American Embassy in Panama was meticulously examining huge stacks of voting documents and reports he had managed to collect. His conclusion was inescapable. There had been egregious fraud. Barletta had been defeated by at least 4,000 votes. The U.S. ambassador's main concern was that the report not reach the press. No American official pressured Panama for a recount. The political officer's report lies somewhere in a file in the bowels of Foggy Bottom. On October 3, 1989, elements of the Panamanian Defense Forces, PDF, attempted a very short-lived military overthrow of Noriega. When they apprised U.S. officials in Panama of their plan beforehand, they were not discouraged from undertaking it. But during the execution they received virtually no help at all, even though they had Noriega in custody for at least 2 hours and were willing to turn him over to the U.S. military. The reasons which were later advanced by the Bush administration at different times to explain the lack of American support included: we didn't know what was going on. We didn't think the rebels had Noriega in custody. They may have had him in custody, but they didn't want to release him to us. The U.S. military commander in Panama was not authorized to seize Noriega. Later we learned that he was. The rebels were not to our liking politically. Our hands were tied by congressional intelligence committees, and we suspected the whole thing was a ruse to provoke and embarrass the U.S. government. The U.S. military in Panama failed to block the road loyalist forces used to rescue Noriega. The administration said later that by the time it was certain of the troop movements, it was too late. However, a convoy of loyalist trucks rumbled by the American embassy itself. Moreover, the United States had a number of helicopters in the air, reportedly as many as a dozen, observing developments. Some reports have it that the rebels were willing to turn Noriega over to the U.S. military only if the Americans would come and grab him to make it appear that he was being seized against the will of his Panamanian captors. But the administration has denied this as well. At one point, the American embassy reported to the State Department and the CIA in Washington that the rebels wanted to turn Noriega over, and the CIA went to brief members of the Congressional Intelligence Committees. Administration officials later said that the embassy had misunderstood what the U.S. military had told it because telephone communications in Panama were poor at the time. Did the Bush administration decline Noriega as a gift during the October coup attempt because it was determined to have its invasion? One circumstance may indicate a negative response to this question. On October 12th, U.S. officials met at the State Department with Noriega's attorney to negotiate, once again, the Panamanian peacefully stepping down from power. Nothing came of this meeting. After the U.S. invasion began at 1 a.m. on December 20th, another incident occurred which further raises the question of whether the apprehension of Noriega was the White House's sole, or even primary, concern. A European diplomat in Panama City, representing a major U.S. ally, claimed that less than 3 hours after the invasion began he telephoned the U.S. military to inform them that Noriega was 2 houses away in the flat of his mistress's grandmother. But the military disregarded the information. The diplomat said later that he was 100% certain of Noriega's location. But when I called Southcom, the U.S. Southern Command said it had other priorities. The diplomat had met several times with Noriega and his mistress, who had recently moved into the diplomat's own apartment building. Other residents of the 2 apartment buildings confirmed the diplomat's assertion about Noriega's presence. Neither Southern Command officials nor the American embassy would respond to inquiries about the matter. Did the U.S. decline to capture Noriega in the first few hours of the invasion because it was determined to first cripple his base of power, the PDF, and score a grand military triumph that would enable George Bush to shred the wimp image that plagued him? Did military muscle have to be flexed to illustrate the need for a big combat-ready force even in the absence of a Soviet threat, just weeks after the fall of the Berlin Wall? Or to send a clear message to the people of Nicaragua who had an election scheduled in 2 months? When George Bush and Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney were asked why they had made 180-degree turns on previous explicit rejections of a war against Panama, they each referred to the same incident of the night of 16 to 17 December. According to the Defense Department, for American servicemen, unarmed and in civilian clothes, got lost and inadvertently drove up to a PDF roadblock, where they were manhandled. As they drove away, they were shot at, killing one and wounding another. At the same time, an American Navy officer and his wife who witnessed this scene were roughed up considerably by the PDF. 1 year later, the Los Angeles Times reported that the incident was not the unprovoked act of aggression by the PDF portrayed by Washington. Instead, it was a step in a pattern of aggressive behavior by a small group of U.S. troops who frequently tested the patience and reaction of Panamanian forces, particularly at roadblocks, which they would dare by driving up and then refusing to stop or suddenly pulling away. The Americans in this case were not lost, and they were armed. They drove up to a very sensitive roadblock, and when told to leave the car by the PDF, the Americans all gave them the finger, shouted an obscenity, and drove off. The Panamanians then opened fire. Lending credence to this report is, oddly enough, a recorded phone conversation of a young Marine guard at the American embassy speaking to his mother in the United States the next morning. The 4 Americans, he said, were out of bounds owing to the fact that they had no reason to be there. The whole world knows that they shouldn't have gone there. They messed up. If the United States set up a barricade anywhere and someone acted in the same way, we would also start firing. There had been other provocation as well. For months prior to the incident, the United States had been engaging in military posturing in Panama. U.S. troops, bristling with assault weapons, would travel in fast-moving convoys, escorted by armored vehicles, looking for all the world as if they planned to attack someone. U.S. Marines descended from helicopters by rope to practice emergency evacuation of the embassy. Panamanian military camps were surrounded and their gates rattled amid insults by U.S. servicemen. In one episode, more than 1,000 U.S. military personnel conducted an exercise that appeared to be a rehearsal of a kidnap raid. As helicopters and jet aircraft flew low over Noriega's house and American raiders splashed ashore nearby. In late September, Gen. Max Thurman had been appointed the new commander-in-chief of the Southern Command. He was briefed by ADM William Crowe, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who apprised him that there was a very high probability that Bush would call for large-scale military action in Panama in the near future. "We're going to go, but I can't tell you when." After the invasion, the mother of one of the American soldiers killed said that her son had called her on December 14th to say he was going on a dangerous mission. He called to say goodbye and that he might not be home again. This was before the roadblock incident. Another serviceman, speaking to reporters after the invasion, said that the soldiers had found out about it maybe 4 or 5 days before you did. When a reporter asked when that was, an Army officer prevented the soldier from answering. It would appear from this evidence that the war had been planned before the American serviceman was shot. All that was needed was a pretext, an incident. 2 days after the incident, an off-duty American lieutenant was leaving a laundry when he was approached by a Panamanian police or Army officer. The American shot and wounded the Panamanian twice. The U.S. serviceman felt threatened, the Bush administration claimed, admitting that its earlier story that the Panamanian had pulled a gun was false. It was not reported that Panama invaded the United States as a result of this incident. Thus it came to be that a superpower crushed one of the smallest armies in the hemisphere. It was the 7th time the United States had invaded Panama since it had kidnapped the province from Colombia in 1903 to build the canal. See Appendix 2. The new chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Gen. Colin Powell, declared at the time of the invasion, "We have to put a shingle outside our door saying, 'Superpower lives here.'" But the superpower still had to show a decent respect to the opinions of mankind. Accordingly, the leading legal minds of the Justice Department, the State Department, and the Defense Department put their heads together and came to the unanimous conclusion that the invasion of the sovereign nation of Panama, the abduction of its leader, and his criminal trial in the United States were all legal and proper. The invasion was called Operation Just Cause, perhaps for acts like the following carried out by the American military. Searched out and arrested hundreds of civilian supporters of Noriega, even though they did not face American or Panamanian criminal charges. Houses were broken into to apprehend some of the individuals. Forced ambulances, with emergency lights flashing and sirens sounding as they rushed patients to hospitals. To halt, to be searched for Noriega loyalists disguised as patients. Fired into the air without warning while walking through busy streets. Imposed and enforced curfews. The organized tours of Noriega's home and office for reporters to gawk at and pry into all of the man's personal belongings, from his photos to his underwear. Publicized and ridiculed everything from his sexual practices to his religious beliefs. Invaded prisons and released prisoners. The commander of the new Panamanian public force, appointed by the U.S., blamed the extraordinary wave of crime and violence that hit Panama after the invasion on what he said were hundreds of dangerous criminals freed by the U.S. He declared that the rate of assaults, murders, and other crimes was much worse than under the Noriega regime. To wearing painted faces and firing machine guns into the air, raided the Nicaraguan ambassador's home. The ambassador was wrestled to the ground. He and 7 other people were held at gunpoint while U.S. soldiers ransacked the house and confiscated weapons, $3,000 in cash and personal items. The money was never returned, the ambassador said. Surrounded the Vatican embassy, where Noriega had taken sanctuary, and for several days blasted the ears of the entire neighborhood with ear-splitting rock and roll music over loudspeakers. U.S. soldiers near the Vatican embassy sang a parody of Woody Guthrie's old song, "This land is my land, that land is my land, there's no land here that isn't my land." Many Panamanians initially welcomed the U.S. intervention, reported the Los Angeles Times. But as fighting continued through a 4th day on Saturday, some reports from Panama suggested that resentment of the U.S. presence was also widespread. The Panamanian people feel more threatened since the Americans arrived than they did when Noriega still held power, an American administration official said. On the first anniversary of the invasion, Panamanians couldn't agree whether to mark the day as a holiday or a day of mourning. So President Endara proclaimed a national day of reflection. From Mexico to Argentina, Latin American governments today roundly condemned the use of force by the United States against Gen. Manuel Antonio Noriega of Panama. News report, December 20, 1989. I appreciate the support that we've received, strong support from the United States Congress, and from our Latin American neighbors. George Bush, December 21, 1989. The Organization of American States approved a resolution to deeply regret the military intervention in Panama by a vote of 20-1, the one being the United States. We are outraged, said State Department spokesman Richard Boucher. The OAS, he declared, missed an historic opportunity to get beyond its traditional narrow concern with non-intervention. Afterward, during 1990, the United States was instrumental in setting up a highly secretive intelligence office with the all-encompassing name of the Council of Public Security and National Defense. The new agency was headed by a man who twice served as a senior minister in Noriega's puppet governments. A government official said that the CIA was assisting in personnel training for the new agency and that further assistance was being received from a U.S. Justice Department police training mission in Panama. Reportedly, one of the agency's missions was to gather information on troublemakers, including opposition figures organizing mass demonstrations. Another target was the newly organized National Police, formed from remnants of Noriega's old army. "We'll watch the police," said an official. "We can't let the monster arise again." This left open the question of who would watch the new agency. At the same time, the U.S. Army's 4th Psychological Operations Group established a hotline for the public to denounce Noriega backers, criminals, subversives, and anti-U.S. fighters, who were then picked up by American troops and consigned to detention camps. In December 1990, when President Guillermo Endara was faced with a military rebellion he was unable to put down, he called upon U.S. troops to intervene and quell the uprising. Endara had been sworn in as president on a U.S. military base in Panama during the invasion a year earlier. The official Pentagon study of the Panama occupation notes that the original post-invasion plans called for outright U.S. military government, with the head of the Southern Command as Panama's de facto ruler. At the last minute, a decision was made to install Endara as president, but his government was, as the study put it, merely a facade. The United States confiscated thousands of boxes of Noriega government documents and refused to hand over any of them to Panamanian investigators. "The United States is protecting robbers and thieves and obstructing justice," complained the government's chief prosecutor. "We are the owners of the documents. If I am to complete my work, I have to see the documents." Panamanian businessmen reported that they'd lost as much as $700 million because of the looting and rioting that followed the invasion, very little of it covered by insurance. 1 year after the invasion, unemployment was running at more than 25%, and invasion damage, looting, and the U.S. sanctions of 1988 to 89 had shrunk Panama's economy by 30%. The new president, one of the 2 vice presidents, and the attorney general, it turned out, all had links to drug trafficking and money laundering. By the spring of 1991, it could be reported that Colombian drug cartels and associates of Noriega had once again turned Panama into a narcotics transshipment center. There were as well far more cocaine production facilities than ever existed under Noriega, and drug use in Panama was reportedly at a far higher level. The new drug trafficking and money laundering activity centered on associates of cabinet officials, particularly in the president's and the attorney general's offices. When American officials told the Panamanians that Foreign Ministry legal advisor Julio Barrios was under U.S. investigation for money laundering, the Panamanians did nothing. Barrios was subsequently appointed to Panama's delegation for negotiations with the United States on the treaty to end money laundering. Washington insisted that Panama change its prized banking secrecy laws to facilitate U.S. efforts to pursue suspected lawbreakers, principally launderers of drug money. Panama's Comptroller General pointed out that the United States wanted Panama to pursue acts which were crimes in the U.S. but not in Panama. "We can't change the whole legal system because of one thing, drugs," he argued. Eventually, after many American threats to cut off aid, Panama signed a treaty in April 1991 giving U.S. authorities partial access to Panamanian banking records and the right to prosecute individuals depositing illegal drug profits. However, foreign banks, particularly Colombian ones, found ways to circumvent the new requirements and were soon back in the money laundering business. An American helicopter gunship was strafing what it perceived to be enemies in the street. Ernesto Cubilla was in his kitchen. A stray round went through his roof. His son rushed in to find him spread out in the corner. He lost a lung and a kidney and suffered liver damage. Women and children naturally went to the window and looked out when they heard the fighting, said Roberto Troncoso, president of the Panamanian Committee for Human Rights. And the nervous American soldiers shot them. A few hours before the invasion, while all the details were being finalized, George Bush, wearing a bright red and green Christmas tie, holding his granddaughter, sang Christmas carols at a White House Christmas party. 2 days later, he declared that his heart goes out to the families of those who have died in Panama. One of Bush's advisors said that the president felt that Noriega was thumbing his nose at him.
51. Bulgaria 1990, Albania 1991.
Teaching communists what democracy is all about. For American anti-communist Cold Warriors, for Bulgarian anti-communist Cold Warriors, it couldn't have looked more promising. The Cold War was over. The forces of Western civilization, capitalism, and goodness had won. The Soviet Union was on the verge of falling apart. The Communist Party of Bulgaria was in disgrace. Its dictatorial leader of 35 years was being prosecuted for abuses of power. The party had changed its name, but that wouldn't fool anybody. And the country was holding its first multi-party election in 45 years. Then, the communists proceeded to win the election. For the anti-communists, the pain was unbearable. Surely some monstrous cosmic mistake had been made. A mistake which should not be allowed to stand. It should not, and it would not. Washington had expressed its interest early. In February, Secretary of State James Baker became the most senior American official to visit Bulgaria since World War II. His official schedule said he was in Bulgaria to meet with opposition leaders as well as government officials. Usually, the New York Times noted, it is listed the other way around. Baker became deeply involved in his talks with the opposition about political strategies and how to organize for an election. He also addressed a street rally organized by opposition groups, praising and encouraging the crowd. On the State Department profile of Bulgaria handed to reporters traveling with Baker, under the heading Type of Government, was written, in transition. In May, 3 weeks before Election Day, a row broke out over assertions by the leader of the main opposition group. Petr Baran, Secretary of the Union of Democratic Forces, a coalition of 16 parties and movements, said that during UDF's visits to Europe and the United States, many politicians pledged that they would not provide financial assistance to a socialist Bulgaria. This would apply even if the Bulgarian Socialist Party, the renamed Communist Party, won the elections fairly. Baran stated that Western leaders want lasting contacts with governments which are building Western-style democracy and economies. The British Foreign Secretary, Douglas Hurd, was particularly categorical. He said he was drawing up a declaration to go before the European community to refuse help for the remaining socialist governments in Eastern Europe. Meanwhile, the National Endowment for Democracy, Washington's specially created stand-in for the CIA, see Nicaragua chapter, with funding in this case primarily from the Agency for International Development, was pouring some $2 million into Bulgaria to influence the outcome of the election, a process the NED calls promoting democracy. This was equivalent to a foreign power injecting more than $50 million into an American electoral campaign. One major recipient of this largesse was the newspaper of the Opposition Union of Democratic Forces, Democratia, which received $233,000 worth of newsprint to allow it to increase its size and circulation for the period leading up to the national elections. The UDF itself received another $615,000 of American taxpayer money for infrastructure support and party training, material and technical support, and post-electoral assistance for the UDF's party-building program. The United States made little attempt to mask its partisanship. On June 9th, the day before Election Day, the U.S. ambassador to Bulgaria, Sol Polanski, appeared on the platform of a UDF rally. Polanski, whose early government career involved intelligence research, was a man who had had more than a passing acquaintance with the CIA. Moreover, several days earlier, the State Department had taken the unusual step of publicly criticizing the Bulgarian government for what it called the inequitable distribution of resources for news outlets, especially newsprint for opposition newspapers, as if this was not a fact of life for genuine opposition forces in the United States and every other country in the world. The Bulgarian government responded that the opposition had received newsprint and access to the broadcast outlets in accordance with an agreement between the parties, adding that many of the Socialist Party's advantages, especially its financial reserves, resulted from the party's membership of 1 million, about a ninth of Bulgaria's population. The government had further provided the printing plant to publish the UDF newspaper and had given the opposition coalition the building from which to run its operations. The socialists' lead in the polls in the face of a crumbling economy perplexed the UDF, but the Bulgarian Socialist Party drew most of its support from among pensioners, farm workers, and the industrial workforce, together representing well over half the voting population. These sectors tended to associate the BSP with stability, and the party capitalized on this, pointing to the disastrous results, particularly the unemployment and inflation, of shock therapy free enterprise in Russia. Although the three main parties all proposed moving toward a market economy, the socialists insisted that the changes had to be carefully controlled. How this would be manifested in practice if the BSP were in charge and had to live in an extremely capitalist world could not be predicted. What was certain, however, was that there was no way a party named Socialist, nay Communist, recently married to the Soviet Union, could win the trust and support of the West. As it turned out, after the second round of voting, the Socialists had won about 47% of the vote and 211 seats in the 400-seat parliament, the Grand National Assembly, to the UDF's 36% and 144 seats. Immediately following the first round, the opposition took to the streets with accusations of fraud, chanting, "Socialist Mafia," and "We won't work for the Reds." However, the European election observers had contrary views. "The results will reflect the will of the people," said the leader of a British observer delegation. "If I wanted to fix an election, it would be easier to do it in England than in Bulgaria. If the opposition denounces the results as manipulated, it doesn't fit in with what we've seen," a Council of Europe delegate declared. Another West European observer rejected the opposition claims as sour grapes. "Utter rot" was the term chosen by a conservative English MP to describe allegations of serious fraud. He asserted that the conduct of the poll was scrupulously fair. There were just minor incidents that were exaggerated. "The opposition appear to be rather bad losers," concluded one Western diplomat. These opinions were shared by the many hundreds of observers, diplomats, and parliamentarians from Western Europe. Nonetheless, most of the American observers were not very happy, saying that fear and intimidation arising from the legacy of 45 years of totalitarian rule had produced psychological pressures on Bulgarian voters. "Off the record, I have real problems with this," said one of the Americans. Asked if his team's report would have been as critical had the opposition won, he replied, "That's a good question." Members of the British Parliamentary Observer Group dismissed reports that voting was marred by intimidation and other malpractices. Most complaints were either trivial or impossible to substantiate, they said. "When we asked where intimidation had taken place, it was always in the next village," said Lord Tordoff. Before the election, Socialist Prime Minister Lukyanov had called for a coalition with opposition parties if his Bulgarian Socialist Party won the election. "The new government," he said, "needs the broadest possible measure of public support if we are to carry through the necessary changes." Now victorious, he repeated the call for a coalition. But the UDF rejected the offer. There were, however, elements within the BSP which were equally opposed to a coalition. The opposition refused to accept the outcome of the voting. They were at war with the government. Street demonstrations became a daily occurrence as UDF supporters, backed by large numbers of students, built barricades and blocked traffic, and students launched a wave of strikes and sit-ins. Many of the students were acting as part of the Federation of Independent Student Societies or Associations, which had been formed before the election. The chairman of the student group, Aptanas Kirchev, asserted that the organization had documentation on electoral abuses which would shortly be made public. But this does not appear to have taken place. The student movements were amongst the recipients of National Endowment for Democracy grants, to the tune of $100,000, to provide infrastructure support to the Federation of Independent Student Associations of Bulgaria to improve its outreach capacity in preparation for the national elections. The students received faxes, video and copying equipment, loudspeakers, printing equipment, and low-cost printing techniques, as well as the help of various Polish advisors, American legal advisors, and other experts, the best that NED money could buy. The first victory for the protest movement came on July 6, less than a month after the election, when President Mladenov was forced to resign after a week of protests, including a hunger strike outside of Parliament, over his actions during an anti-governmental demonstration the previous December. His resignation came after the UDF released a videotape showing Mladenov talking to his colleagues and appearing to say, "Shouldn't we bring in the tanks?" Said a UDF official of the resignation, "We are rather happy about all this. It has thrown the socialists into chaos." The demonstrations, the protests, the agitation continued on a daily basis during July. A city of freedom consisting of more than 60 tents was set up in the center of Sofia, occupied by people who said they would stay there until all senior Bulgarian politicians who served under the old communist regime were removed. When they were denied what they considered adequate access to the media, the protesters added to their demands the resignation of the head of Bulgarian television. At one point, a huge ceremonial pyre was built in the street in which textbooks from the communist era were burnt, as well as party cards and flags. The next head to fall was that of the Interior Minister Atanas Smerdzhev, who resigned in a dispute over the extent to which the questioning of former dictator Todor Zhivkov should be public or behind closed doors. The Bulgarian people indeed had a lot to protest about, primarily a rapidly declining standard of living and a government without a president which seemed paralyzed and unable to enact desperately needed reforms. But the question posed by some MPs, as thousands of hostile demonstrators surrounded the parliament building during the Smerdzhev affair, was, are we going to be dictated to by the street? The problem, said Prime Minister Lukyanov, is whether parliament is a sovereign body or whether we are going to be forced to make decisions under pressure. His car was attacked as he left the building. Finally, on August 1st, the head of the UDF, Ziliu Zilev, was elected unopposed by parliament as the new president. A few weeks later, another demand of the protesters was met. The government began to remove communist symbols, such as red stars and hammer and sickles, from buildings in Sofia. Yet, 2 days later, the headquarters of the Socialist Party was set afire as 10,000 people swarmed around it. Many of them broke into the building and ransacked it before it wound up a gutted and charred shell. The protest movement in Bulgaria was beginning to feel and smell like the general strike in British Guiana to topple Chety Jugan in 1962, and the campaign to undermine Salvador Allende in Chile in the early 70s. Both operations of the CIA, where as soon as one demand was met, newer ones were raised, putting the government virtually under siege, hoping it would overreact, and making normal governing impossible. In Bulgaria, women demonstrated by banging pots and pans to signify the lack of food in the shops, just as women had dramatically done in Chile, and in Jamaica and Nicaragua as well, where the CIA had also financed anti-government demonstrations. In British Guiana, the Christian anti-communist crusade had come down from the US to spread the gospel and money, and similar groups had set up shop in Jamaica. In Bulgaria in August, representatives of the Free Congress Foundation, an American right-wing organization with lots of money and lots of anti-communist and religious ideology, met with about 1/3 of the opposition members in Parliament and President Zilev's chief political advisor. Zilev himself visited the FCF's Washington office the following month. The FCF, which has received money from the National Endowment for Democracy at times, had visited the Soviet Union and most of the Eastern European countries in 1989 and 1990, imparting good old American know-how in electoral and political techniques and for shaping public policy, as well as holding seminars on the multiple charms of free enterprise. It is not known whether any of the students were aware of the fact that one of the FCF's chief Eastern European program directors, Laszlo Pastor, was a man with genuine Nazi credentials. By October, a group of American financial experts and economists, under the auspices of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, had drawn up a detailed plan for transforming Bulgaria into a supply-side free market economy, complete with timetables for implementing the plan. President Zelev said he was confident the Bulgarian government would accept virtually all the recommendations, even though the BSP held a majority in parliament. They will be eager to proceed, he said, because otherwise the government will fall. Witnesses and police claimed that Konstantin Trenchev, a fierce anti-communist who was a senior figure in the UDF and the leader of the Podkrepa Independent Trade Union, had called on a group of hardcore demonstrators to storm the BSP building during the fire. He had also called for the dissolution of parliament and presidential rule, tantamount to a coup d'état, declared the Socialist Party. Trenchev went into hiding. Trenchev's Podkrepa Union was also being financed by the NED. $327,000 had been allocated to provide material and technical support to Bulgaria's independent trade union movement Podkrepa, and to help Podkrepa organize a voter education campaign for the local elections. There were computers and fax machines, and there were advisors to help the union get organized and gain strength. According to Podkrepa's vice president, the assistance had reached Podkrepa via the Free Trade Union Institute, set up by the AFL-CIO in 1977 as the successor to the Free Trade Union Committee, which had been formed in the 1940s to combat left-wing trade unionism in Europe. Both the FTUC and the FTUI had long had an intimate relationship with the CIA. In the first week of November, several hundred students occupied Sofia University once again, demanding now the prosecution, not merely the removal of leading figures in the former communist regime, as well as the nationalization of the Socialist Party's assets. The Prime Minister's rule was shaky. Lukyanov had threatened to step down unless he gained opposition support in parliament for his program of economic reform. The UDF, on the other hand, was now demanding that it be allowed to dominate a new coalition government, taking the premiership and most key portfolios. Although open to a coalition, the BSP would not agree to surrender the Prime Minister's position. The other cabinet posts, however, were open to negotiation. The movement to topple Lukyanov was accelerating. Thousands marched and called for his resignation. University students held rallies, sit-ins, strikes, and protest fasts, now demanding the publication of the names of all former secret police informers in the university. They proclaimed their complete distrust in the ability of the government to cope with Bulgaria's political and economic crisis, and called for an end to one-party rule, a strange request in light of the desire of Lukyanov to form a coalition government. In June, The Guardian of London had described Lukyanov as Bulgaria's impressive prime minister, a skilled politician who impresses business executives, bankers, and conservative Western politicians, while maintaining popular support at home, even among the opposition. On the 23rd of November, Lukyanov barely survived a no-confidence motion, leading the UDF to storm out of parliament, announcing that they would not return for an indefinite period. 3 days later, the Podkrepa labor organization instituted a general strike, albeit not with a majority of the nation's workers. Meanwhile, the student protests continued, although some of their demands had already been partly met. The Socialist Party had agreed to restore to the state 57% of its assets, corresponding to subsidies received from the state budget under the previous regime. And the former party leader, Todor Zhivkov, was already facing trial. Some opposition leaders were not happy with the seemingly boundless student protest movement. UDF leader Petr Barin urged that since Bulgaria had embarked on the road to parliamentary democracy, the students should give democracy a chance and not resort to sit-ins. And a UDF MP added that the socialists should leave the political arena in a legal manner. They should not be forced into doing it through revolution. Student leaders dismissed these remarks out of hand. The end for Andrei Lukyanov came on November 29th, as the strike spread to members of the media, and thousands of doctors, nurses, and teachers staged demonstrations. He announced that since his proposed economic program had not received the broad support he had asked for, he had decided that it was useless to continue in office. A caretaker coalition would be set up that would lead to new general elections. Throughout the period of protest and turmoil, the United States continued to give financial assistance to various opposition forces and whispered advice on how to apply pressure to the elected leaders. The vice president of the Podkrepa Union, referring to American diplomats, said, "They wanted to help us and have helped with advice and strategy. This solidarity gave rise to hopes of future American aid." Konstantin Trenchev, the head of Podkrepa, apparently out of hiding now, confirmed that opposition activists had been assured of more U.S. assistance if they managed to wrest power from the former communists. These hopes may have had as much to do with naivete as with American support for the UDF. The Bulgarians, like other Eastern Europeans and Soviet citizens, had led very sheltered political and intellectual lives. In 1990, their ideological sophistication was scarcely above the equation. If the communist government was bad, it must have been all bad. If it was all bad, its principal enemy must have been all good. They believed such things as American government leaders could not stay in office if they lied to the people, and that reports of homelessness and the absence of national health insurance in the United States were just communist propaganda. However, the new American ambassador, Kenneth Hill, said that Washington officials had made it clear to Bulgarian politicians that future aid depended on democratic reform and development of an economic recovery plan acceptable to Western lenders, the same terms laid down all over Eastern Europe. The Bulgarian socialists, while not doubting Washington's commitment to exporting capitalism, did complain that the United States had at times violated democratic principles in working against the leadership chosen by the Bulgarian people. One reform-minded socialist government official contended that Americans had reacted to his party's victory as if it represented a failure of U.S. policy. The U.S. government people have not been the most clean, moral defenders of democracy here, he said. What cannot be done at home can be gotten away with in this dark, backward Balkan state. In the years since, the Bulgarian people, particularly the students, may have learned something, as the country has gone through the now familiar pattern of freely rising prices, the scrapping of subsidies on basic goods and utilities, shortages of all kinds, and IMF and World Bank demands to tighten the belts even further. Politically, there's been chaos. The UDF came to power in the next elections with the BSP a very close second, but, due to the failing economy, lost a confidence vote in parliament, saw its entire cabinet resign, then the vice president who warned that the nation was heading for dictatorship. Finally, in July 1993, protesters prevented the president from entering his office for a month and demanded his resignation. By 1994, we could read in the Los Angeles Times, by their most anti-communist foreign correspondent, living conditions are so much worse in the reform era that Bulgarians look back fondly on communism's good old days, when the hand of the state crushed personal freedom but ensured that people were housed, employed, and had enough to eat. But for Washington policymakers, the important thing, the ideological bottom line, was that the Bulgarian Socialist Party could not and would not be given the chance to prove that a democratic, socialist-oriented mixed economy could succeed in Eastern Europe while the capitalist model was failing all around it. Nor, apparently, would it be allowed in nearby Albania. On March 31, 1991, a communist government won overwhelming endorsement in elections there. This was followed immediately by 2 months of widespread unrest, including street demonstrations and a general strike lasting 3 weeks, which finally led to the collapse of the new regime by June. The National Endowment for Democracy had been there also, providing $80,000 to the labor movement and $23,000 to support training and civic education programs. 52. Iraq 1990 to 1991. Desert Holocaust. This is the one part one didn't want to see, said a 20-year-old private. All the homeless, all the hurting. When we came through the refugee camp, man, that's something I didn't need. It's really sad, said the sergeant. We've got little kids come up and see my gun, and they start crying. That really tears me up. At night, you kill and you roll on by, said another GI. You don't stop. You don't have to see anything. It wasn't until the next morning the rear told us the devastation was total. We'd killed the entire division. While many nations have a terrible record in modern times of dealing out great suffering face-to-face with their victims, Americans have made it a point to keep at a distance while inflicting some of the greatest horrors of the age. Atomic bombs on the people of Japan, carpet bombing Korea back to the Stone Age, engulfing the Vietnamese in napalm and pesticides, providing 3 decades of Latin Americans with the tools and methods of torture, then turning their eyes away, closing their ears to the screams and denying everything, and now, dropping 177 million pounds of bombs on the people of Iraq in the most concentrated aerial onslaught in the history of the world. What possessed the United States to carry out this relentless devastation for more than 40 days and nights against one of the most advanced and enlightened nations in the Middle East and its ancient and modern capital city? Since the first half of 1990, the dismantling of the Berlin Wall is being carried out on a daily basis. Euphoria about the end of the Cold War and optimism about the beginning of a new era of peace and prosperity are hard to contain. The Bush administration is under pressure to cut the monster military budget and institute a peace dividend. But George Bush, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, former Texas oil man and former director of the CIA, is not about to turn his back on his many cronies in the military-industrial intelligence complex. He rails against those who would naively cut the muscle out of our defense posture and insists that we must take a cautious attitude towards reform in the USSR. In February, it's reported that the administration and Congress are expecting the most acrimonious hard-fought defense budget battle in recent history. And in June, that tensions have escalated between Congress and the Pentagon as Congress prepares to draft one of the most pivotal defense budgets in the past 2 decades. A month later, a Senate Armed Services Subcommittee votes to cut military manpower by nearly 3 times more than recommended by the Bush administration. The size and direction of the cuts indicate that President Bush is losing his battle on how to manage reductions in military spending. During this same period, Bush's popularity was plummeting, from an approval rating of 80% in January, as he rode the wave of public support for his invasion of Panama the previous month, to 73 in February, down to the mid-60s in May and June, 63 on July 11, 62 weeks later. George Herbert Walker Bush needed something dramatic to capture the headlines and the public, and to convince Congress that a powerful military was needed as much as ever because it was still a scary and dangerous world out there. Although the official Washington version of events presented Iraq's occupation of neighboring Kuwait as an arbitrary and unwarranted aggression, Kuwait had actually been a district of Iraq, under Ottoman rule, up to the First World War. After the war, to exert leverage against the abundantly oil-rich Iraq, the British Colonial Office established tiny Kuwait as a separate territorial entity, in the process cutting off most of Iraq's access to the Persian Gulf. In 1961, Kuwait became independent, again because Britain declared it to be so, and Iraq massed troops at the border, backing down when the British dispatched their own forces. Subsequent Iraqi regimes never accepted the legitimacy of this state of affairs, making similar threats in the 1970s, even crossing a half-mile into Kuwait in 1976. But Baghdad was also open to a compromise with Kuwait under which Iraq would gain access to its former islands in the Gulf. The current conflict had its origins in the brutal 1980-88 war between Iraq and Iran. Iraq charged that while it was locked in battle, Kuwait was engaged in stealing $2.4 billion of oil from the Rumaila oil field that ran beneath the vaguely defined Iraq-Kuwait border and was claimed in its entirety by Iraq. That Kuwait had built military and other structures on Iraqi territory. And worst of all, that immediately after the war ended, Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates began to exceed the production quotas established by the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, flooding the oil market and driving prices down. Iraq was heavily strapped and deeply in debt because of the long war, and Iraqi President Saddam Hussein declared this policy was an increasing threat to his country. Economic war, he called it, pointing out that Iraq lost $1 billion a year for each drop of $1 in the oil price. Besides compensation for these losses, Hussein insisted on possession of the 2 Gulf islands which blocked Iraq's access to the Gulf, as well as undisputed ownership of the Rumaila oil field. In the latter part of July 1990, after Kuwait had continued to scorn Iraq's financial and territorial demands, and to ignore OPEC's request to stick to its assigned quota, Iraq began to mass large numbers of troops along the Kuwaiti border. The reaction to all this by the world's only remaining superpower and self-appointed global policeman became the subject of intense analysis and controversy after Iraq actually invaded. Had Washington given Iraq a green light to invade? Was there, at a minimum, the absence of a flashing red light? The controversy was fueled by incidents such as the following. July 19th. Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney stated that the American commitment made during the Iran-Iraq War to come to Kuwait's defense if it were attacked was still valid. The same point was made by Paul Wolfowitz, Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, at a private luncheon with Arab ambassadors. Ironically, Kuwait had been allied with Iraq and feared an attack from Iran. Later, Cheney's remark was downplayed by his own spokesman, Pete Williams, who explained that the secretary had spoken with some degree of liberty. Cheney was then told by the White House, "You're committing us to war we might not want to fight," and advised pointedly that from then on, statements on Iraq would be made by the White House and State Department. July 24th, State Department spokeswoman Margaret Tutwiler, in response to a question, responded, "We do not have any defense treaties with Kuwait, and there are no special defense or security commitments to Kuwait." Asked whether the United States would help Kuwait if it were attacked, she said, "We also remain strongly committed to supporting the individual and collective self-defense of our friends in the Gulf with whom we have deep and long-standing ties." A statement that some Kuwaiti officials said privately was too weak. July 24th. The U.S. staged an unscheduled and rare military exercise with the United Arab Emirates, and the same Pete Williams then announced, "We remain strongly committed to supporting the individual and collective self-defense of our friends in the Gulf with whom we have deep and long-standing ties." And the White House declared, "We're concerned about the troop buildup by the Iraqis. We ask that all parties strive to avoid violence." July 25th. Saddam Hussein was personally told by the U.S. ambassador to Iraq, April Glaspie, in a now famous remark, that "We have no opinion on the Arab-Arab conflicts, like your border disagreement with Kuwait." But she then went on to tell the Iraqi leader that she was concerned about his massive troop deployment on the Kuwaiti border in the context of his government's having branded Kuwait's actions as parallel to military aggression. July 25th. John Kelly, Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern and South Asian Affairs, killed a planned Voice of America broadcast that would have warned Iraq with the identical party line words used by Tutwiler and Williams. July 27th. The House and Senate each voted to impose economic sanctions against Iraq because of its human rights violations. However, the Bush administration immediately reiterated its opposition to the measure. July 28th. Bush sent a personal message to Hussein, apparently after receiving Glaspie's report of her meeting with the Iraqi leader, cautioning him against the use of force, without referring directly to Kuwait. July 31st. Kelly told Congress, "We have no defense treaty relationship with any Gulf country. That is clear. We have historically avoided taking a position on border disputes or on internal OPEC deliberations." Lee Hamilton asked if it would be correct to say that if Iraq charged across the border into Kuwait, the United States did not have a treaty commitment which would obligate us to engage U.S. forces there. "That is correct," Kelly responded. The next day, Washington time, Iraqi troops led by tanks charged across the Kuwaiti border, and the United States instantly threw itself into unmitigated opposition. Official statements notwithstanding, it appears that the United States did indeed have an official position on the Iraq-Kuwait border dispute. After the invasion, one of the documents the Iraqis found in a Kuwaiti intelligence file was a memorandum concerning a November 1989 meeting between the head of Kuwaiti State Security and CIA Director William Webster, which included the following. "We agreed with the American side that it was important to take advantage of the deteriorating economic situation in Iraq in order to put pressure on that country's government to delineate our common border. The Central Intelligence Agency gave us its view of appropriate means of pressure, saying that broad cooperation should be initiated between us on condition that such activities be coordinated at a high level." The CIA called the document a total fabrication. However, as the Los Angeles Times pointed out, the memo is not an obvious forgery, particularly since if Iraqi officials had written it themselves, they almost certainly would have made it far more damaging to U.S. and Kuwaiti credibility. It was apparently real enough and damaging enough to the Kuwaiti foreign minister. He fainted when confronted with the document by his Iraqi counterpart at an Arab summit meeting in mid-August. When the Iraqi ambassador in Washington was asked why the document seemed to contradict U.S. Ambassador Glaspie's avowal of neutrality on the issue, he replied that her remark was part and parcel of the setup. Was Iraq set up by the United States and Kuwait? Was Saddam provoked into his invasion, with the conspirators' expectation perhaps that it would not extend beyond the border area, so he could be cut down to the size both countries wanted? In February 1990, Hussein made a speech before an Arab summit which could certainly have incited or added impetus to such a plot. In it, he condemned the continuous American military presence in the Persian Gulf waters and warned that, if the Gulf people and the rest of the Arabs along with them fail to take heed, the Arab Gulf region will be ruled by American will. Further, that the U.S. would dictate the production, distribution, and price of oil, all on the basis of a special outlook which has to do solely with U.S. interests, and in which no consideration is given to the interests of others. In examining whether there was a conspiracy against Iraq and Saddam Hussein, we must consider, in addition to the indications mentioned above, the following. Palestine Liberation Organization Chairman Yasser Arafat has asserted that Washington thwarted the chance for a peaceful resolution of the differences between Kuwait and Iraq at an Arab summit in May, after Saddam had offered to negotiate a mutually acceptable border with Kuwait. The U.S. was encouraging Kuwait not to offer any compromise, said Arafat, which meant there could be no negotiated solution to avoid the Gulf crisis. Kuwait, he said, was led to believe it could rely on the force of U.S. arms instead. Similarly, King Hussein of Jordan revealed that just before the Iraqi invasion, the Kuwaiti foreign minister stated, "We are not going to respond to Iraq. If they don't like it, let them occupy our territory. We are going to bring in the Americans." And that the Kuwaiti emir told his military officers that in the event of an invasion, their duty was to hold off the Iraqis for 24 hours. By then, American and foreign forces would land in Kuwait and expel them. King Hussein expressed the opinion that Arab understanding was that Saddam had been goaded into invading, thereby stepping into a noose prepared for him. The emir refused to accede to Iraq's financial demands, instead offering an insulting $500,000 to Baghdad. A note from him to his prime minister before the invasion speaks of support of this policy from Egypt, Washington, and London. "Be unwavering in your discussions," the emir writes. "We are stronger than the Iraqis think." After the war, the Kuwaiti Minister of Oil and Finance acknowledged, "But we knew that the United States would not let us be overrun. I spent too much time in Washington to make that mistake and received a constant stream of visitors here. The American policy was clear. Only Saddam didn't understand it. But we have seen perhaps ample reason why Saddam would fail to understand." Iraqi Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz declared that a sharp drop in the price of oil was something the Kuwaitis, with their vast investment holdings in the West, could easily afford, but which undercut the oil revenues essential to a cash-hungry Baghdad. "It was inconceivable," said Aziz, "that Kuwait could risk engaging in a conspiracy of such magnitude against a large, strong country such as Iraq, if it were not being supported and protected by a great power, and that power was the United States of America. There is, in fact, no public indication that the United States, despite its very close financial ties, tried to persuade Kuwait to cease any of its provocative actions against Iraq. And neither Washington nor Kuwait seemed terribly concerned about heading off an invasion." In the week prior to the Iraqi attack, intelligence experts were telling the Bush administration with increasing urgency that an invasion of at least a part of Kuwait was likely. These forecasts appear to have evoked little response from government agencies. During this period, Bush was personally briefed and told the same by CIA Director William Webster, who showed the president satellite photos of the Iraqi troops massed near the Kuwaiti border. Bush reportedly showed little interest. On August 1st, the CIA's National Intelligence Officer for Warning Sick walked into the offices of the National Security Council's Middle East staff and announced, "This is your final warning. Iraq," he said, "would invade Kuwait by day's end," which they did. This, too, did not produce a rush to action. Lastly, a Kuwaiti diplomat stationed in Iraq before the invasion sent many reports back to his own government warning of an Iraqi invasion. These were ignored as well. His last warning had specified the exact date, Kuwaiti time, of August 2nd. After the war, when the diplomat held a press conference in Kuwait to discuss the government's ignoring of his warnings, it was broken up by a government minister and several army officers. In July, while all these warnings were ostensibly being ignored, the Pentagon was busy running its Computerized Command Post Exercise, CPX, initiated in late 1989 specifically to explore possible responses to the Iraqi threat, which, in the new war plan 1002-90, had replaced the Soviet threat, the exercise dealing with an Iraqi invasion of Kuwait or Saudi Arabia or both. At a War Games exercise at the Naval War College in Newport, Rhode Island, participants were also being asked to determine the most effective American response to a hypothetical invasion of Kuwait by Iraq. While at Shaw Air Force Base in South Carolina, another war game involved identifying bombing targets in Iraq. And during May and June, the Pentagon, Congress, and defense contractors had been extensively briefed by the Center for Strategic and International Studies of Georgetown University on a study of the future of conventional warfare, which concluded that the most likely war to erupt requiring an American military response was between Iraq and Kuwait or Saudi Arabia. Another person who seems to have known something in advance was George Shultz, who was Reagan's Secretary of State and then returned to the Bechtel Corporation, the multinational construction giant. In the spring of 1990, Shultz convinced the company to withdraw from a petrochemicals project in Iraq. "I said something is going to go very wrong in Iraq and blow up, and if Bechtel were there it would get blown up too. So I told them to get out." Finally, there was this disclosure in the Washington Post. Since the invasion, highly classified U.S. intelligence assessments have determined that Saddam took U.S. statements of neutrality as a green light from the Bush administration for an invasion. One senior Iraqi military official has told the agency CIA that Saddam seemed to be sincerely surprised by the subsequent bellicose reaction. On the other hand, we have the statement from Iraqi Foreign Minister Aziz, who was present at the Glasby-Hussein meeting. "She didn't give a green light, and she didn't mention a red light because the question of our presence in Kuwait was not raised. And we didn't take it as a green light that if we intervened militarily in Kuwait, the Americans would not react. That was not true. We were expecting an American attack on the morning of the 2nd of August. But one must be skeptical about so casual an attitude toward an American attack." And these remarks, in effect denying that Iraq was played for a sucker, must be considered in light of the Iraqi government's stubborn refusal for some time to admit the harm done to the country by U.S. bombing, and to downplay the number of their casualties. The Bush administration's position was that Iraq's Arab neighbors, particularly Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan, had urged the United States all along not to say or do anything that might provoke Saddam. Moreover, as Ambassador Glasby emphasized, no one expected Hussein to take all of Kuwait, at most the parts he already claimed, the islands and the oil field. But, of course, Iraq had claimed all of Kuwait for a century. The invasion. When Iraq invaded, the time for mixed signals was over. Whatever devious plan, if any, George Bush may have been operating under, he now took full advantage of this window of opportunity. Within hours, if not minutes, of the border crossing, the United States began mobilizing. The White House condemned Iraq's action as a blatant use of military aggression, demanded the immediate and unconditional withdrawal of all Iraqi forces, and announced that it was considering all options, while George Bush was declaring that the invasion underscores the need to go slowly in restructuring U.S. defense forces. Before 24 hours had passed, an American naval task force loaded with fighter planes and bombers was on its way to the Persian Gulf. Bush was seeking to enlist world leaders for collective action against Iraq. All trade with Iraq had been embargoed, all Iraqi and Kuwaiti assets in the United States had been frozen, and the Senate had decisively defeated efforts to end or freeze production of the B-2 stealth bomber after proponents seized on Iraq's invasion of Kuwait to bolster their case for the radar-eluding weapon. The attack, they said, demonstrates the continuing risk of war and the need for advanced weapons, said Senator Dole. If we needed Saddam Hussein to give us a wake-up call, at least we can thank him for that. One day after using Iraq's invasion of Kuwait to help save the high-tech B-2 bomber, senators invoked the crisis again Friday to stave off the mothballing of 2 World War II vintage battleships. Within days, thousands of American troops and an armored brigade were stationed in Saudi Arabia. It was given the grand name of Operation Desert Shield, and a heightened appreciation for America's military needs was the prevailing order of the day. Less than a year after political changes in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union sent the defense industry reeling under the threat of dramatic cutbacks, executives and analysts say the crisis in the Persian Gulf has provided military companies with a tiny glimmer of hope. If Iraq does not withdraw and things get messy, it will be good for the industry. You will hear less rhetoric from Washington about the peace dividend, said Michael Lauer, an analyst with Kidder, Peabody and Company in New York. The possible beneficiaries of the crisis, added the Washington Post, cover the spectrum of companies in the defense industry. By September, James Webb, former Assistant Secretary of Defense and Secretary of the Navy in the Reagan administration, felt moved to speak out. The president should be aware that, while most Americans are laboring very hard to support him, a mood of cynicism is just beneath their veneer of respect. Many are claiming that the buildup is little more than a Pentagon budget drill, designed to preclude cutbacks of an army searching for a mission as bases in NATO begin to disappear. Remarkably, yet another cynical former Assistant Secretary of Defense was heard from. Lawrence Korb wrote that the deployment of troops to Saudi Arabia seems driven more by upcoming budget battles on Capitol Hill than a potential battle against Saddam Hussein. But can anything be too cynical for a congressman stalking re-election? By the beginning of October, we could read, "The political backdrop of the U.S. military deployment in Saudi Arabia played a significant role in limiting defense cuts in Sunday's budget agreement, halting the military spending free fall that some analysts had predicted 2 months ago," budget aides said. Capitol Hill strategists said that Operation Desert Shield forged a major change in the political climate of the negotiations, forcing lawmakers who had been advocating deep cuts on the defensive. The defense budget compromise would leave not only funding for Operation Desert Shield intact but would spare much of the funding that has been spent each year to prepare for a major Soviet onslaught on Western Europe. Meanwhile, George Bush's approval rating had recovered. The first poll taken in August after the U.S. engagement in the Gulf showed a jump to 74%, up from 60% in late July. However, it seems that the American public needs the rush of a regular patriotic fix to maintain enthusiasm for the man occupying the White House, for by mid-October, due to Bush's extreme obfuscation of why the U.S. was in the Persian Gulf, the rating they granted him was down to 56. Since Bush's first month in office, it had never been lower, and it stayed close to that level until the citizenry's next patriotic invasion fix in January, as we shall see. Prelude to war. As Iraq went about plundering Kuwait and turning it into Iraqi Province 19, the United States was building up its military presence in Saudi Arabia and the surrounding waters, and employing a little coercion and history's most spectacular bribes, creating a coalition to support U.S.-fostered United Nations resolutions and the coming war effort in a multitude of ways. A fig leaf of multinational respectability as Washington had created in Korea, Grenada, and Afghanistan for what was essentially an American mission and American war. Egypt was forgiven many billions of dollars in debt, while Syria, China, Turkey, the Soviet Union, and other countries received military or economic aid and World Bank and IMF loans, had sanctions lifted or were given other perks not only from the U.S. but, under Washington's pressure, from Germany, Japan, and Saudi Arabia. As an added touch, the Bush administration stopped criticizing the human rights record of any coalition member. But Washington and the media were unhappy with Germany for not enthusiastically jumping on the war bandwagon. The Germans, who only yesterday were condemned as jackboot fascists marching through Poland, were now called cowards for marching for peace in large demonstrations. Washington pushed a dozen resolutions through the Security Council condemning Iraq, imposing severe economic sanctions, and getting authorization to wage war. Only Cuba and Yemen voted against any of them. When Yemen's delegate received some applause for his negative vote on the key use of force resolution of November 29, U.S. Secretary of State Baker, who was presiding, said to his delegation, "I hope he enjoyed that applause, because this will turn out to be the most expensive vote he ever cast." The message was relayed to the Yemenis, and within days, the tiny Middle East nation suffered a sharp reduction in U.S. aid. UN Secretary General Javier Perez de Cuellar acknowledged that it was not a United Nations war. General Schwarzkopf, commander of the coalition forces, was not wearing a blue helmet. The American control of the United Nations prompted British political commentator Edward Pierce to write that the UN functions like an English medieval parliament. Consulted, shown ceremonial courtesy, but mindful of divine prerogative, it mutters and gives assent. The paramount issue in the United States soon became, how long should we wait for the sanctions to work before resorting to direct military force? The administration and its supporters insisted that they were giving Hussein every chance to find a peaceful, face-saving way out of the hole he had dug himself into. But the fact remained that each time President Bush made the Iraqi leader any kind of offer, it was laced with a deep insult, and never offered the slightest recognition that there might be any validity to Iraq's stated grievances. Indeed, Bush had characterized the Iraqi invasion as being without provocation. The president's rhetoric became increasingly caustic and exaggerated. He was putting it on a personal level, demonizing Saddam as he had done with Noriega, as Reagan had done with Gaddafi, as if these foreigners did not have pride or reason like Americans have. Here's how the Los Angeles Times viewed it. Shortly after Iraq's invasion, Bush carefully compared Iraq's aggression with the German aggression against Poland that launched World War II. But he stopped short of a personal comparison of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein with Adolf Hitler. That caution went out the window last month, when Bush not only compared Hussein to Hitler but also threatened Nuremberg-style war crime trials. Then, last week, Bush went further, briefly maintaining that the Iraqi leader is worse than Hitler because the Germans never held U.S. citizens as human shields at military sites. After this trivializing of the Holocaust, Bush went on to warn that any acceptance of uncontrolled aggression could be World War tomorrow. Said one of his own officials, "Got to get his rhetoric under control." Saddam Hussein could not help but soon realize that by seizing all of Kuwait, not to mention sacking and pillaging it, he had bitten off substantially more than he could chew. In early August and again in October, he signaled his willingness to pull Iraqi forces out of the country in return for sole control of the Rumaila oil field, guaranteed access to the Persian Gulf, the lifting of sanctions, and resolution of the oil price/production problem. He also began to release some of the many foreigners who had had the misfortune of being in Iraq or Kuwait at the wrong time. In mid-December, the last of them was freed. Earlier that month, Iraq began laying out a new Iraqi-Kuwait border, which might have meant a renunciation of its claim of Kuwait being a part of Iraq, though its meaning was not clear. And in early January, as we shall see, his strongest peace signal was reported. The Bush administration chose to not respond in a positive manner to any of these moves. After Saddam's August offer, the State Department categorically denied it had even been made. Then the White House confirmed it. A later congressional summary of the matter stated, "The Iraqis apparently believed that having invaded Kuwait, they would get everyone's attention, negotiate improvements to their economic situation, and pull out. A diplomatic solution satisfactory to the interests of the United States may well have been possible since the earliest days of the invasion. The Bush administration," said the congressional paper, "wanted to avoid seeming in any way to reward the invasion." But a retired Army officer, who was acting as a middleman in the August discussions, concluded afterward that the peace offer was already moving against policy. After a certain point in the American military buildup, could the United States have given peace a chance even if it wanted to? Former Assistant Defense Secretary Lawrence Korb observed in late November that all the components of the defense establishment were pushing to get in on the action, to prove their worth, to prove that there was still a need for them, to assure their continued funding. By mid-January, the United States will have over 400,000 troops in the Gulf. It turned out to be over 500,000 from all 5 armed services. Yes, even the Coast Guard is there. This is about 100,000 more troops than we had in Europe at any time during the Cold War. The Army will eventually have 8 divisions on the ground in Saudi Arabia, twice as many as it had in Europe. 2/3 of the entire Marine Corps' combat power will be there. The Navy will deploy 6 of its 14 aircraft carrier battle groups, 2 of its 4 battleships and 1 of its 2 amphibious groups. The Air Force already has fighters from 9 of its 24 active tactical wings, as well as bombers. Even the combat reserves are scheduled to be sent. The reserve lobby recognized that their future funding may be jeopardized if their units do not get involved. Just as every service wants to be involved in the deployment, will not each want a piece of the real action? And would the military high command be able to resist the pressures from each service, Korb wondered. The Navy, which had moved some of its carriers into the narrow and dangerous waters of the Gulf just to be closer to the action. The Marines, who might want to demonstrate the continuing viability of amphibious warfare by staging an assault on the coast. And could the Army lay back while air power carried the day? They couldn't, and it prolonged the war. The U.S. military and President Bush would have their massive show of power, their super high-tech real war games, and no signals from Iraq or any peacenik would be allowed to spoil it. Fortune magazine, in an ingenuous paean to Bush's fortitude, later summed up the period before the war began thusly. The president and his men worked overtime to quash freelance peacemakers in the Arab world, France, and the Soviet Union, who threatened to give Saddam a face-saving way out of the box Bush was building. Over and over, Bush repeated the mantra: no negotiations, no deals, no face-saving, no rewards, and specifically, no linkage to a Palestinian peace conference, a point raised by Iraq on several occasions. On November 29, the UN Security Council authorized the use of all necessary means to compel Iraq to vacate Kuwait if it didn't do so by January 15. Over Christmas, we have learned, George Bush pored over every one of the 82 pages of Amnesty International's agonizing report of Iraqi arrests, rape, and torture in Kuwait. After the holiday, he told his staff that his conscience was clear. It's black and white, good versus evil. The man has to be stopped. It's not reported whether Bush ever read any of Amnesty's many reports of the period on the equally repulsive violations of human rights and the human spirit perpetrated by Washington's allies in Guatemala, El Salvador, Afghanistan, Angola, and Nicaragua. If he did, the literature apparently had little effect, for he continued to support these forces. Amnesty had also been reporting about Iraq's extreme brutality for more than a decade, and only a few months before the August invasion had testified about these abuses before the Senate, but none of this had filled George Bush with righteous indignation. As the January 15th deadline neared, the world held its breath. Was it possible that in 5.5 months no way could have been found to avoid inflicting another ghastly war upon this sad planet? On the 11th, Arab diplomats at the UN said that they had received reports from Algeria, Jordan, and Yemen, all on close terms with Iraq, that Saddam planned an initiative soon after the 15th that would express his willingness in principle to pull out of Kuwait in return for international guarantees that Iraq would not be attacked, an international conference to address Palestinian grievances, and negotiations on disputes between Iraq and Kuwait. The Iraqi leader, the diplomats said, wanted to wait a day or two after the deadline had passed to demonstrate that he had not been intimidated. For the United States, with 500,000 troops poised for battle in Saudi Arabia, this was unacceptable. Saddam Hussein will pass the brink at midnight, January 15th, said Secretary of State Baker, and could not expect to save himself by offering to pull out of Kuwait after that time. The multiple explanations of George Bush: our jobs, our way of life, our own freedom, and the freedom of friendly countries around the world will suffer if control of the world's great oil reserves fell in the hands of that one man, Saddam Hussein. Thus spaketh George Herbert Walker Bush to the people of America. As Theodore Draper observed, these reasons were both mundane and implausible. That jobs should have been mentioned first suggested that Bush, as in a domestic political campaign, sought primarily to appeal to the voter's pocketbook. It was, however, a peculiarly crass reason to go to war, if it came to that, halfway around the world. During the entire lengthy build-up to the war, during the war, after the war, no one was sure they understood why Bush had intervened in the Persian Gulf, and then taken the United States into war. Congressmen, journalists, editors, plain citizens kept asking, almost pleading at times, for the president to clearly and unambiguously explain his motivations, and without contradicting what he had said the previous week. Economists and think tank intellectuals found it professionally awkward to admit their uncertainty, and thus wound up writing lots of authoritative-sounding mumbo-jumbo. The prevailing bewilderment prompted the Wall Street Journal to assemble a group of voters to discuss the issues. They are confused about what's happening and are crying out for more information, reported the newspaper about the participants. And they are unsettled by the perception that Mr. Bush seems to be switching his reasoning day to day, said one participant. So far it's been like David Letterman's top 10 reasons for being there. There's a different story every week or so. Taking place in the Persian Gulf, as it all did, of course lent itself to the belief that the liquid gold had a lot, if not everything, to do with the conflict. This, however, is a thesis which cannot be supported by the immediate circumstances. Supply was not a problem. The Energy Department acknowledged that there was not an oil shortage, and Saudi Arabia and other countries increased their production to more than make up for the oil lost from Iraq and Kuwait, which, in any event, together accounted for only about 5% of American consumption. There was a whole world ready to supply more oil from Mexico to Russia, as well as large untapped American sources. This indicates the difficulties faced by any single producer, Hussein or anyone else, who might try to control or dominate the market, which in turn raises the question, what would such a country do with all the oil? Drink it. By December, it was reported that OPEC is pumping oil at the highest levels since early summer, and unless a war in the Middle East disrupts supplies, there's a prospect again of an oil glut and sharply lower prices. As to the price of oil, did oilmen George Bush and James Baker and the depressed American oil states want it to go up or down? A case could be made for either hypothesis. In January 1990, the U.S. had secretly urged Saddam to try to raise the OPEC oil price to $25 a barrel. And how easily could Washington control it either way in a chaotic situation? As it is, oil prices fluctuate on a regular basis, often sharply. Between 1984 and 1986, for example, the price of a barrel of oil fell from around $30 to less than $10, despite the ongoing Iraq-Iran war which cut into the production of both countries. However, this analysis of the immediate circumstances does not take into consideration the formidable and continual influence of the mystique of oil upon the thinking of American policymakers. If Bush was looking for a crisis to impress upon the congressional mind the enduring danger of the world we live in, then getting involved in a conflict between two major oil-producing countries would certainly generate the desired effect much more readily than if he had seized upon Bolivia attacking Paraguay or Ghana occupying Ivory Coast. The president's remark about the American way of life and everyone's freedom reflects the life-and-death seriousness that he and other policymakers publicly ascribe to oil. What these men really believe and feel in each instance is something we are not privy to. Earlier in the year, CIA Director William Webster had told Congress that oil will continue to have a major impact on U.S. interests because Western dependence on Persian Gulf oil will rise dramatically in the next decade. While General Schwarzkopf, who had lifelong ties to the Middle East, testified, "Mideast oil is the West's lifeblood. It fuels us today, and being 77% of the free world's proven oil reserves, is going to fuel us when the rest of the world has run dry." It is estimated that within 20 to 40 years, the U.S. will have virtually depleted its economically available oil reserves, while the Persian Gulf region will still have at least 100 years of proven oil reserves. It was actually 69% at the time, and since the Soviet Union has joined the free world, it's even less. It should also be noted that the good general's prediction for the U.S. is rather speculative, and that the term economically available is a reference to the fact that U.S. domestic oil reserves are more costly to exploit than those in the Gulf. But this only makes it a profit problem, not an oil supply problem. Moreover, the vast potential residing in alternative energy sources must be included in the equation. At this time, the United States, seemingly in a panic about danger to the Gulf oil supply, was receiving about 11% of its oil from the region, while Japan, which got 62% of its oil, and Europe, which got 27% from there, were hardly stirred up at all, except for Margaret Thatcher, who foamed at the mouth when it came to Saddam and former colony Iraq. Germany's figure was about 35%, yet both Bonn and Tokyo had to have their arms twisted by Washington to support the war effort. The two countries may, in fact, have been leery about helping the United States acquire greater influence and control over the region's oil. Official Washington's embrace of the oil mystique has given rise to a long-standing policy, expressed as follows by political analyst Noam Chomsky. It's been a leading, driving doctrine of U.S. foreign policy since the 1940s that the vast and unparalleled energy resources of the Gulf region will be effectively dominated by the United States and its clients, and, crucially, that no independent indigenous force will be permitted to have a substantial influence on the administration of oil production and price. This has not always meant the use of force. In 1973, when OPEC, led by Saudi Arabia, used substantial price increases and an oil boycott in an attempt to force Washington to influence Israel into withdrawing from its recently occupied territories, the United States did not launch, or even threaten, an invasion. The matter was resolved through extensive diplomacy without a shot being fired. What saved the OPEC states from a violent fate may have been the combination of the Vietnam War still hanging heavy in the air in Washington, and the Nixon administration on the verge of being swallowed up by Watergate. In addition to issuing several dire warnings early on about the invasion's severe economic consequences for the United States, which never came to pass, Bush warned of an even worse fate if Iraq took over Saudi Arabia. The danger to Saudi Arabia explanation was a non-starter. Iraq never had any designs on Saudi Arabia, as a simple look at a map makes clear. The Iraqis have a long border with that country. They didn't have to go through Kuwait to invade the Saudis. And even if they did, they could have moved into Saudi Arabia virtually unopposed during the 3 weeks following their takeover of Kuwait, as General Colin Powell later conceded. Bush administration officials in fact admitted that neither the CIA nor the Defense Intelligence Agency thought it probable that Iraq would invade Saudi Arabia. The Saudis didn't think so either, until Defense Secretary Cheney flew to Riyadh on August 5th and personally told King Fahd that his country stood in great potential danger and desperately needed a very large infusion of American military forces to defend it. Bush backed away from the oil rationale when critics charged that he was only trying to protect the interests of the oil industry. In October, he was interrupted while making a speech by some people calling out, "Mr. President, bring our troops home from Saudi Arabia. No blood for oil," to which George Bush replied, as the hecklers were hustled out, "You know, some people never get the word. The fight isn't about oil. The fight is about naked aggression that we will not stand." A month later, if not sooner, the president again began to play the oil card, tying America's economic security to that of Saudi Arabia. Shortly afterward, he returned to the devastating damage being done every day to the U.S. and international economies by the disruption of oil markets. As to Iraq's naked aggression, a remark requiring selective memory skills of a high order coming from a government that held all modern records for international aggression, naked or otherwise, and from a man who, less than a year before, had nakedly invaded Panama. Both Syria and Israel had invaded Lebanon and still occupied large portions of that country, Israel bombarding Beirut mercilessly in the process, without a threat of war emanating from Washington. Saddam Hussein, perhaps wondering when they had changed the rules, said to the United States, "You are talking about an aggressive Iraq. If Iraq was aggressive during the Iran War, why then did you speak with us then?" During Iraq's epic struggle against the Ayatollah Khomeini, the United States, of course, had more than spoken to Baghdad. Washington, choosing Iraq as the lesser evil against Shiite extremism, was responsible for huge amounts of weaponry, military training, sophisticated technology, satellite photo intelligence, and billions of dollars reaching a needy Hussein, who was also lavishly supported by Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, they being concerned that Iran's anti-monarchist sentiments might spread to their own realms. Indeed, there is evidence that Washington encouraged Iraq to attack Iran and ignite the war in the first place. And during this period of American support of Hussein, he was certainly the same odious, repressive, beastly thug as when he later came under American moralistic rhetorical fire. Similarly, absent Washington's prodding, the UN did not condemn Iraq's invasion, nor did it impose any sanctions or lay down any demands. Even as it officially banned arms sales to either combatant, the U.S. secretly provided weapons to both. The other bête noire of the region, the Ayatollah, received American arms and military intelligence on Iraq during the war, so as to enhance the ability of the two countries to inflict maximum devastation upon each other and stunt their growth as strong Middle East nations. In contrast to Iraq, the enemy now were the two allies most involved, Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. Although Washington did not make a big thing about the virtue of either country, official policy was always that the United States had a principled commitment to defending the former and liberating the latter. And they were not a pretty pair. Saudi Arabia regularly featured extreme religious intolerance, extrajudicial arrest, torture, and flogging. It also practiced gender apartheid and systematic repression of women, virtual slavery for its foreign workers, stoning of adulterers, and amputation of the hands of thieves. U.S. chaplains stationed in the country were asked to remove crosses and stars of David from their uniforms and call themselves morale officers. Kuwait, oddly enough, was virulently anti-American in its foreign policy. Though more socially enlightened than Saudi Arabia, but less than Iraq, it was nonetheless run by one family as an elitist oligarchy, which closed down the parliament in 1986, had no political parties, and forbade criticism of the ruling emir. No more than 20% of the population possessed any political rights at all. After the country had been returned to its rightful dictators, it behaved very brutally toward its large foreign worker population, holding them without charge or trial for several months. Death squads executed scores of people. Torture of political detainees was routine and widespread, said Amnesty International. and at least 80 disappeared in custody. The targets of the campaign, which took place in the presence of thousands of U.S. troops, were primarily those who were accused of collaboration with the Iraqis, although this was something most of them had no choice in, and those who were involved in a nascent pro-democracy movement. Additionally, some 400 Iraqis were forced to return to Iraq despite fears that they would be harmed or executed there. The elite of the region did not display much gratitude for all that George Bush said America was doing for them. Said one Gulf official, "You think I want to send my teenage son to die for Kuwait?" He chuckled and added, "We have our white slaves from America to do that." A Saudi teacher saw it this way: "The American soldiers are a new kind of foreign worker here. We have Pakistanis driving taxis, and now we have Americans defending us." Explaining the absence of expressed gratitude on the part of Gulf leaders, a Yemeni diplomat said, "A lot of the Gulf rulers simply do not feel that they have to thank the people they've hired to do their fighting for them. Apart from anything else, people in the Arab world were very sensitive about the killing of Muslims and Arabs by foreigners, as well as foreign military presence on Arab soil, a reminder of a century of Western white colonialism." Bush also warned that Iraq posed a nuclear threat. True enough. But so did the United States, France, Israel, and every other country that already had nuclear weapons. Iraq, on the other hand, according to American, British, and Israeli experts, was 5 to 10 years away from being able to build and use nuclear weapons. It's unlikely that the president himself believed there was any such danger. His warning came only after a poll showed that a plurality of Americans felt that preventing Iraq from acquiring nuclear weapons was the most persuasive argument for going to war. One factor not mentioned by Bush as a reason for the intervention, but which, in fact, probably played an important role, was the Pentagon's desire to make or strengthen agreements with Gulf region countries for an ongoing U.S. military presence. And considerable progress along these lines appears to have been made. General Schwarzkopf had earlier told Congress that U.S. presence in the Gulf is one of the 3 pillars of overall military strategy, along with security assistance and combined exercises, all of which lead to all-important access, which one can take as a euphemism for influence and control. After the war, the existence of a network of military communication systems, superbases, in Saudi Arabia was revealed. 10 years in the building by the United States in maximum secrecy, its cost of almost $200 billion paid for by the Saudis, its use during the Gulf War indispensable, it may explain why Bush moved so quickly to defend Saudi Arabia, albeit against a non-existent threat. "Stop me before I kill again." Joseph Stalin studied for the priesthood. Adolf Hitler was a vegetarian and anti-smoking. Hermann Goering, while his Luftwaffe rained death upon Europe, kept a sign in his office that read, "He who tortures animals wounds the feelings of the German people." This fact Elie Wiesel called the greatest discovery of the war. That Adolf Eichmann was cultured, read deeply, played the violin. Mussolini also played the violin. Charles Manson was a staunch anti-vivisectionist. About Panama, as we have seen, after he ordered the bombing, George Bush said that his heart goes out to the families who have died in Panama. And when he was asked, was it really worth it to send people to their death for this? To get Noriega? He replied, "Every human life is precious, and yet I have to answer, yes, it has been worth it." About Iraq, Bush said, "People say to me, 'How many lives? How many lives can you expend? Each one is precious.'" Just before ordering the start of the war against Iraq in January, Bush prayed, as tears ran down his cheeks. "I think," he later said, "that, like a lot of others who had positions of responsibility in sending someone else's kids to war, we realized that in prayer what mattered is how it might have seemed to God. God, one surmises, might have asked George Bush about the kids of Iraq. And the adults, and in a testy, rather ungodlike manner, might have cracked, 'So stop wasting all the precious lives already.'" Tanks pulling plows moved alongside trenches, firing into the Iraqi soldiers inside the trenches as the plows covered them with great mounds of sand. Thousands were buried, dead, wounded, or alive. U.S. forces fired on Iraqi soldiers after the Iraqis had raised white flags of surrender. The Navy commander who gave the order to fire was not punished. The bombing destroyed 2 operational nuclear reactors in Iraq. It was the first time ever that live reactors had been bombed, and may well have set a dangerous precedent. Hardly more than a month had passed since the United Nations, under whose mandate the United States was supposedly operating, had passed a resolution reaffirming its prohibition of military attacks on nuclear facilities in the Middle East. Sundry chemical, including chemical warfare, facilities and alleged biological warfare plants, were also targets of American bombs. General Schwarzkopf then announced that they had been very careful in selecting the means of destruction of these as well as the nuclear facilities, and only after a lot of advice from a lot of very, very prominent scientists, and were 99.9% certain that there was no contamination. However, European scientists and environmentalists detected traces of chemical weapons agents that the bombings had released, as well as chemical fallout and toxic vapors, also released by the air attacks that were killing scores of civilians. The American government and media had a lot of fun with an obvious piece of Iraqi propaganda, the claim that a bombed biological warfare facility had actually been a baby food factory. But it turned out that the government of New Zealand and various business people from there had had intimate contact with the factory and categorically confirmed that it had indeed been a baby food factory. The United States also made wide use of advanced depleted uranium, DU, shells, rockets and missiles, leaving tons of radioactive and toxic rubble in Kuwait and Iraq. The United Kingdom Atomic Energy Authority, in an April 1991 secret report, warned that if DU gets in the food chain or water, this will create potential health problems. The uranium-238 used to make the weapons can cause cancer and genetic defects if inhaled. Uranium is also chemically toxic, like lead. Inhalation causes heavy metal poisoning or kidney or lung damage. Iraqi soldiers, pinned down in their bunkers during assaults, were almost certainly poisoned by radioactive dust clouds. The civilian population suffered in the extreme from the relentless bombing. Middle East Watch, the human rights organization, has documented numerous instances of the bombing of apartment houses, crowded markets, bridges filled with pedestrians and civilian vehicles, and a busy central bus station, usually in broad daylight, without a government building or military target of any kind in sight, not even an anti-aircraft gun. On February 12th, the Pentagon announced that virtually everything militarily is either destroyed or combat ineffective. Yet the next day there was a deliberate bombardment of a civilian air raid shelter that took the lives of as many as 1,500 civilians, a great number of them women and children. This was followed by significant bombardment of various parts of Iraq on a daily basis for the remaining 2 weeks of the war, including what was reported for the 18th in The Guardian of London as one of the coalition's most ferocious attacks on the center of Baghdad. What was the purpose of the bombing campaign after the 12th? The United States said it thought that the shelter was for VIPs, which it had been at one time, and claimed that it was also being used as a military communications center. But neighborhood residents insisted that the constant aerial surveillance overhead had to observe the daily flow of women and children into the shelter. Western reporters said they could find no signs of military use. An American journalist in Jordan who viewed unedited videotape footage of the disaster, which the American public never saw, wrote, "They showed scenes of incredible carnage. Nearly all the bodies were charred into blackness. In some cases, the heat had been so great that entire limbs were burned off. Rescue workers collapsed in grief, dropping corpses. Some rescuers vomited from the stench of the still smoldering bodies," said White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater after the bombing of the shelter. "It was a military target. We don't know why civilians were at this location, but we do know that Saddam Hussein does not share our value in the sanctity of life," said George Bush, when criticized for the bombing campaign. "I am concerned about the suffering of innocents. The crippling of the electrical system multiplied geometrically the daily living horror of the people of Iraq." As a modern country, Iraq was reliant on electrical power for essential services such as water purification and distribution, sewage treatment, the operation of hospitals and medical laboratories, and agricultural production. Bomb damage, exacerbated by shortages attributable to the UN/US embargo, dropped electricity to 3 or 4% of its pre-war level. The water supply fell to 5%, oil production was negligible, the food distribution system was devastated, the sewage system collapsed, flooding houses with raw sewage, and gastroenteritis and extreme malnutrition were prevalent. 2 months after the war ended, a public health team from Harvard University visited health facilities in several Iraqi cities. Based on their research, The group projected, conservatively, that at least 170,000 children under 5 years of age will die in the coming year from the delayed effects of the destruction of electrical power, fuel, and transportation. A large increase in deaths among the rest of the population is also likely. The immediate cause of death in most cases will be waterborne infectious disease in combination with severe malnutrition. One member of both the Harvard group and a later research group which visited Iraq testified before Congress that children play in the raw sewage which is backed up in the streets. Two world-renowned child psychologists stated that the children in Iraq were the most traumatized children of war ever described, despite repeated statements by American authorities about taking the greatest of care to hit only military targets, using smart bombs and laser-guided bombs and surgical strikes. We now know that this was little more than an exercise in propaganda, just as referring to this suffering as collateral damage was. After the war, the Pentagon admitted that non-military facilities had been extensively targeted for political reasons. Comprehensive post-World War II government studies had concluded that the dread of disease and the hardships imposed by the lack of sanitary facilities were bound to have a demoralizing effect upon the civilian population, and that there was a reliable and striking correlation between the disruption of public utilities and the willingness of the German population to accept unconditional surrender. In the Iraqi case, there was a further motivation: to encourage desperate citizens to rise up and overthrow Saddam Hussein. Said a U.S. Air Force planner, "Big picture, we wanted to let people know, get rid of this guy and we'll be more than happy to assist in rebuilding. We're not going to tolerate Saddam Hussein or his regime. Fix that, and we'll fix your electricity." Those who tried to escape the bombing horror in Iraq by fleeing to Jordan were subjected to air attacks on the highway between Baghdad and the Jordanian border. Buses, taxis, and private cars were repeatedly assaulted, literally without mercy, by rockets, cluster bombs, and machine guns. Usually in broad daylight, the targets clearly civilian with luggage piled on top, with no military vehicles or structures anywhere to be seen. Surrounded by open desert, the attacking planes flying extremely close to the ground, busloads of passengers incinerated, and when people left the vehicles and fled for their lives, planes often swooped down upon them, firing away. "You're killing us," cried a Jordanian taxi driver to an American reporter. "You're shooting us everywhere we move. Whenever they see a car or truck, the planes dive out of the sky and chase us. They don't care who we are or what we are. They just shoot." His cry was repeated by hundreds of others. The U.S. military, it appears, felt that any vehicle, including those filled with families, might be a cover for carrying military fuel or other war material, some perhaps related to Scud missiles, and even carrying civilian fuel was a violation of the embargo. At the very end, when the hungry, wounded, sick, exhausted, disoriented, demoralized, ragged, sometimes barefoot Iraqi army, which had scarcely shown any desire to fight, left Kuwait and headed toward Basra in southern Iraq, Saddam tried to salvage a pathetic scrap of dignity by announcing that his army was withdrawing because of special circumstances. But even this was too much for George Bush to grant. "Saddam's most recent speech is an outrage," declared the president, forcefully. "He is not withdrawing. His defeated forces are retreating. He is trying to claim victory in the midst of a rout. This could not be permitted." Thus it was that American air power in all its majesty swept down upon the road to Basra, bombing, rocketing, strafing everything that moved in the long column of Iraqi military and civilian vehicles, troops and refugees. The nice, God-fearing, wholesome American GIs, soon to be welcomed as heroes at home, had a ball. We toasted him. We hit the jackpot. A turkey shoot. This morning was bumper to bumper. It was the road to Daytona Beach at spring break. And spring breaks over. Again and again, as loudspeakers on the Carrier Ranger blared Rossini's William Tell Overture, the rousing theme song of the Lone Ranger, one strike force after another took off with their load of missiles and anti-tank and anti-personnel rock-eye cluster bombs, which explode into a deadly rain of armor-piercing bomblets. Land-based B-52s joined in with 1,000-pound bombs. It's not going to take too many more days until there's nothing left of them. Shooting fish in a barrel. Basically just sitting ducks. There's just nothing like it. It's the biggest 4th of July show you've ever seen, and to see those tanks just boom and more stuff just keeps spewing out of them. They just become white hot. It's wonderful. The British Daily, The Independent, although it supported the war, denounced the glee with which the Americans carried out the barrage, saying it turned the stomachs and was sickening to witness a routed army being shot in the back. A BBC radio reporter summed up the attack by asking, "What threat could these pathetic remnants of Saddam Hussein's beaten army have posed? Wasn't it obvious that the people of the convoy would have given themselves up willingly without the application of such ferocious weaponry? And all this against a foe that had for 5 days been calling for a ceasefire. But heaven forbid that the Americans should offend any of the people of the Gulf." Thus it was that GIs were taught things like never to use their left hand when offering food or drink, for that hand is traditionally reserved for sanitary functions, and the proper way to beckon an Arab with one's hand and fingers so as not to confuse it with beckoning a dog. We also have the story of the American pilot who, during an earlier bombing operation, stuffed into his identification packet a $20 bill and a note written in Arabic, Farsi, Turkish, and English. It said, "I am an American and do not speak your language. I bear no malice toward your people." Then he was off, roaring through the skies toward Iraq with his payload of bombs. Did the GIs bear any malice toward their female soldiers in arms? One post-war study found that more than half the women who served in the Gulf War felt that they had been sexually harassed verbally, while 8%, almost 3,000, had been the objects of attempted or completed sexual assaults. And immediately after George Bush ordered the bombing to begin, his rating with the American people jumped for joy. An 82% approval rating, the highest ever in his 2 years in office, higher even than after his invasion of Panama. One journalist later noted, "1 minute of nightly truth on this popular war would have changed American public opinion. If for just 60 seconds the 6 o'clock Monday news had shown 5,000 Iraqi soldiers with hideous phosphorus burns that alter human anatomy followed by 60 seconds Tuesday night of the slaughter at the Baghdad bomb shelter. What if on Wednesday Americans had seen 10,000 Iraqi soldiers incinerated by American high-tech weapons?" Ever since the Iraqi invasion in August, and despite the many confusing soundbites and heavy rhetoric emanating from the White House, one thing seemed clear enough. If Iraq agreed to withdraw from Kuwait, military attacks against it would not take place, or would cease whatever other punishment or sanctions might continue. Thus, it seemed like a ray of hope, however late, when the Soviet Union succeeded on 21 to 22 February 1991 in getting Iraq to agree to withdraw completely the day after a ceasefire of all military operations went into effect. The agreement came with specified timetables and monitoring. George Bush refused to offer a ceasefire, per se. He could not even bring himself to mention the word in his replies. All he would say was that the retreating Iraqi forces would not be attacked, which turned out to be untrue, and that the coalition will exercise restraint. Saddam could have chosen to take this as the ceasefire, but he was as proud and stubborn as George. The point Bush emphasized the most during these 2 crucial days, as well as earlier, was that Iraq must comply with all 12 UN resolutions. In evaluating Bush's legalistic demands, it should be kept in mind that the policy and practice of the American war had repeatedly violated the letter and the spirit of the United Nations Charter, the Hague Conventions, the Geneva Conventions, the Nuremberg Tribunal, the protocols of the International Committee of the Red Cross, and the U.S. Constitution, amongst other cherished documents. In the end, Bush gave Saddam 24 hours to begin withdrawing from Kuwait, period. When the time came and went, the United States launched the long-expected ground war, while the aerial attacks, including the carnage on the road to Basra, continued until the end of the month, said Vitaly Ignitenko, a spokesman for Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev. It seems that President Gorbachev cares more about saving the lives of American soldiers than George Bush does. In a post-war survey, a United Nations inspection team declared that the Allied bombardment had had a near-apocalyptic impact on Iraq and had transformed the country into a pre-industrial age nation, which had been until January a rather highly urbanized and mechanized society. It will never be known how many hundreds of thousands of Iraqis died from the direct and indirect effects of the war. The count is added to every day. With the United States refusing to end the embargo against Iraq, everything has continued. Malnutrition, starvation, lack of medicines and vaccines, contaminated drinking water, human excrement piling up, typhoid, a near epidemic of measles, several other diseases. Iraq's food supply had been 70% dependent on imports, Now billions of dollars were frozen in overseas accounts, and with prohibitive restrictions on selling its oil. An inability to rebuild because vital parts could not be imported. Industry closing its doors, mass unemployment, transportation and communications broken down. By September 1994, with Washington still refusing to release its death grip on the embargo, the Iraqi government announced that since the sanctions had begun in August 1990, about 400,000 children had died of malnutrition and disease. After the war, when the Iraqi government was repressing a Kurdish revolt, which the U.S. had encouraged, then failed to support, Bush said, "I feel frustrated any time innocent civilians are being slaughtered." This was the second time the United States had led the Kurdish lambs to slaughter with a broken commitment. See Iraq 1972-75 chapter. Washington had also encouraged the Shiite Muslims in Iraq to rebel, then did not back them. The U.S. was not looking to foster a Kurdish government that would upset Turkey, nor a Shiite government that might well become an ally of Iran or inspire Muslim fundamentalists elsewhere in the Middle East. American mental hospitals and prisons are home to many people who claim to have heard a voice telling them to kill certain people they'd never met before, people who'd never done them any harm or threatened any harm. American soldiers went to the Persian Gulf to kill the same kind of people after hearing a voice command them. The voice of George Herbert Walker Bush.
53. Afghanistan 1979 à 1992.
America's jihad. His followers first gained attention by throwing acid in the faces of women who refused to wear the veil. CIA and State Department officials I have spoken with call him scary, vicious, a fascist, definite dictatorship material. This did not prevent the United States government from showering the man with large amounts of aid to fight against the Soviet-supported government of Afghanistan. His name was Gulbuddin Hekmatyar. He was the head of the Islamic Party and he hated the United States almost as much as he hated the Russians. His followers screamed, "Death to America," along with death to the Soviet Union. Only the Russians were not showering him with large amounts of aid. The United States began supporting Afghan Islamic fundamentalists in 1979 despite the fact that in February of that year some of them had kidnapped the American ambassador in the capital city of Kabul, leading to his death in the rescue attempt. The support continued even after their brother Islamic fundamentalists in next-door Iran seized the U.S. Embassy in Tehran in November and held 55 Americans hostage for over a year. Hekmatyar and his colleagues were, after all, in battle against the Soviet evil empire. He was thus an important member of those forces Ronald Reagan called freedom fighters. On April 27, 1978, a coup staged by the People's Democratic Party, PDP, overthrew the government of Mohammed Daoud. Daoud, 5 years earlier, had overthrown the monarchy and established a republic, although he himself was a member of the royal family. He had been supported by the left in this endeavor, but it turned out that Daoud's royal blood was thicker than his progressive water. When the Daoud regime had a PDP leader killed, arrested the rest of the leadership, and purged hundreds of suspected party sympathizers from government posts, the PDP, aided by its supporters in the army, revolted and took power. Afghanistan was a backward nation. A life expectancy of about 40, infant mortality of at least 25%, absolutely primitive sanitation, widespread malnutrition, illiteracy of more than 90%, very few highways, not 1 mile of railway, most people living in nomadic tribes or as impoverished farmers in mud villages, identifying more with ethnic groups than with a larger political concept, a life scarcely different from many centuries earlier. Reform with a socialist bent was the new government's ambition. Land reform, while still retaining private property, controls on prices and profits, and strengthening of the public sector, as well as separation of church and state, eradication of illiteracy, legalization of trade unions, and the emancipation of women in a land almost entirely Muslim. Afghanistan's 1,000-mile border with the Soviet Union had always produced a special relationship. Even while it was a monarchy, the country had been under the strong influence of its powerful northern neighbor, which had long been its largest trading partner, aid donor, and military supplier. But the country had never been gobbled up by the Soviets, a fact that perhaps lends credence to the oft-repeated Soviet claim that their hegemony over Eastern Europe was only to create a buffer between themselves and the frequently invading West. Nevertheless, For decades, Washington and the Shah of Iran tried to pressure and bribe Afghanistan in order to roll back Russian influence in the country. During the Daoud regime, Iran, encouraged by the United States, sought to replace the Soviet Union as Kabul's biggest donor with a $2 billion economic aid agreement, and urged Afghanistan to join the Regional Cooperation for Development, which consisted of Iran, Pakistan, and Turkey. This organization was attacked by the Soviet Union and its friends in Afghanistan as being a branch of CENTO, the 1950s Regional Security Pact that was part of the U.S. policy of containment of the Soviet Union. At the same time, Iran's infamous secret police, SAVAK, was busy fingering suspected communist sympathizers in the Afghan government and military. In September 1975, prodded by Iran, which was conditioning its aid on such policies, Daoud dismissed 40 Soviet-trained military officers and moved to reduce future Afghan dependence on officer training in the USSR by initiating training arrangements with India and Egypt. Most important, in Soviet eyes, Daoud gradually broke off his alliance with the PDP, announcing that he would start his own party and ban all other political activity under a projected new constitution. Selig Harrison, the Washington Post's South Asia specialist, wrote an article in 1979 entitled, "The Shah, Not the Kremlin, Touched Off Afghan Coup," concluding, "The communist takeover in Kabul April 1978 came about when it did, and in the way that it did, because the Shah disturbed the tenuous equilibrium that had existed in Afghanistan between the Soviet Union and the West for nearly 3 decades. In Iranian and American eyes, Tehran's offensive was merely designed to make Kabul more truly non-aligned, but it went far beyond that. Given the unusually long frontier with Afghanistan, the Soviet Union would clearly go to great lengths to prevent Kabul from moving once again toward a pro-Western stance. When the Shah was overthrown in January 1979, the United States lost its chief ally and outpost in the Soviet border region, as well as its military installations and electronic monitoring stations aimed at the Soviet Union. Washington's cold warriors could only eye Afghanistan even more covetously than before. After the April Revolution, the new government under President Noor Mohammad Taraki declared a commitment to Islam within a secular state and to non-alignment in foreign affairs. It maintained that the coup had not been foreign-inspired, that it was not a communist takeover, and that they were not communists but rather nationalists and revolutionaries. No official or traditional communist party had ever existed in Afghanistan. But because of its radical reform program, its class struggle and anti-imperialist type rhetoric, its support of all the usual suspects, Cuba, North Korea, etc., its signing of a friendship treaty and other cooperative agreements with the Soviet Union, and an increased presence in the country of Soviet civilian and military advisors, though probably less than the U.S. had in Iran at the time. It was labeled communist by the world's media and by its domestic opponents. Whether or not the new government in Afghanistan should properly have been called communist, whether or not it made any difference what it was called, the lines were now drawn for political, military, and propaganda battle. A jihad, holy war, between fundamentalist Muslims and godless atheistic communists. Afghan nationalism versus a Soviet-run government. Large landowners, tribal chiefs, businessmen, the extended royal family, and others versus the government's economic reforms. Said the new prime minister about this elite, who were needed to keep the country running, "Every effort will be made to attract them. But we want to re-educate them in such a manner that they should think about the people, and not, as previously, just about themselves, to have a good house and a nice car while other people die of hunger." The Afghan government was trying to drag the country into the 20th century. In May 1979, British political scientist Fred Halliday observed that probably more has changed in the countryside over the last year than in the 2 centuries since the state was established. Peasant debts to landlords had been cancelled, the system of usury, by which peasants, who were forced to borrow money against future crops, were left in perpetual debt to moneylenders, was abolished, and hundreds of schools and medical clinics were being built in the countryside. Halliday also reported that a substantial land redistribution program was underway, with many of the 200,000 rural families scheduled to receive land under this reform already having done so. But this last claim must be approached with caution. Revolutionary land reform is always an extremely complex and precarious undertaking even under the best of conditions, and ultra-backward, tradition-bound Afghanistan in the midst of nascent civil war hardly offered the best of conditions for social experiments. The reforms also encroached into the sensitive area of Islamic subjugation of women by outlawing child marriage and the giving of a woman in marriage in exchange for money or commodities, and teaching women to read, at a time when certain Islamic sectors were openly calling for the reinforcement of purdah, the seclusion of women from public observation. Halliday noted that the People's Democratic Party saw the Soviet Union as the only realistic source of support for the long-overdue modernization. The illiterate Afghan peasants' ethnic cousins across the border in the Soviet Union were, after all, often university graduates and professionals. The argument of the Mujahideen, holy warriors, rebels that the communist government would curtail their religious freedom was never borne out in practice. A year and a half after the change in government, the conservative British magazine The Economist reported that no restrictions had been imposed on religious practice. Earlier, the New York Times stated that the religious issue is being used by some Afghans who actually object more to President Taraki's plans for land reforms and other changes in this feudal society. Many of the Muslim clergy were in fact rich landowners. The rebels, concluded a BBC reporter who spent 4 months with them, are fighting to retain their feudal system and stop the Kabul government's left-wing reforms which are considered anti-Islamic. The two other nations which shared a long border with Afghanistan and were closely allied to the United States expressed their fears of the new government. To the west, Iran, still under the Shah, worried about threats to oil passage routes in the Persian Gulf. Pakistan, to the south, spoke of threats from a hostile and expansionist Afghanistan. 2 months after the April 1978 coup, an alliance formed by a number of conservative Islamic factions was waging guerrilla war against the government. By spring 1979, fighting was taking place on many fronts, and the State Department was cautioning the Soviet Union that its advisors in Afghanistan should not interfere militarily in the civil strife. One such warning in the summer by State Department spokesman Harding Carter was another of those Washington monuments to chutzpah. We expect the principle of non-intervention to be respected by all parties in the area, including the Soviet Union. This while the Soviets were charging the CIA with arming Afghan exiles in Pakistan, and the Afghanistan government was accusing Pakistan and Iran of also aiding the guerrillas and even of crossing the border to take part in the fighting. Pakistan had recently taken its own sharp turn towards strict Muslim orthodoxy, which the Afghan government deplored as fanatic, while in January, Iran had established a Muslim state after overthrowing the Shah. As opposed to the Afghan fundamentalist freedom fighters, the Iranian Islamic fundamentalists were regularly described in the West as terrorists, ultra-conservatives, and anti-democratic. A favorite tactic of the Afghan freedom fighters was to torture victims, often Russians, by first cutting off their noses, ears, and genitals, then removing one slice of skin after another, producing a slow, very painful death. The Mujahideen also killed a Canadian tourist and 6 West Germans, including 2 children, and a U.S. military attaché was dragged from his car and beaten, all due to the rebels' apparent inability to distinguish Russians from other Europeans. In March 1979, Taraki went to Moscow to press the Soviets to send ground troops to help the Afghan army put down the Mujahideen. He was promised military assistance, but ground troops could not be committed. Soviet Prime Minister Kosygin told the Afghan leader, "The entry of our troops into Afghanistan would outrage the international community, triggering a string of extremely negative consequences in many different areas. Our common enemies are just waiting for the moment when Soviet troops appear in Afghanistan. This will give them the excuse they need to send armed bands into the country." In September, the question became completely academic for Noor Mohammad Taraki, for he was ousted and his death soon announced, in an intra-party struggle and replaced by his own deputy prime minister, Hafizullah Amin. Although Taraki had sometimes been heavy-handed in implementing the reform program and had created opposition even amongst the intended beneficiaries, he turned out to be a moderate compared to Amin, who tried to institute social change by riding roughshod over tradition and tribal and ethnic autonomy. The Kremlin was unhappy with Amin. The fact that he had been involved in the overthrow and death of the much-favored Taraki was bad enough. But the Soviets also regarded him as thoroughly unsuitable for the task that was Moscow's sine qua non, preventing an anti-communist Islamic state from arising in Afghanistan. Amin gave reform an exceedingly bad name. The KGB station in Kabul, in pressing for Amin's removal, stated that his usurpation of power would lead to harsh repressions and, as a reaction, the activation and consolidation of the opposition. Moreover, as we shall see, the Soviets were highly suspicious about Amin's ideological convictions. Thus it was that what in March had been unthinkable, in December became a reality. Soviet troops began to arrive in Afghanistan around the 8th of the month, to what extent at Amin's request or with his approval, and, consequently, whether to call the action an invasion or not, has been the subject of much discussion and controversy. On the 23rd, the Washington Post commented, "There was no charge, by the State Department, that the Soviets have invaded Afghanistan, since the troops apparently were invited." However, at a meeting with Soviet bloc ambassadors in October, Amin's foreign minister had openly criticized the Soviet Union for interfering in Afghan affairs. Amin himself insisted that Moscow replace its ambassador. Yet, on December 26, while the main body of Soviet troops was arriving in Afghanistan, Amin gave a relaxed interview to an Arab journalist. "The Soviets," he said, "supply my country with economic and military aid, but at the same time they respect our independence and our sovereignty. They do not interfere in our domestic affairs." He also spoke approvingly of the USSR's willingness to accept his veto on military bases. The very next day, a Soviet military force stormed the presidential palace and shot Amin dead. He was replaced by Bubruk Karmal, who had been vice president and deputy prime minister in the 1978 revolutionary government. Moscow denied any part in Amin's death, though they didn't pretend to be sorry about it, as Brezhnev made clear. The actions of the aggressors against Afghanistan were facilitated by Amin who, on seizing power, started cruelly repressing broad sections of Afghan society, party and military cadres, members of the intelligentsia and of the Muslim clergy, that is, the very sections on which the April Revolution relied. And the people under the leadership of the People's Democratic Party, headed by Bubruk Karmal, rose against Amin's tyranny and put an end to it. Now in Washington and some other capitals they are mourning Amin. This exposes their hypocrisy with particular clarity. Where were these mourners when Amin was conducting mass repressions, when he forcibly removed and unlawfully killed Taraki, the founder of the new Afghan state? After Amin's ouster and execution, the public thronged the streets in a holiday spirit. "If Karmal could have overthrown Amin without the Russians," observed a Western diplomat, "he would have been seen as a hero of the people." The Soviet government and press repeatedly referred to Amin as a CIA agent, a charge which was greeted with great skepticism in the United States and elsewhere. However, enough circumstantial evidence supporting the charge exists so that it perhaps should not be dismissed entirely out of hand. During the late 1950s and early 60s, Amin had attended Columbia University Teachers College and the University of Wisconsin. This was a heyday period for the CIA, using impressive bribes and threats to regularly try to recruit foreign students in the United States to act as agents for them when they returned home. During this period, at least one president of the Afghanistan Students Association (ASA), Zia H. Norzai, was working with the CIA in the United States and later became president of the Afghanistan State Treasury. One of the Afghan students whom Norzai and the CIA tried in vain to recruit, Abdul Latif Attaki, declared in 1967 that a good number of the key officials in the Afghanistan government who studied in the United States are either CIA-trained or indoctrinated. Some are cabinet-level people. It has been reported that in 1963 Amin became head of the ASA, but this has not been corroborated. However, it is known that the ASA received part of its funding from the Asia Foundation, the CIA's principal front in Asia for many years, and that at one time Amin was associated with this organization. In September 1979, the month that Amin took power, the American charge d'affaires in Kabul, Bruce Amstutz, began to hold friendly meetings with him to reassure him that he need not worry about his unhappy Soviet allies as long as the U.S. maintained a strong presence in Afghanistan. The strategy may have worked, for later in the month, Amin made a special appeal to Amstutz for improved relations with the United States. 2 days later in New York, the Afghan foreign minister quietly expressed the same sentiments to State Department officials. And at the end of October, the U.S. Embassy in Kabul reported that Amin was painfully aware of the exiled leadership the Soviets were keeping on the shelf, a reference to Karmal who was living in Czechoslovakia. Under normal circumstances, the Amin-U.S. meetings might be regarded as routine and innocent diplomatic contact, But these were hardly normal circumstances. The Afghan government was engaged in a civil war, and the United States was supporting the other side. Moreover, it can be said that Amin, by his ruthlessness, was doing just what an American agent would be expected to do: discrediting the People's Democratic Party, the party's reforms, the idea of socialism or communism, and the Soviet Union, all associated in one package. Amin also conducted purges in the Army Officer Corps, which seriously undermined the Army's combat capabilities. But why would Amin, if he were actually plotting with the Americans, request Soviet military forces on several occasions? The main reason appears to be that he was being pressed to do so by high levels of the PDP, and he had to comply for the sake of appearances. Bubruk Karmal has suggested other, more Machiavellian scenarios. The Carter administration jumped on the issue of the Soviet invasion and soon launched a campaign of righteous indignation, imposing what President Carter called penalties, from halting the delivery of grain to the Soviet Union to keeping the U.S. team out of the 1980 Olympics in Moscow. The Russians countered that the U.S. was enraged by the intervention because Washington had been plotting to turn the country into an American base to replace the loss of Iran. Unsurprisingly, on this seemingly clear-cut anti-communist issue, the American public and media easily fell in line with the president. The Wall Street Journal called for a military reaction, the establishment of U.S. bases in the Middle East, reinstatement of draft registration, development of a new missile, and giving the CIA more leeway, adding, "Clearly we ought to keep open the chance of covert aid to Afghan rebels." The last, whether the newspaper knew it or not, had actually been going on for some time. For some period prior to the Soviet invasion, the CIA had been beaming radio propaganda into Afghanistan and cultivating alliances with exiled Afghan guerrilla leaders by donating medicine and communications equipment. U.S. Foreign Service officers had been meeting with Mujahideen leaders to determine their needs at least as early as April 1979. And in July, President Carter had signed a finding to aid the rebels covertly, which led to the United States providing them with cash, weapons, equipment and supplies, and engaging in propaganda and other psychological operations in Afghanistan on their behalf. Intervention in the Afghan Civil War by the United States, Iran, Pakistan, China, and others gave the Russians grave concern about who was going to wield power next door. They consistently cited these aggressive imperialist forces to rationalize their own intervention into Afghanistan, which was the first time Soviet ground troops had engaged in military action anywhere in the world outside its post-World War II Eastern European borders. The potential establishment of an anti-communist Islamic state on the borders of the Soviet Union's own republics in Soviet Central Asia that were home to some 40 million Muslims could not be regarded with equanimity by the Kremlin any more than Washington could be unruffled about a communist takeover in Mexico. As we have seen repeatedly, the United States did not limit its defense perimeter to its immediate neighbors, or even to Western Europe, but to the entire globe. President Carter declared that the Persian Gulf area was now threatened by Soviet troops in Afghanistan, that this area was synonymous with U.S. interests, and that the United States would defend it against any threat by all means necessary. He called the Soviet action the greatest threat to peace since the Second World War, a statement that required overlooking a great deal of post-war history. But 1980 was an election year. Brezhnev, on the other hand, declared that the national interests or security of the United States of America and other states are in no way affected by the events in Afghanistan. All attempts to portray matters otherwise are sheer nonsense. The Carter administration was equally dismissive of Soviet concerns. National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski later stated that the issue was not what might have been Brezhnev's subjective motives in going into Afghanistan, but the objective consequences of a Soviet military presence so much closer to the Persian Gulf. The stage was now set for 12 long years of the most horrific kind of warfare, a daily atrocity for the vast majority of the Afghan people who never asked for or wanted this war. But the Soviet Union was determined that its borders must be unthreatening. The Afghan government was committed to its goal of a secular, reformed Afghanistan. And the United States was intent upon making this the Soviets' Vietnam, slowly bleeding as the Americans had. At the same time, American policymakers could not fail to understand, though they dared not say it publicly and explicitly, that support of the Mujahideen, many of whom carried pictures of the Ayatollah Khomeini with them, could lead to a fundamentalist Islamic state being established in Afghanistan every bit as repressive as in next-door Iran, which in the 1980s was public enemy number one in America. Neither could the word terrorist cross the lips of Washington officials in speaking of their new allies/clients, though these same people shot down civilian airliners and planted bombs at the airport. In 1986, British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, whose emotional invectives against terrorists were second to none, welcomed Abdul Haq, an Afghan rebel leader who admitted that he had ordered the planting of a bomb at Kabul airport in 1984 which killed at least 28 people. Such, then, were the scruples of Cold War anti-communists in late 20th century. As Anastasio Somoza had been our son of a bitch, the Mujahideen were now our fanatic terrorists. At the beginning there had been some thought given to the morality of the policy. The question here, a senior official in the Carter administration said, was whether it was morally acceptable that, in order to keep the Soviets off balance, which was the reason for the operation, it was permissible to use other lives for our geopolitical interests. But such sentiments could not survive. Afghanistan was a Cold Warrior's dream. The CIA and the Pentagon, finally, had one of their proxy armies in direct confrontation with the forces of the evil empire. There was no price too high to pay for this Super Nintendo game, neither the hundreds of thousands of Afghan lives, nor the destruction of Afghan society, nor $3 billion of American taxpayer money poured into a bottomless hole, much of it going only to make a few Afghans and Pakistanis rich. Congress was equally enthused, without even the moral uncertainty that made them cautious about arming the Nicaraguan Contras, and became a veritable bipartisan horn of plenty as it allocated more and more money for the effort each year. Charles Wilson of Texas expressed a not atypical sentiment of official Washington when he declared, "There were 58,000 dead in Vietnam and we owe the Russians one. I have a slight obsession with it because of Vietnam. I thought the Soviets ought to get a dose of it. I've been of the opinion that this money was better spent to hurt our adversaries than other money in the Defense Department budget." The CIA became the grand coordinator, purchasing or arranging the manufacture of Soviet-style weapons from Egypt, China, Poland, Israel, and elsewhere, or supplying their own, arranging for military training by Americans, Egyptians, Chinese, and Iranians, hitting up Middle Eastern countries for donations, notably Saudi Arabia, which gave many hundreds of millions of dollars in aid each year, totaling probably more than $1 billion, pressuring and bribing Pakistan, with whom recent American relations had been very poor, to rent out its country as a military staging area and sanctuary, putting the Pakistani director of military operations, Brigadier Mian Muhammad Afzal, onto the CIA payroll to ensure Pakistani cooperation. Military and economic aid which had been cut off would be restored, Pakistan was told by the United States, if they would join the Great Crusade. Only a month before the Soviet intervention, anti-American mobs had burned and ransacked the U.S. Embassy in Islamabad and American cultural centers in 2 other Pakistani cities. The American ambassador in Libya reported that Muammar Gaddafi was sending the rebels $250,000 as well, but this, presumably, was not at the request of the CIA. Washington left it to the Pakistanis to decide which of the various Afghan guerrilla groups should be the beneficiaries of much of this largesse. As one observer put it, according to conventional wisdom at the time, the United States would not repeat the mistake of Vietnam, micromanaging a war in a culture it did not understand. Not everyone in Pakistan was bought out. The independent Islamabad daily newspaper, The Muslim, more than once accused the United States of being ready to fight to the last Afghan. We are not flattered to be termed a frontline state by Washington. Washington does not seem to be in any mood to seek an early settlement of a war whose benefits it is reaping at no cost of American manpower. It's not actually clear whether there was any loss of American lives in the war. On several occasions in the late 80s, the Kabul government announced that Americans had been killed in the fighting, and in 1985 a London newspaper reported that some 24 American black Muslims were in Afghanistan, fighting alongside the Mujahideen in a jihad that a fundamentalist interpretation of the Quran says all believers in Islam must do at least once in their lives. Several of the black Muslims returned to the United States after being wounded. Soviet aggression, Soviet invasion, Soviet swallowing up another innocent state as part of their plan to conquer the world, or at least the Middle East. This was the predominant and lasting lesson taught by Washington official pronouncements and the mainstream U.S. media about the war, and the sum total of knowledge for the average American, although Afghanistan had retained its independence during 60 years of living in peace next door to the Soviet Union. Zbigniew Brzezinski, albeit unrelentingly anti-Soviet, repeatedly speaks of the fact of Afghanistan's neutrality in his memoirs. The country had been neutral even during the Second World War. One would have to look long and hard at the information and rhetoric offered to the American public following the Soviet intervention to derive even a hint that the Civil War was essentially a struggle over deep-seated social reform, while an actual discussion of the issue was virtually non-existent. Prior to the intervention, one could get a taste of this, such as the following from the New York Times: "Land reform attempts undermined their village chiefs. Portraits of Lenin threatened their religious leaders." But it was the Kabul revolutionary government's granting of new rights to women that pushed Orthodox Muslim men in the Pashtun villages of eastern Afghanistan into picking up their guns. The government said our women had to attend meetings and our children had to go to schools. This threatens our religion. We had to fight. The government imposed various ordinances allowing women freedom to marry anyone they chose without their parents' consent. Throughout the 1980s, the Karmel and then the Najibullah regimes, despite the exigencies of the war, pursued a program of modernization and broadening of their base. Bringing electricity to villages along with health clinics, a measure of land reform and literacy. Releasing numerous prisoners unlawfully incarcerated by Amin. Bringing mullahs and other non-party people into the government, trying to carry it all out with moderation and sensitivity instead of confronting the traditional structures head-on. Reiterating its commitment to Islam, rebuilding and constructing mosques, exempting land owned by religious dignitaries and their institutions from land reform. Trying, in short, to avoid the gross mistakes of the Amin government with its rush to force changes down people's throats. Selig Harrison, writing in 1988, stated, "The Afghan communists see themselves as nationalists and modernizers. They rationalize their collaboration with the Russians as the only way available to consolidate their revolution in the face of foreign interference. The commitment of the communists to rapid modernization enables them to win a grudging tolerance from many members of the modern-minded middle class, who feel trapped between two fires, the Russians and fanatic Muslims opposed to social reforms." The program of the Kabul government eventually encouraged many volunteers to take up arms in its name. But it was a decidedly uphill fight, for it was relatively easy for the native anti-reformists and their foreign backers to convince large numbers of ordinary peasants that the government had ill intentions by blurring the distinction between the present government and its detested and dogmatic predecessor, particularly since the government was fond of stressing the continuity of the April 1978 revolution. One thing the peasants, as well as the anti-reformists, were undoubtedly not told of was the U.S. connection to the selfsame detested predecessor, Hafizullah Amin. Another problem faced by the Kabul government in winning the hearts and minds of the people was of course the continuing Soviet armed presence, although it must be remembered that Islamic opposition to the leftist government began well before the Soviet forces arrived. Indeed, the most militant of the Mujahideen leaders, Hekmatyar, had led a serious uprising against the previous, non-leftist government as well, in 1975, declaring that a godless, communist-dominated regime ruled in Kabul. As long as Soviet troops remained, the conflict in Afghanistan could be presented to the American mind as little more than a battle between Russian invaders and Afghanistan resistance/freedom fighters, as if the Afghanistan army and government didn't exist, or certainly not with a large following of people who favored reforms and didn't want to live under a fundamentalist Islamic government, probably a majority of the population. "Maybe the people really don't like us either," said Muhammad Hakim, mayor of Kabul, a general in the Afghan army who was trained in the 1970s at military bases in the United States, and who thought that America was the best country. "But they like us better than the extremists. This is what the Western countries do not understand. We only hope that Mr. Bush and the people of the United States take a good look at us. They think we are very fanatic communists, that we are not human beings. We are not fanatics. We are not even communists." They were in the American media. Any official of the Afghan government or the government as a whole was typically referred to a priori as communist or Marxist or pro-communist or pro-Marxist, etc. without explanation or definition. Najibullah, who took over when Karmel stepped down in 1986, was confirmed in his position in 1987 under a new Islamized constitution that was stripped of all socialist rhetoric and brimming with references to Islam and the Holy Quran. "This is not a socialist revolutionary country," he said in his acceptance speech. "We do not want to build a communist society." Could the United States see beyond Cold War ideology and consider the needs of the Afghan people? In August 1979, 3 months before the Soviet intervention, a classified State Department report stated, "The United States' larger interests would be served by the demise of the Turaki Amin regime, despite whatever setbacks this might mean for future social and economic reforms in Afghanistan. The overthrow of the DRA, Democratic Republic of Afghanistan, would show the rest of the world, particularly the Third World, that the Soviets' view of the socialist course of history as being inevitable is not accurate." Repeatedly, in the 1980s as earlier, the Soviet Union contended that no solution to the conflict could be found until the United States and other nations ceased their support of the Mujahideen. The United States, in turn, insisted that the Soviets must first withdraw their troops from Afghanistan. Finally, after several years of UN-supported negotiations, an accord was signed in Geneva on April 14, 1988, under which the Kremlin committed itself to begin pulling out its estimated 115,000 troops on May 15, and to complete the process by February 15 of the next year. Afghanistan, said Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev, had become a bleeding wound. In February, after the last Soviet forces had left Afghanistan, Gorbachev urged the United States to support an embargo on arms shipments into Afghanistan and a ceasefire between the two warring sides. Both proposals were turned down by the new Bush administration, which claimed that the Afghan government had been left with a massive stockpile of military equipment. It is unclear why Washington felt that the rebels who had fought the government to a standstill despite the powerful presence of the Soviet armed forces with all their equipment would now be at a dangerous disadvantage with the Russians gone. The key to the American response may lie in the State Department statement of the prior week that the United States believed that the Kabul government on its own would not last more than 6 months. By raising the question of an arms gap, whether it was for real or not, Washington was assuring the continuation of the arms race in Afghanistan, a microcosm of the Cold War. At the same time, the Bush administration called upon the Soviets to support an independent, non-aligned Afghanistan, although this was precisely what the United States had worked for decades to thwart. 2 days later, President Najibullah criticized the American rejection of Gorbachev's proposal, offering to return the Soviet weapons if the rebels agreed to lay down their weapons and negotiate. There was no reported response to this offer from the U.S. or from the rebels, who in the past had refused such offers. It would appear that Washington was thinking longer term than ceasefires and negotiations. On the same day as Najibullah's offer, the United States announced that it had delivered 500,000 Made in America textbooks to Afghanistan which were being used to teach grades 1 through 4. The books, which critics say bordered on propaganda, told of the rebels' fight against the Soviet Union and contained drawings of guerrillas killing Russian soldiers. Since the beginning of the war, the Mujahideen had reserved its worst treatment for Russians. Washington possessed confirmed reports that the rebels had drugged and tortured 50 to 200 Soviet prisoners and imprisoned them like animals in cages, living lives of indescribable horror. Another account, by a reporter from the conservative Far Eastern Economic Review, relates that one Soviet group was killed, skinned and hung up in a butcher's shop. One captive found himself the center of attraction in a game of buzkashi, that rough and tumble form of Afghan polo in which a headless goat is usually the ball. The captive was used instead. Alive. He was literally torn to pieces. Meanwhile, much to the surprise of the United States and everyone else, the Kabul government showed no sign of collapsing. The good news for Washington was that since the Soviet troops were gone, though some military advisors remained, the cost-benefit ratio had improved, the cost being measured entirely in non-American deaths and suffering, as the rebels regularly exploded car bombs and sent rockets smashing into residential areas of Kabul, and destroyed government-built schools and clinics and murdered literacy teachers, just as the U.S.-backed Nicaraguan Contras had been doing on the other side of the world, and for the same reason. These were symbols of governmental benevolence. The death and destruction caused by the Soviets and their Afghan allies was also extensive, such as the many bombings of villages. But individual atrocity stories must be approached with caution, for, as we have seen repeatedly, The propensity and the ability of the CIA to disseminate anti-communist disinformation, often of the most far-fetched variety, was virtually unlimited. With the Soviet Union the direct adversary, the creativity lamp must have burning all night at Langley. Amnesty International, with its usual careful collection methods, reported in the mid-80s on the frequent use of torture and arbitrary detention by the authorities in Kabul. But what are we to make, for example, of the report without attribution by syndicated columnist Jack Anderson, who had ties to the American-Afghan lobby, that Soviet troops often marched into unfriendly villages in Afghanistan and massacred every man, woman, and child? Or the New York Times recounting a story told them by an Afghan citizen of how Afghan soldiers had intentionally blinded 5 children with pieces of metal and then strangled them, as a government supporter he was with just laughed. To the newspaper's credit, it added that there is no way of confirming this story. It is possible that the man who told it was acting and trying to discredit the regime here. His eyes, however, looked like they had seen horror. Or a U.S. congressman's charge in 1985 that the Soviets had used booby-trap toys to maim Afghan children, the identical story told before about leftists elsewhere in the world during the Cold War, and repeated again in 1987 by CBS News with pictures. The New York Post later reported the claim of a BBC producer that the bomb toy had been created for the CBS cameraman. Then there was the Afghan Mercy Fund, ostensibly a relief agency, but primarily in the propaganda business, which reported that the Soviets had burned a baby alive, that they were disguising mines as candy bars and leaving other mines disguised as butterflies to also attract children. The butterfly mines, it turned out, were copies of a US-designed mine used in the Vietnam War. There was also the shooting down of a Pakistan fighter plane over Afghanistan in May 1987 that was reported by Pakistan and Washington, knowing with certainty that their claim was untrue, to be the result of a Soviet-made missile. It turned out that the plane had been shot down by a companion Pakistani plane in error. Throughout the early and mid-80s, the Reagan administration declared that the Russians were spraying toxic chemicals over Laos, Cambodia, and Afghanistan, the so-called Yellow Rain, and had caused more than 10,000 deaths by 1982 alone, including, in Afghanistan, 3,042 deaths attributed to 47 separate incidents between the summer of 1979 and the summer of 1981. So precise was the information. Secretary of State Alexander Haig was a prime dispenser of such stories, and President Reagan himself denounced the Soviet Union thusly more than 15 times in documents and speeches. The Yellow Rain, it turned out, was pollen-laden feces dropped by huge swarms of honeybees flying far overhead. Then, in 1987, it was disclosed that the Reagan administration had made its accusations even though government scientists at the time had been unable to confirm any of them, and considered the evidence to be flimsy and misleading. Even more suspicious, the major scientific studies that later examined Washington's claims spoke only of Laos, Cambodia, and Thailand. No mention at all was made of Afghanistan. It was as if the administration, perhaps honestly mistaken at first about Indochina, had added Afghanistan to the list with full knowledge of the falsity of its allegation. Such disinformation campaigns are often designed to serve a domestic political need. Consider Senator Robert Dole's contribution to the discussion when he spoke in 1980 on the floor of Congress of convincing evidence he had been provided that the Soviets had developed a chemical capability that extends far beyond our greatest fears, a gas that is unaffected by our gas masks and leaves our military defenseless. He then added, to even suggest a leveling off of defense spending for our nation by the Carter administration at such a critical time in our history is unfathomable. And in March 1982, when the Reagan administration made its claim about the 3,042 Afghan deaths, the New York Times noted that President Reagan has just decided that the United States will resume production of chemical weapons and has asked for a substantial increase in the military budget for such weapons. The money needed to extend American propaganda campaigns internationally flowed from the Congressional Horn of Plenty as smoothly as for military desires. $500,000 in one moment's flow to train Afghan journalists to use television, radio, and newspapers to advance their cause. It should be noted that in June 1980, before any of the Yellow Rain charges had been made against the Soviet Union, the Kabul government had accused the rebels and their foreign backers of employing poison gas, citing an incident in which 500 pupils and teachers at several secondary schools had been poisoned with noxious gases. None were reported to have died. One reason victory continued to elude the Mujahideen was that they were terribly split by centuries-old ethnic and tribal divisions, as well as the relatively recent rise of Islamic fundamentalism in conflict with more traditional, but still orthodox, Islam. The differences often led to violence. In one incident, in 1989, 7 top Mujahideen commanders and more than 20 other rebels were murdered by a rival guerrilla group. This was neither the first nor the last of such occurrences. By April 1990, 14 months after the Soviet withdrawal, the Los Angeles Times described the state of the rebels thusly: "They have in recent weeks killed more of their own than the enemy." Rival resistance commanders have been gunned down gangland-style here in the border town of Peshawar, Pakistan, the staging area for the war. There are persistent reports of large-scale political killings in the refugee camps. A recent execution had as much to do with drugs as with politics. Other commanders in Afghanistan and in the border camps are simply refusing to fight. They say privately that they prefer Afghan President Najibullah to the hardline Mujahideen fundamentalists led by Gulbuddin Hekmatyar. The rebel cause was also corrupted by the huge amounts of arms flooding in. Investigative reporter Tim Weiner reported the following: the CIA's pipeline leaked. It leaked badly. It spilled huge quantities of weapons all over one of the world's most anarchic areas. First, the Pakistani armed forces took what they wanted from the weapons shipments. Then corrupt Afghan guerrilla leaders stole and sold hundreds of millions of dollars worth of anti-aircraft guns, missiles, rocket-propelled grenades, AK-47 automatic rifles, ammunition and mines from the CIA's arsenal. Some of the weapons fell into the hands of criminal gangs, heroin kingpins, and the most radical faction of the Iranian military. While their troops eked out hard lives in Afghanistan's mountains and deserts, the guerrillas' political leaders maintained fine villas in Peshawar and fleets of vehicles at their command. The CIA kept silent as the Afghan politicos converted the agency's weapons into cash. Amongst the weapons the Mujahideen sold to the Iranians were highly sophisticated Stinger heat-seeking anti-aircraft missiles, with which the rebels had shot down many hundreds of Soviet military aircraft, as well as at least 8 passenger planes. On October 8, 1987, Revolutionary Guards on an Iranian gunboat fired one of the Stingers at American helicopters patrolling the Persian Gulf, but missed their target. Earlier the same year, the CIA told Congress that at least 20% of its military aid to the Mujahideen had been skimmed off by the rebels and Pakistani officials. Columnist Jack Anderson stated at the same time that his conservative estimate was that the diversion was around 60%, while one rebel leader told Anderson's assistant on his visit to the border that he doubted that even 25% of the arms got through. By other accounts, as little as 20% was making it to the intended recipients. If indeed there was a deficiency of arms available to the Mujahideen compared to the government forces, as George Bush implied, this was clearly a major reason for it. Yet the CIA and other administration officials simply looked upon it as part of doing business in that part of the world. Like many other CIA clients, the rebels were financed as well through drug trafficking, and the agency was apparently as little concerned about it as ever as long as it kept their boys happy. Mujahideen commanders inside Afghanistan personally controlled huge fields of opium poppies, the raw material from which heroin is refined. CIA-supplied trucks and mules, which had carried arms into Afghanistan, were used to transport some of the opium to the numerous laboratories along the Afghan-Pakistan border, whence many tons of heroin were processed with the cooperation of the Pakistani military. The output provided an estimated 1/3 to 1/2 of the heroin used annually in the United States and 3/4 of that used in Western Europe. U.S. officials admitted in 1990 that they had failed to investigate or take action against the drug operation because of a desire not to offend their Pakistani and Afghan allies. In 1993, an official of the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration called Afghanistan the new Colombia of the drug world. The war, with all its torment, continued until the spring of 1992, 3 years after the last Soviet troops had gone. An agreement on ending the arms supply, which had been reached between the United States and the Soviet Union, was now in effect. The two superpowers had abandoned the war. The Soviet Union no longer existed, and the Afghan people could count more than 1 million dead, 3 million disabled, and 5 million made refugees, in total about half the population. At the same time, a UN-brokered truce was to transfer power to a transitional coalition government pending elections. But this was not to be. The Kabul government, amidst food riots and army revolts, virtually disintegrated, and the guerrillas stormed into the capital and established the first Islamic regime in Afghanistan since it had become a separate and independent country in the mid-18th century. A key event in the downfall of the government was the 11th-hour defection to the guerrillas of General Abdul Rashid Dostum. Dostum, who previously had been referred to in the U.S. media as a communist general, now metamorphosed into an ex-communist general. The Mujahideen had won. Now they turned against each other with all their fury. Rockets and artillery shells wiped out entire neighborhoods in Kabul. By August, at least 1,500 people had been killed or wounded, mostly civilians. By 1994, the body count in this second civil war would reach 10,000. Of all the rebel leaders, none was less compromising or more insistent upon a military solution than Gulbuddin Hekmatyar. Robert Newman, a former U.S. ambassador to Afghanistan, observed at this time, "Hekmatyar is a nut, an extremist and a very violent man. He was built up by the Pakistanis. Unfortunately, our government went along with the Pakistanis. We were supplying the money and the weapons, but they, Pakistani officials, were making the policy." Washington was now very concerned that Hekmatyar would take power. Ironically, they were afraid that if he did, his brand of extremism would spread to and destabilize the former Soviet republics of large Muslim populations, the same fear which had been one of the motivations behind the Soviets intervening in the Civil War in the first place. It was to the forces of Hekmatyar that the communist General Dostum eventually aligned himself. Suleiman Layek, a leftist and a poet, and the fallen regime's ideologue, watched from his window as the Mujahideen swarmed through the city, claiming building after building. "Without exception," he said of them, "they follow the way of the fundamentalist aims and goals of Islam. And it is not Islam. It is a kind of theory against civilization, against modern civilization." Even before taking power, the Mujahideen had banned all non-Muslim groups. Now more of the new law was laid down. All alcohol was banned in the Islamic Republic. Women could not venture out in the streets without veils, and violations would be punished by floggings, amputations, and public executions. And this from the more moderate Islamics, not Hekmatyar. By September, the first public hangings were carried out. Before a cheering crowd of 10,000 people, 3 men were hung. They had been tried behind closed doors, and no one would say what crimes they had committed. In February 1993, a group of Middle Easterners caused a powerful explosion at the World Trade Center in New York City. Most of them were veterans of the Mujahideen. Other veterans were carrying out assassinations in Cairo, bombings in Bombay, bloody uprisings in the mountains of Kashmir, and guerrilla warfare in the Philippines. This, then, was the power and the glory of President Reagan's freedom fighters, who had become yet more anti-American in recent years, many of them backing Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein in the Persian Gulf conflict of 1990 to 91. Surely even Ronald Reagan and George Bush would have preferred the company of communist reformers like President Noor Mohammad Taraki, Mayor Muhammad Hakim, or poet Suleiman Layek. But the Soviet Union had bled. It had bled profusely. For the United States, it had also been a holy war.
54. El Salvador 1980 a 1994.
Human rights, Washington style. The United States was supporting the government of El Salvador, said President Ronald Reagan, because it was trying to halt the infiltration into the Americas by terrorists and by outside interference, and those who aren't just aiming at El Salvador, but, I think, are aiming at the whole of Central and possibly later South America and, I'm sure, eventually North America. Psychiatrists have a term for such perceptions of reality. They call it paranoid schizophrenia. If the insurgents in El Salvador, the smallest country by far in all of Central and South America, were engaged in what Ronald Reagan perceived as a plot to capture the Western Hemisphere, others saw it as the quintessential revolution. Viewed in the latter context, it cannot be asserted that the Salvadorian people rushed precipitously into revolution at the first painful sting of repression, or turned to the gun because of a proclivity towards violent solutions, or a refusal to work within the system, or because of outside agitators, or any of the other explanations of why people revolt so dear to the hearts of Washington opinion makers. For as long as anyone could remember, the reins of El Salvador's government had resided in the hands of one military dictatorship or another, while the economy had been controlled by the celebrated 14 coffee and industrial families, with only the occasional, short-lived bursting of accumulated discontent to disturb the neat arrangement. In December 1980, New York Times, reporter Raymond Bonner asked José Napoleón Duarte why the guerrillas were in the hills. Duarte, who had just become president of the ruling junta, responded with an answer that surprised Bonner. 50 years of lies, 50 years of injustice, 50 years of frustration. This is a history of people starving to death, living in misery. For 50 years, the same people had all the power, all the money, all the jobs, all the education, all the opportunities. In the decades following the famed Peasant Rebellion in 1932, which was crushed by an unholy massacre, a reform government had occupied the political stage only twice, for 9 months in 1944, then again in 1960. The latter instance was precipitated by several thousand students of the National University who staged a protest against the curtailment of civil liberties. The government responded by sending in the police, who systematically smashed offices, classrooms, and laboratories, beat up the school's president, killed a librarian, bayonet students, and raped dozens of young women. Finally, when the students amassed anew, troops opened fire upon them point blank. The bloody incident was one of the turning points for a group of junior military officers. They staged a coup in October aimed at major social and political reforms, but the new government lasted only 3 months before being overthrown in a counter-coup which the United States was reportedly involved in. Dr. Fabio Castillo, a former president of the National University and a member of the ousted government, testified years later before the U.S. Congress that in the process of overthrowing the reform government, the American embassy immediately began to intervene directly, and members of the U.S. military mission openly intensified their invitation to conspiracy and rebellion. Throughout the 1960s, multifarious American experts occupied themselves in El Salvador by enlarging and refining the state's security and counterinsurgency apparatus. The police, the National Guard, the military, the communications and intelligence networks, the coordination with their counterparts in other Central American countries. As matters turned out, these were the forces and resources which were brought into action to impose widespread repression and wage war. Years later, the New York Times noted, in El Salvador, American aid was used for police training in the 1950s and 1960s, and many officers in the 3 branches of the police later became leaders of the right-wing death squads that killed tens of thousands of people in the late 1970s and early 1980s. If during the 1960s, the apparatus could not be charged with the level of murder or torture or disappearance of political opponents reached in Guatemala and elsewhere in Latin America, it had more to do with the modest degree of outspoken dissent and violent unrest it faced than with greater respect for human rights. Those opposition groups which were not outlawed were those regarded as unthreatening. The bloated stomachs of malnourished peasant children were not regarded as threatening at all, for apparently no better reason than the fact that even militarists cherish a veneer of legitimacy. During the 1960s, certain political organizations of generally urban middle-class membership were allowed to run candidates for municipal and legislative office. They did well, though the government-calculated returns consistently left the opposition as a minority in the legislature, i.e., without real power. In 1967, the government went through the motions of the first contested election for the presidency since 1931. After declaring its party, PCN, the winner, the government promptly banned one of the major contending parties, PAR, on the grounds that it supported principles contrary to the Constitution. According to a PAR spokesperson, the principle involved was support for agrarian reform. Another source reports that the party was declared illegal allegedly for dispensing communist ideologies, which, within the government's frame of reference, may well have been one and the same. Undeterred, a center-left coalition, UNO by acronym, was formed and put forth Christian Democrat José Napoleón Duarte as its presidential candidate in 1972. Though UNO was confronted by violence against its candidates and campaigners, including the murder of an aide of Duarte and the sabotaging of the coalition's radio broadcasts, it arrived at Election Day with high expectations. 2 days after the polling, the Central Election Board, after first announcing a victory for PCN, shocked everyone by declaring that a recount had shown UNO to be the winner instead. The government quickly imposed a news blackout, and for the next 2 days nothing was heard concerning the election results. On the third day, The election board announced that PCN was indeed the winner after all. In the 1974 and 1976 legislative elections, and again in the 1977 presidential election, the government employed similar creative counting along with gross physical intimidation of candidates, voters, and poll watchers to assure its continuance in office. A mass demonstration following the 1977 polling, protesting against electoral fraud, was surrounded by government security forces who opened fire. The result was nothing less than a bloodbath, the death toll measurable in the hundreds. In the immediate aftermath, top leaders of UNO were exiled and the party's followers became liable to arrest, torture, and murder. The country's president, Colonel Arturo Molina, blamed the protests on foreign communists. His response to charges of electoral fraud was, "Only God is perfect." Government political violence of this sort had been sporadic in the 1960s, but became commonplace in the 1970s as more and more Salvadorians, frustrated by the futility of achieving social change through elections, resorted to other means. While some limited themselves to more militant demonstrations, strikes, and occupations of sites, an increasing number turned to acts of urban guerrilla warfare such as assassination of individuals seen as part of the repressive machinery, bombings, and kidnappings for ransom. The government and its paramilitary right-wing vigilante groups, death squads, is the self-named modern genre, countered with a campaign centered upon leaders of labor unions, peasant organizations, and political parties, as well as priests and lay religious workers. "Be patriotic, kill a priest" was the slogan of one death squad. Church people were accused of teaching subversion to the peasants, what the church people themselves would call the Word of God, in this the only country in the world named after Christ. The CIA and the U.S. military played an essential role in the conception and organization of the security agencies from which the death squads emanated. CIA surveillance programs routinely supplied these agencies with information on and the whereabouts of various individuals who wound up as death squad victims. In October 1979, a cabal of younger military officers, repelled by the frequent government massacres of groups of protesters and strikers, and wishing to restore the military's good name, ousted General Carlos Romero from the presidency and took power in a bloodless coup. A number of prominent civilian political figures were given positions in the new administration, which proclaimed an impressive program of reforms. But it was not to be. The young and politically inexperienced officers were easily co-opted by older, conservative officers and by pressure exerted by the United States to install certain military men into key positions. The civilian members of the government found themselves unable to exercise any control over the armed forces and were left to function only as reformist camouflage. Washington had supported the removal of the brutal Romero because only 3 months earlier the Sandinistas had overthrown the Somoza dictatorship in Nicaragua, and the Carter administration did not wish to risk the loss of a second client state in Central America in so short a space of time, but brakes had to be applied to keep the process within manageable bounds. Meanwhile, the security forces did not miss a beat as they continued to fire into crowds. The body count in the first month of the reformist government was greater than in the first 9 months of the year. By January 1980, almost all the civilian members had resigned in disgust over government as usual. The experience was the straw which broke the backs of many moderates and liberals, as well as members of the Salvadorian Communist Party, who still clung to hopes of peaceful reforms. The Communist Party had supported the new government, even contributed the Minister of Labor, because we believe it is going to comply with its promises and open the possibility of democratizing the country. The party was the last group on the left to join the guerrilla forces. One of the civilians, Minister of Education Salvador Semeoa, in front of the TV cameras, simultaneously announced his resignation and his enlistment with a guerrilla group. For those who continued to harbor illusions, a steady drumbeat of terrorism soon brought them into the fold. A demonstration march by a coalition of popular organizations on January 22 was first sprayed with DDT by crop duster planes along the route of the march. Then, when the demonstrators reached San Salvador's Central Plaza, snipers fired at them from surrounding government buildings. At least 21 dead and 120 seriously wounded was the toll, some of which reportedly resulted from the demonstrators' undisciplined return of fire. On March 17th, a general strike was met by retaliatory violence. 54 people killed in the capital alone. A week later, the Archbishop of San Salvador, Oscar Romero, an outspoken critic of the government's human rights violations, who had called upon President Carter, Christian to Christian, to cease providing military aid, was assassinated. In his last sermon, he had addressed the security forces with these words, "I beseech you, I beg you, I order you, in the name of God, stop the repression." The next day, he became the 11th priest murdered in El Salvador in 3 years. At the funeral of the martyred archbishop, who had been a nominee for the Nobel Peace Prize the year before, 23 members of the U.S. House of Representatives being among his nominators, a bomb was thrown amongst the mourners in the plaza, followed by rifle and automatic fire, all emanating from the National Palace and some of the office buildings flanking the plaza, just as in January. At least 40 people were reported killed and hundreds injured. Junta President Duarte tried to put the blame for the funeral carnage on the left. His case rested apparently on bald statement and nothing else, for all eyewitness reports stated that the bomb and gunfire came from the National Palace and the other government buildings. A statement issued by 8 bishops and 16 other foreign church visitors who had been present denied the government's version. 7 years were to pass before Duarte, elected to the presidency in 1984, accused former Army Major Roberto D'Aubuisson, the prominent leader of the country's right wing, with having ordered Romero's murder. Though this was a belief already widely held, the public accusation created a stir in El Salvador and the United States. The CIA, it turned out, knew the facts no later than 1 year after the assassination. D'Aubuisson, it should be noted, was a man who once told 3 European reporters, "You Germans are very intelligent. You realized that the Jews were responsible for the spread of communism, and you began to kill them." The American-trained former intelligence officer was never arrested because of immunity arising from his being a deputy in the National Assembly. He died in 1992. During the early months of 1980, the government, with direct American influence and input, enacted a program of agrarian reform, the sine qua non of social change in El Salvador. Its key provision, tenant farmers gaining title to the plots they worked, was similar to programs the U.S. had advocated in a number of other third-world hotspots since the 1950s, and for the same reasons, as a counterinsurgency tactic, stealing the guerrillas' thunder, and to make the government receiving U.S. military aid appear more deserving in the eyes of Congress and the world. A memorandum from the Agency for International Development, AID, in mid-1980, commenting on reaction in El Salvador to the program of land to the tiller, says in part, "Many believe it is a symbolic and cosmetic measure which was proposed because it would look good to certain American politicians and not necessarily because it would be beneficial or significant in the Salvadorian context." The reaction of the Salvadorian agrarian elite could have been predicted. They expelled many thousands of peasants from their meager plots to preclude land being turned over to them. This was not the worst. The testimony of a technician of the Instituto Salvadorino de Transformación Agraria, established to oversee the program, the troops came and told the workers the land was theirs now. They could elect their own leaders and run it themselves. The peasants couldn't believe their ears, but they held elections that very night. The next morning the troops came back and I watched as they shot every one of the elected leaders. This was not an isolated case. The Assistant Minister of Agriculture, Jorge Alberto Villacorta, in his resignation letter in March 1980, stated that during the first days of the reform, to cite one case, 5 directors and 2 presidents of new campesino organizations were assassinated, and I am informed that this repressive practice continues to increase. Force, wrote Karl Marx, is the midwife of every old society pregnant with a new one. Revolution was now the only item of importance on the political agenda of the opposition, united as never before, united more by a common enemy than by a common ideology. But many saw this pluralism as strength rather than weakness. Leftists would now be fighting alongside former Christian Democrats whom, only shortly before, they had accused of serving U.S. imperialism. If Jimmy Carter's trumpeted devotion to human rights was to be taken seriously, his administration clearly had no alternative but to side with the Salvadorian opposition, or at least keep its hands strictly out of the fighting. The Carter administration, however, with only an occasional backward glance at its professed principles, continued its military support of the government. Within days before his term ended in January 1981, Carter ordered a total of $10 million in military aid along with additional American advisors to be sent to El Salvador, an action characterized by one observer as President Carter's foreign policy establishment's last convulsive effort to evade responsibility for having been too soft in dealing with the Salvadorian rebels. 2 years later, private citizen Carter stated, "I think the government in El Salvador is one of the bloodthirstiest in the hemisphere now." The Reagan administration, to whom human rights was a suspect term invented by leftists, had little fear of the too soft label. Its approach to the conflict was threefold: a sharp escalation, both quantitatively and qualitatively, in the American military involvement in El Salvador. B. A public relations campaign to put a human face on the military junta. C. A concurrent exercise in news management to convince the American public and the world that the Salvadorian opposition had no legitimate cause for revolution, which was to say that what the Salvadorians had experienced during the previous 2 decades, indeed, for half a century, had little or nothing to do with their uprising. This, it turned out, was the inspiration of unprovoked, mindless, left-wing terrorists abetted by the Soviet Union, by Nicaragua, by Cuba. The Red Devils were at it again. Military escalation. El Salvador did not turn into another Vietnam quicksand for the United States, as many critics of the left and center warned. But for the Salvadorian people, the war and its horror dragged on as interminably as it did for the Vietnamese, and for the same reason: American support of a regime, one even more loathsome than in Vietnam, which would have crumbled dismally if left to its own resources. Despite overwhelmingly superior military might, the government could hold the insurgents to no more than a stalemate. The amount of American military aid to El Salvador from 1980 to the early 1990s, for the hardware alone, ran into the billions of dollars. $6 billion is the figure commonly used in the press, but the true figure will never be known. The Arms Control and Foreign Policy Caucus, a bipartisan congressional group, accused the Reagan administration in the mid-1980s of supplying insufficient, misleading, and in some cases false information concerning aid to El Salvador. The administration, concluded the caucus study, categorized most military aid as development aid and undervalued the real cost of the hardware even when it was properly categorized as military aid. To this must be added the cost of training Salvadorian military personnel by the thousands in the United States and the Panama Canal Zone, as well as in El Salvador. The further training which was provided in the earlier years by Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay at U.S. behest, and the substantial military aid routed through Israel, a maneuver employed by the United States elsewhere in Central America as well. One telling result of this massive provision of weapons and training, as well as the money to pay higher salaries, was the sizable expansion of the Salvadorian armed forces and other security services. From an estimated 7,000 to 12,000 men in 1979, the army alone jumped to more than 22,000 by 1983, with an additional 11,000 civilian security forces. 3 years later, the total of these two forces had spiraled to 53,000. The equipment available to them flowed endlessly. When, for example, in January 1982, the rebels destroyed 16 to 18 aircraft in a raid upon an airport, the United States replaced them in a matter of weeks with 28 new aircraft. Part of the air power available to the government were U.S. reconnaissance planes fitted with sophisticated surveillance equipment which could provide almost instant intelligence on guerrilla movements before and after combat operations and designate bombing targets. The guerrillas had neither air power nor a practical anti-aircraft capability until November 1990, when they used a Soviet-made surface-to-air missile for the first time. Predictably, the bombing, as well as the strafing and napalming, took the lives of many more civilians than guerrillas who had better learned how to avoid the attacks. Countless dwellings were leveled in the process, villages destroyed, a nation of refugees created. Civilian deaths, whether from air or ground raids, were not necessarily accidental, as the many massacre stories make evident. It is a basic tenet of counterinsurgency: kill the sympathizers and you win the war. Officially, the U.S. military presence in El Salvador was limited to an advisory capacity. In actuality, military and CIA personnel played a more active role on a continuous basis from as early as 1980. About 20 Americans were killed or wounded in helicopter and plane crashes while flying reconnaissance or other missions over combat areas. Moreover, the American program for training Salvadorian pilots, bombardiers and gunners could easily serve to conceal the advisors' direct participation in these operations while accompanying their trainees. Considerable evidence surfaced of a U.S. role in the ground fighting as well. There were numerous reports of armed Americans spotted in combat areas. A report by CBS News of U.S. advisors fighting side by side with government troops, and reports of other Americans, some ostensibly mercenaries, killed in action. The extent of American mercenary involvement in El Salvador is not known, but Lawrence Bailey, a former U.S. Marine, has stated that he was part of a team of 40 American soldiers of fortune paid by wealthy Salvadorian families living in Miami to protect their plantations from takeover by the rebels. During the Iran-Contra hearings in 1987, it was disclosed that at least until 1985, CIA paramilitary personnel had been organizing and leading special Salvadorian army units into combat areas to track down guerrillas and call in airstrikes. These bit-by-bit disclosures pointed to a frequent, if not routine, American involvement in the ongoing combat. In September 1988, another news item related that U.S. military advisors were caught in a gun battle between Salvadorian army forces and guerrillas and that, in self-defense, they opened fire on the rebels. The degree of overall control of the military operation by the United States is perhaps best captured by an excerpt from an interview given to Playboy magazine in 1984 by President Duarte, one of the few Christian Democrat leaders of the earlier days still working within the government. Playboy: do the American military advisors also tell you how to run the war? Duarte: this is the problem, no? The root of this problem is that the aid is given under such conditions that its use is really decided by the Americans and not by us. Decisions like how many planes or helicopters we buy, how we spend our money, how many trucks we need, how many bullets and of what caliber, how many pairs of boots and where our priorities should be. All of that, and all the money is spent over there. We never even see a penny of it, because everything arrives here already paid for. In Duarte's previous incarnation as a government opponent, his view of the Yankees was even harsher. U.S. policy in Latin America, he said in 1969, was designed to maintain the Ibero-American countries in a condition of direct dependence upon the international political decisions most beneficial to the United States, both at the hemisphere and world levels. Thus, the North Americans preach to us of democracy while everywhere they support dictatorships. Duarte's ideology, however, appears to have been a flexible and marketable commodity. At some point in the 1970s, if not earlier, he began to covertly supply the CIA with intelligence. A human face. On January 28, 1982, President Reagan certified to Congress that the El Salvador government was making a concerted and significant effort to comply with internationally recognized human rights, and that it was achieving substantial control over all elements of its own armed forces, so as to bring to an end the indiscriminate torture and murder of Salvadorian citizens by these forces. The language was that imposed by Congress upon the administration if the flow of arms and American military personnel was to continue. 2 days earlier, the American and foreign press had carried the story of how government troops had engaged in a massacre of the people of the village of El Mozote in December. From 700 to 1,000 persons were reported killed, mostly the elderly, women, and children. When a very long, detailed account of this incident appeared eventually, in 1993, it became more apparent than ever that this was one of the most repulsive and cruelest massacres of the 20th century carried out by ground troops face to face with their victims. People hacked to death by machetes, many beheaded, a child thrown in the air and caught on a bayonet, an orgy of rapes of very young girls before they were killed. If we don't kill them, the children now, they'll just grow up to be guerrillas, barked an army officer to a reluctant soldier. Anti-communism at its zenith. Both immediately and thereafter, the massacre was attended by denials and a cover-up by the State Department, with abundant media complicity. The State Department's defense of its position before a congressional committee left the committee members conspicuously underwhelmed, even though the congressman did not yet know the full story. 2 days after the president's certification, the world could read how Salvadorian soldiers had pulled about 20 people out of their beds in the middle of the night, tortured them, and then killed them, meanwhile finding the time to rape several teenage girls. Earlier the same month, the New York Times had published an interview with a deserter from the Salvadorian army who described a class where severe methods of torture were demonstrated on teenage prisoners. He stated that 8 U.S. military advisors, apparently Green Berets, were present. "Watching will make you feel more like a man," a Salvadorian officer apprised the recruits, adding that they should not feel pity of anyone, but only hate for those who are enemies of our country. Another Salvadorian, a former member of the National Guard, later testified, "I belonged to a squad of 12, We devoted ourselves to torture and to finding people whom we were told were guerrillas. I was trained in Panama for 9 months by the unintelligible of the United States for anti-guerrilla warfare. Part of the time we were instructed about torture. Officers of the National Guard were also trained in the United States. In August 1986, CBS television reported that 3 senior Guard officers who had been linked to right-wing death squads received training at a police academy in Phoenix. In 1984, Amnesty International reported that it had received regular, often daily, reports identifying El Salvador's regular security and military units as responsible for the torture, disappearance, and killing of non-combatant civilians from all sectors of Salvadorian society. A number of patients have allegedly been removed from their beds or operating theaters and tortured and murdered. Types of torture reported by those who have survived arrest and interrogation included beatings, sexual abuse, use of chemicals to disorient, mock executions, and the burning of flesh with sulfuric acid. In light of the above and many other reports of a similar nature, it can be appreciated that the Reagan administration had to exercise some creativity in getting around congressional hesitation about continued military aid to the government of El Salvador. Thus it was that, in March 1984, the administration tacked on a request for additional military aid to legislation to send U.S. food supplies to starving Africans. A few days later, it tacked on a request for support of the Nicaraguan Contras to a bill to provide emergency fuel, spending for the poor in parts of the United States which were suffering a severe winter. Death squad executions, military massacres, the Legion of the Disappeared, the numbers reached well into the tens of thousands. And the death squads may have reached their arm into the United States. A number of Americans and Salvadorians living in Los Angeles and working with refugees or actively opposing U.S. military aid to El Salvador received death threats in 1987. Rev. Luis Olivares, a Catholic priest whose church is part of the sanctuary movement, was sent an anonymous letter bearing the letters EM, which were often found on the doors or buildings of people who were targeted in El Salvador. The letters stand for Escuadrón Muerto, Death Squad. In July 1987, a Salvadorian woman named Yanira Correa, who had received threatening phone calls and letters, was kidnapped outside the Los Angeles office of the Committee in Solidarity with the People of El Salvador, CISPs. 2 men, speaking with what she described as Salvadorian accents, forced her at knife point into a van, interrogated her about her political activities and colleagues, cut her hands with a knife, burnt her fingers with cigarettes, sexually assaulted her with a stick, then raped her. A month earlier, she had narrowly escaped being abducted, along with her 3-year-old son. Other activists had their cars smashed or vandalized. For several years under the Reagan administration, the FBI conducted a nationwide investigation of CISPs. During this period, some of the organization's offices were broken into with nothing of value taken except files. It is imperative at this time to formulate some plan of attack against CISPs, reads one FBI teletype later made public. On some days during the 1980s, Washington officials issued warnings to the Salvadorian government to improve its human rights record, or told Congress that the record was improving, or told the world how much worse that record would be if not for American influence. On most other days, the United States continued to build up each and every component of the military and paramilitary forces engaged in the atrocities. In 1984, in an interview with the New York Times, Colonel Roberto Eulalio Santibanez, a former Salvadorian military official who had served at the highest level of the security police, confirmed, for those who may still have entertained doubts, that the network of death squads had been shaped by leading Salvadorian officials and was still directed by them. He also revealed that one of these officials, Colonel Nicolas Carranza, the head of the Treasury Police, which have long been considered the least disciplined and most brutal of the Salvadorian security forces, had been receiving more than $90,000 a year during the previous 5 or 6 years from the CIA. Although some members of the Treasury Police were linked by the Reagan administration itself to death squad activities, the United States continued to train and equip them. In a visit to San Salvador in February 1989, Vice President Dan Quayle told Army leaders that death squad killings and other human rights violations attributed to the military had to be ended. 10 days later, the U.S. trained at Atlatl Battalion, which was believed to have a U.S. trainer assigned to it at all times, attacked a guerrilla field hospital, killing at least 10 people, including 5 patients, a doctor and a nurse, and raping at least 2 of the female victims before shooting them. Sources close to the El Salvador military said afterward that Quayle's warning was not taken seriously, but as rhetoric aimed at the U.S. Congress and the American public. In October 1989, former Salvadorian Army Commando Cesar Vileman Joya Martinez, in an interview on the CBS Evening News, related that he and others in his unit, the intelligence section of the Army's 1st Brigade, had acted as a clandestine death squad, that the 2 U.S. military advisors attached to the unit were aware of the assassinations, although they refused to hear the details, and that the advisors supplied money to his unit that helped maintain 2 civilian vehicles used for death squad operations and a safe house that served as a secret base of operations and storage of weapons. In subsequent interviews with the American press, Joya Martinez stated that the advisors had used the names Mauricio Torres and Raul Antonio Lazo, that his unit had carried out 74 assassinations of Salvadorian dissidents between April and July of 1989, and that he himself had been personally involved in 8 torture murders. Apropos of deadly bombings in El Salvador in November of dissident organizations, a union hall and an organization of mothers of the disappeared, he added that his unit had received explosives training from U.S. advisors. The Salvadorian embassy in Washington, while denying any government involvement in death squad activities, did confirm that Joya Martinez was a member of the intelligence unit of the 1st Brigade. In July 1990, an aide to Rep. Joseph Moakley, Democrat, Massachusetts, chairman of the Speaker's Task Force on El Salvador, declared, "The fact that Joya Martinez has been in the U.S. since last August, given all kinds of interviews, been arrested, and no one from the government has bothered to question him, seems pretty strange, unless people don't want to find the answers." On the 12th of that month, Joya Martinez had been arrested for having illegally entered the United States after being deported 6 years earlier. After a lengthy legal battle, he was ordered deported back to El Salvador in October 1992. His supporters in the United States expressed their concern about his safety in El Salvador, to which a State Department official responded, presumably with a straight face, that Joya Martinez has admitted to killings and torture, and it would be callous to the victims to prevent him from standing trial. A few weeks after Joya Martinez went public in the United States, one of the most shocking atrocities in this war of shocking atrocities occurred. 6 Jesuit priests at the University of Central America in San Salvador were shot to death in cold blood at their campus residence, along with their housekeeper and her young daughter. A witness, whom the killers failed to observe, Lucia Barrera de Serna, said she saw 5 armed men in uniform carry out the murders. The Salvadorian military, whom the Roman Catholic order had often criticized for human rights violations, were the immediate and logical suspects. Because of an extraordinary outcry against the crime, in the United States and internationally, including the creation of the Special Congressional Task Force referred to above, 2 months later 9 officers and enlisted men were arrested. A platoon from the Atlacatal Battalion, 7 of whom, it turned out, had only 2 days before the murders participated in combat training exercises supervised by the U.S. Special Forces, Green Berets, in El Salvador. Almost 2 years passed before any of those arrested were convicted of the crime. 2 relatively low-level officers, their higher-ups who gave the order, were not touched. Yet, this was an achievement in a country where thousands of people had been killed by military death squads, and no officer had ever before been tried, let alone convicted, for murder or other human rights abuse. The Salvadorian military tolerated the trial of the officers because Congress had made prosecution of the killers a condition for continuing military aid. During the 2-year period, as well as after the convictions, officials of the Bush administration appeared to be trying to thwart the investigation and aid in a cover-up by such tactics as the following: grossly intimidating Serna and labeling her a liar. B. Refusing on grounds of national security to provide a Salvadorian court with classified documents that dealt with the case. Withholding, on the same grounds, substantive material from journalists making Freedom of Information Act requests. C. Refusing for a long time to allow questioning by the investigating judge of U.S. Army Major Eric Buckland, stationed in El Salvador, who had learned of the Salvadorian military's culpability shortly after the murders from Salvadorian Colonel Carlos Aviles. Then imposing a series of conditions on Buckland's questioning that served to conceal much of his story. D. putting Buckland through such horrendous interrogation that he underwent an apparent nervous breakdown, immediately informing the Salvadorian High Command about what Aviles had revealed to Buckland, which caused Aviles much grief. Father Charles Byrne, vice-rector of the Jesuit University, declared in 1991 that the Americans were helping to protect the Salvadorian Army High Command all along. They were afraid the whole house of cards would fall if the investigation went any further. A year later, United Nations investigators were still complaining that the United States was slow in turning over vital information about the case. The cruelty level of the guerrillas' military and political campaign generally stood in sharp contrast to that of the government. Newsweek reported in 1983 that when the rebels capture a town, they treat the civilians well, paying for food and holding destruction to a minimum. And they have begun to free most of the government troops they capture, which helps to persuade other soldiers to surrender rather than fight to the death. Eventually, however, the guerrillas began to treat civilians more harshly, in particular those suspected of informing or of other collaboration with the government, or those refusing to collaborate with rebel forces. Some peasants reportedly were forced to leave their villages and farms as punishment. Several village mayors were killed. Young men were forcibly recruited to join the rebels. However, given the numerous instances of disinformation disseminated by the Salvadorian government about the rebels, reports of guerrilla ruthlessness must be approached with caution. The following case is instructive. See the notes for reference to other examples. In February 1988, the New York Times reported that villagers say guerrillas publicly executed 2 peasants because they had applied for and received new voter registration cards. According to the villagers, the guerrillas placed the voting cards of the 2 men in their mouths after executing them as a warning to others not to take part in the elections. The story was included in a State Department booklet to highlight the guerrillas' campaign of intimidation and terrorism. The booklet was mailed to Congress, newspaper editors, and other opinion makers. But the story, it turned out, was the invention of a Salvadorian army propaganda specialist who had placed it in the San Salvador newspaper El Mundo. From there, it was picked up by the New York Times reporter who gave the impression that he had interviewed villagers with first-hand knowledge of the incident, instead of attributing the story to the military as had El Mundo. The Times later recanted the story. Outside agitators. "Sometimes I feel like Sisyphus," said a senior Reagan administration official involved in developing U.S. Latin America policy in March 1982. "Every time we head up the hill to explain or justify our policy, the stone comes crashing down on top of us." 2 weeks earlier, Secretary of State Alexander Haig had asserted that the United States had overwhelming and irrefutable evidence that the insurgents were controlled from outside by non-Salvadorians. Haig, however, declined to provide any details of the evidence, saying it would jeopardize intelligence sources. Challenged to prove his charges 2 days later, the good general insisted that the United States had unchallengeable evidence of Nicaraguan and Cuban involvement in the command and control of the operation in El Salvador and, oddly enough, only the day before a Nicaraguan military man had been captured there. As it turned out, according to the Mexican embassy in San Salvador, the man was a student on his way back to school in Mexico from Nicaragua, traveling overland because he couldn't afford to fly. The following week, a Nicaraguan was captured fighting with the guerrillas. He told U.S. Embassy and Salvadorian army officials that he had been trained in Cuba and Ethiopia, then sent to El Salvador by the Nicaraguan government. The State Department was understandably excited. It presented the young man at a press conference in Washington, at which time he declared that he had never been to Cuba or Ethiopia, had joined the guerrillas on his own, and had made his previous statements under torture by his Salvadorian captors. He added that he had never seen another Nicaraguan or Cuban in El Salvador and denied that Nicaragua had provided aid to the guerrillas. Then there were 2 Nicaraguan Air Force defectors, reported Time magazine during the same period, who were scheduled to bear witness to their country's involvement in El Salvador, but by week's end were judged not ready to face the press. Time entitled its story, "A Lot of Show, but No Tell. The U.S. Bungles Its Evidence of Foreign Subversion in El Salvador." In January 1981, U.S. diplomats disclosed that 5 boats had landed in El Salvador containing 100 well-armed, well-trained guerrillas, allegedly from Nicaragua. They knew the boats had come from Nicaragua because They were made from wood of trees not native to El Salvador. No sign, dead or alive, of any of the 100 invaders was ever found, however. 100 seemed to be the number of choice for the Reagan administration. That was the count of Cuban combat troops, said a senior State Department policymaker, who were sent to El Salvador in the fall of 1981 by way of Nicaragua. They were brought in clandestinely and given operational responsibilities in El Salvador, he asserted. The later whereabouts and actions of the Cubans likewise remained a mystery. The world was also informed that Soviet and Chinese weapons had been seized from rebels, and this was cited as further proof of outside communist aid. The weapons capture may have been real, although the CIA has long had warehouses full of communist weapons of all kinds, suitable for all occasions. But then what were we to make of the US, Israeli, Belgian, and German weapons which, by Washington's admission a month later, were also to be found amongst the rebels? The world arms traffic is indeed wide open and fluid. In neighboring Honduras, the US-supported Contras were using Soviet-made missiles to shoot down Soviet-made helicopters of Nicaragua. Moreover, the Salvadorian rebels captured weapons from government forces, and they claimed that they also purchased arms from corrupt Salvadorian army officers, a practice common to other Latin American guerrilla wars. A source cited by the New York Times corroborated the rebels' claim. The centerpiece of the Reagan administration's campaign to prove the international conspiracy nature of the revolution in El Salvador was its white paper issued a month after taking office and based largely on purported captured guerrilla documents, some of which were included in the report. Amongst the various analyses of the white paper which cast grave doubts upon its claims was the one in the Wall Street Journal by Jonathan Whitney. This included an interview with a State Department official, John D. Glassman, who was given the major credit for the white paper. Admitted Mr. Glassman, parts of the paper were possibly misleading and over-embellished. It contained mistakes and guessing, said the Wall Street Journal. A close examination indicates that, if anything, Mr. Glassman may be understating the case in his concession that the white paper contains mistakes and guessing. Amongst the many specific shortcomings of the paper pointed out in the article was that statistics of armament shipments into El Salvador, supposedly drawn directly from the documents, were extrapolated, Mr. Glassman concedes. And in questionable ways, it seems. Much information in the white paper can't be found in the documents at all. It was not merely the accuracy of the white paper that was questioned, but the authenticity of the documents themselves. Apropos of this, former U.S. ambassador to El Salvador, Robert White, sacked by Reagan because of excessive commitment to human rights and reforms, commented, "The only thing that even makes me think that these documents were genuine was that they proved so little." When pressed to state what proof his government had of Nicaraguan intervention, President Duarte declined to answer on the grounds that the world would not believe him anyway. But President Reagan had some evidence to offer. He saw the hand of foreign masters pulling strings in the fact that demonstrators in Canada carried the same signs as demonstrators in the United States. U.S. out of El Salvador. But all of this was essentially besides the point. Revolutions are not exported like so many cartons of soap. We have seen what the circumstances were in El Salvador for decades which finally provoked people to take up the gun. Ambassador White, no champion of the rebels' cause, observed that the revolution situation came about in El Salvador because you had what was one of the most selfish oligarchies the world has ever seen, combined with a corrupt security force. Whether Cuba existed or not, you would still have a revolutionary situation in El Salvador. Education Minister turned guerrilla, Salvador Samayoa, speaking in 1981, asserted that U.S. charges that the Soviet bloc was directing the guerrilla movement reveals Washington's deep ignorance of our movement. He pointed out that 3 of the 5 guerrilla groups that made up the Farabundo Marti National Liberation Front, FMLN, were strongly anti-Soviet. Samayoa added, "To say we are run by Cuba because we have a relationship with Cuba is like saying we're a Christian movement because we have received enormous help from the church. Instead of seeing us as communist subversives, the U.S. should see us as a people struggling to survive." Despite American patrol boats in the Gulf of Fonseca, which separates El Salvador from Nicaragua, AWACS surveillance planes in the skies over the Caribbean, and an abundance of aerial photographs, despite a large U.S. radar installation in Honduras manned by 50 American military technicians, the finest electronic monitoring equipment modern technology had to offer, and all the informers that CIA money could buy. Despite it all, the Reagan administration singularly failed to support its case that the fires of the Salvadorian Revolution were stoked by Nicaraguan and Cuban coals, nor by the Soviet Union, Vietnam, the PLO, Ethiopia, or any of the other countries indicted at one time or another as important suppliers of military aid. In any case, whatever military support the Salvadorian insurgents actually received from abroad, necessarily limited to what could be carried by the occasional clandestine small truck or boat, plainly did not belong in the same league, nor on the same planet, as the huge transport planefuls and shipfuls of American aid, in all its forms, to the Salvadorian government. The United States had waged ruthless war against the Salvadorian Revolution and threatened worse. In April 1991, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Colin Powell, announced that, if necessary, the civil war in El Salvador can be resolved the way it was in the Persian Gulf. In early 1992, the war came to an official end when a United Nations Commission, after a year-and-a-half effort, finally got the warring sides to agree to a ceasefire and a peace agreement. A major offensive launched by the guerrillas in late 1989, in which they brought the war home to wealthy neighborhoods and Americans in the capital, had made clear to Washington and its Salvadorian allies, once again, finally, that the war was unwinnable. In February 1990, Gen. Maxwell Thurman, the head of the U.S. Southern Command, told Congress that the El Salvador government was not able to defeat the rebels, and that the only way to end the fighting was through negotiation. Moreover, the ostensible end of the Cold War had undermined the United States' professed rationale for, and may have relaxed its obsession with, defeating communism in El Salvador. At the same time, Congress was balking more and more about continuing military aid to the Salvadorian government, an attitude that had been growing ever since the November 1989 murder of the Jesuit priests. One of the many provisions of the complex peace agreement was the establishment of a UN Commission of the Truth to investigate the worst acts of violence since 1980. In March of 1993, the Commission presented its report. Among its findings and conclusions were the following. The military forces, supported by the government and the civilian establishment, were plainly the main perpetrators of massacres, executions, torture, and kidnappings during the Civil War. These acts could not be blamed on the excesses of war but on premeditated and ideologically inspired decisions to kill. The Commission called for the dismissal of more than 40 high-ranking military personnel, including Defense Minister Gen. René Emilio Ponce, a longtime favorite of U.S. officials, whom it found had given the orders that led to the murders of the priests, and stipulated that none should ever be allowed to return to military or security duty and should be banned from other public and political life for 10 years. Dismissal and a 10-year ban was also specified for government officials and bureaucrats who abused human rights or took part in a cover-up of the abuses, including the President of the Supreme Court. Right-wing parties in the Salvadorian National Assembly quickly pushed through an amnesty law barring prosecution for any crimes committed during the war. Several leaders of the left were singled out for the assassinations of 11 mayors during the war. A special investigation of death squads was called for. These squads, said the report, were often operated by the military and supported by powerful businessmen, landowners, and some leading politicians. The peace accords did not put an end to this. Dozens of leaders and members of the FMLN were assassinated during 1992 and 1993, as well as a few from the right. Cited as the most notorious of the death squad leaders by the report was Roberto D'Aubuisson, the principal founder of the Nationalist Republican Alliance, ARENA Party, the party of the country's current president, Alfredo Cristiani. D'Aubuisson, the report confirmed, hired the sharpshooter who killed Archbishop Romero. Other sins laid at the doorstep of the government were the rapes and killings of 3 American nuns and a female religious worker in 1980, the murder of 2 American labor advisors in 1981, and the assassination in 1982 of 4 Dutch journalists, whose reports were evidently considered favorable to the guerrillas. The Commission did not focus on any American role in the abuses and cover-up. The role of the United States in El Salvador is a role more effectively studied by the U.S. Congress, said Commission member Thomas Bergenthal, an American jurist, at a news conference. However, the Commission did chastise the United States for failing to rein in Salvadorian exiles in Miami who helped administer death squad activities between 1980 and 1983, with apparently little attention from the U.S. government. Such use of American territory for acts of terrorism abroad should be investigated and never allowed to be repeated. Cuban exiles, of course, have been using Miami as a base for terrorism abroad, as well as in the U.S., for 30 years. Members of Congress, outraged by the findings of the Commission of the Truth, called for the declassification of State Department, Defense Department, and CIA files on El Salvador to help determine whether the Reagan and Bush administrations had concealed evidence from Congress about widespread human rights abuses by their Salvadorian allies. The Commission's report, simply verifies what a number of us knew all through the 80s, said Rep. David Obey, that our own government was lying like hell to us. The report proves that the Reagan administration was willing to lie and certify to anything to get the money it wanted. Various of the more than 12,001 secret documents released by the Clinton administration unequivocally confirmed Obey's charge. Other papers revealed that the current vice president, Francisco Moreno, had organized death squads. The CIA referred to Roberto D'Aubuisson as egocentric, reckless, and perhaps mentally unstable. He trafficked in drugs and smuggled arms. His paramilitary unit was responsible for thousands of murders. And in 1983 he and his advisors were invited by American Ambassador Dean Hinton to have lunch with the visiting U.S. representative to the United Nations, Jeane Kirkpatrick. 6 years later, shortly before the CIA reported that D'Aubuisson's inner circle had plotted to assassinate President Cristiani, Ambassador William G. Walker invited him to the embassy's 4th of July party. American military advisors trained a militia of some 50 wealthy Salvadorians, ostensibly for them to be able to defend their own lavish homes against a rebel attack. But the group was actually linked to D'Aubuisson, and their militia was a cover for the recruitment, training, and possible dispatch of paramilitary civilian death squads. Ambassador Walker halted the training as soon as he learned of it, despite protests from the chief of the U.S. military advisory mission. Another memo, written by a Defense Department official, argued that the wealthy Salvadorians might fund death squads, but would not get blood on their own hands. On March 20, 1994, the ruling party ARENA and its main allies scored a victory in elections held to choose a new president, National Assembly, and hundreds of municipal governments. With the exception of a few reforms touching upon civil liberties, whose significance remains to be seen, the outcome left the society at essentially the same place it was in 1980 when the war had just begun and José Napoleón Duarte had said, "For 50 years the same people had all the power, all the money, all the jobs, all the education." One could now say, for more than 60 years, why had more than half the people of El Salvador, most of them very poor, voted for parties intimately connected with not only the wealthy, but with death squads? The new president, Armando Calderón Sol, had long and close ties to death squad godfather Roberto D'Aubuisson, a large portrait of whom hung in his office. The declassified documents referred to above raised questions about Calderón Sol himself, connections to a kidnapping and to a group of young ARENA militants who bombed the Ministry of Agriculture and wreaked other havoc in the early 1980s in an attempt to destabilize the government whose new agrarian reform was supposed to take land from the wealthy. ARENA's sophisticated multimillion-dollar campaign relied heavily on nurturing two kinds of fears: the traditional fear of communism, inculcated by decades of authoritarian rule, and the supposed economic incompetence of the left, as typified by the Sandinista rule in Nicaragua. Further, ignoring their own violent history, ARENA portrayed the left as terrorists who were exclusively responsible for the war's death and destruction. How honest and fair had the actual voting been? Was the right willing to end a half-century of political exclusion of the left? Besides having a great deal more money at its disposal than its opponents, the ARENA party in power had controlled the press in El Salvador for many years. The one daily paper, Diario Latino, which had dared to show a brief independence, was destroyed by bombs. Moreover, the makeup of the Supreme Electoral Tribunal, TSE, which supervised the election, was based on the election of 1991, which the FMLN had boycotted. It was thus dominated by ARENA, with no one from the FMLN. Many points of contention were raised about the voting, such as the following. A large number of people who registered to vote were unable to do so because they didn't receive their voting card. According to United Nations monitors, as of February 1st, these cases came to more than 500,000, equal to 20% of the electorate. After the election, the FMLN estimated the number of such non-voters at 340,000. 74,000 other applicants were rejected because they couldn't produce a birth certificate. Often this was because the local office of records had been destroyed in the war. Another large block of people held valid voting cards but couldn't vote because they had no transportation to a distant polling station. This was exacerbated, reportedly, by a slowdown in bus service by bus companies owned by arena supporters and the arena-controlled bus drivers' union. Many made it to the polling stations with their voting cards only to be kept from voting because their names did not appear on the voter registration lists or were spelled incorrectly, at least 25,000 such cases according to the UN. Several times that, said the FMLN. Other potential voters left the stations without casting their ballots because very long lines and an extremely cumbersome and snail-paced processing system left them still waiting when the polls closed. These problems, of course, affected the poor, the rural, the less educated, and the first-time voters the most, the base of the FMLN's support. The TSE refused international advice, declined to spend money to transport voters to the polls, and made voting unnecessarily complicated, UN observers said. There was frightening mismanagement of the election beyond our worst expectations, said a senior UN official. There was widespread lack of trust by the electorate before the voting. And now it's much worse. The TSE is completely discredited and has therefore tarnished the election. The FMLN claimed the irregularities cheated the party out of several municipal and legislative seats, a contention lent credence by the UN observers who stated that thousands of people were denied voting cards in 30 towns where the FMLN was strong. The party challenged the results in 37 cities and towns, but the TSE rejected all the claims, a decision that Rafael Lopez Pintor, who headed the UN Electoral Division, called shocking. A team of observers representing the U.S. government also said it was troubled that many of the procedures cited as administrative defects in previous elections continued to be practiced. In the days immediately following the vote, election authorities delayed the release of official results. Then, on the third day, they abruptly cut off access to party monitors to computerized tabulations. The FMLN said that initial tabulations showed that many ballot boxes contained more votes than the legal maximum of 400, some of them 2 to 3 times as many. They also claimed that in San Miguel, one of the country's largest cities, a group of arena militants had absconded with 15 ballot boxes. As it turned out, in the announced result for the presidency, Arena got 641,000 votes, 49% of the total, while the Democratic Coalition, which included the FMLN, was credited with 326,000 votes, or 25%. Failure of any party to win a majority necessitated a runoff election a month later, at which time Arena won 68% of the vote to the coalition's 32%. Because the winner of the runoff was a completely foregone conclusion, there were undoubtedly many poor people who didn't vote because they were unwilling to go through the great inconvenience and uncertainty a second time. There was also the matter of intimidation. According to observers from the Committee in Solidarity with the People of El Salvador, CISPs. Meanwhile, army helicopters buzzed cities where the opposition was strong. Soldiers set up checkpoints and machine gun nests in towns traumatized by army massacres during the war. The government did its best to instill fear in the electorate and must have scared many voters into staying home. Before the election, some workers were warned that if the FMLN won, heads would roll or they would be fired. Inasmuch as a polling official tore off the corner of each ballot, containing the same number as on the ballot, a voter could see that someone could save his number and check how he voted later. The Los Angeles Times reported the story of the master of ceremonies at a rally staged by Arena, attended by a number of peasants, farmers, and market vendors. All those who support Arena, raise your hats, the MC implored the crowd. A few people lifted their hats. All those who support Arena, raise your hats, he tried again. And those who don't raise their hats are Tarengos, he added, invoking a slang word for terrorists used by the army throughout this country's brutal civil war. A lot of people took their hats off. For the benefit of which Salvadorians did Arena remain in power? For which of them had 75,000 civilians been killed? For whom was the U.S. Treasury reduced by $6 billion? 2 reports from the New York Times, over canapes served by hovering waiters at a party. A guest said she was convinced that God had created 2 distinct classes of people, the rich and people to serve them. She described herself as charitable for allowing the poor to work as her servants. "It's the best you can do," she said. The woman's outspokenness was unusual, but her attitude is shared by a large segment of the Salvadoran upper class. The separation between classes is so rigid that even small expressions of kindness across the divide are viewed with suspicion. When an American, visiting an ice cream store, remarked that he was shopping for a birthday party for his maid's child, other store patrons immediately stopped talking and began staring at the American. Finally, an astonished woman in the checkout line spoke out. "You must be kidding," she said. One of their class, who had had enough and was leaving, commented to the Times, "I can't accept the fact that if you're born a peasant here, you die a peasant and your children are going to be peasants. There's no vision that kids of farmhands should be going to Harvard and running this country one day. There's no vision of a modern society." After taking part in Washington's decade-long effort to train and reform the Salvadoran army, many American military advisors have left here angry over the Salvadorans' resistance to change. They say they feel manipulated and betrayed by the Salvadoran officers. The advisors described Salvadoran officers as being mainly interested in amassing wealth and power, as willing to deprive troops of equipment to further the officers' own ends, and as allowing the regular killing or mistreatment of prisoners. None went so far as to say the effort to help the Salvadoran armed forces in their war against a leftist insurgency had been futile. They thought human rights abuses would have been worse, or that the guerrillas might have won the war without their presence. The Times apparently did not ask the advisors whether they believed that the United States government had in some way been forced to take sides in the Civil War. And if not, what had their government's ultimate motive been? And if so, why had they not taken the side of the insurgents? And how bad would the human rights abuses have been if the armed forces had not been provided by Washington with a never-ending supply of every weapon and implement and training known to man to bring destruction, pain and suffering to the greatest number of people?
55. Haiti 1986 1994.
Who will rid me of this turbulent priest? When I give food to the poor, they call me a saint. When I ask why the poor have no food, they call me a communist.
Dom Helder Câmara.
What does the government of the United States do when faced with a choice between supporting a group of totalitarian military thugs guilty of murdering thousands, systematic torture, widespread rape, and leaving severely mutilated corpses in the streets, or b. a non-violent priest, legally elected to the presidency by a landslide, whom the thugs have overthrown in a coup? But what if the priest is a leftist? During the Duvalier family dictatorship, François Papa Doc, 1957–71, followed by Jean-Claude Baby Doc, 1971–86, both anointed president for life by Papa, the United States trained and armed Haiti's counterinsurgency forces, although most American military aid to the country was covertly channeled through Israel, thus sparing Washington embarrassing questions about supporting brutal governments. After Jean-Claude was forced into exile in February 1986, fleeing to France aboard a U.S. Air Force jet, Washington resumed open assistance. And while Haiti's wretched rabble were celebrating the end of 3 decades of Duvalierism, the United States was occupied in preserving it under new names. Within 3 weeks of Jean-Claude's departure, the U.S. announced that it was providing Haiti with $26.6 million in economic and military aid. And in April, it was reported that another $4 million is being sought to provide the Haitian army with trucks, training, and communications gear to allow it to move around the country and maintain order. The CIA was meanwhile arranging for the release from prison and safe exile abroad of 2 of its Duvalier contacts, both notorious police chiefs, thus saving them from possible death sentences for murder and torture, and acting contrary to the public's passionate wish for retribution against its former tormentors. In September, Haiti's main trade union leader, Yves Richard, declared that Washington was working to undermine the left before the coming elections. U.S. aid organizations, he said, were encouraging people in the countryside to identify and reject the entire left as communist, though the country clearly had a fundamental need for reformers and sweeping changes. Haiti was, and is, the Western Hemisphere's best-known economic, medical, political, judicial, educational, and ecological basket case. At this time, Jean-Bertrand Aristide was a charismatic priest with a broad following in the poorest slums of Haiti, the only church figure to speak out against repression during the Duvalier years. He now denounced the military-dominated elections and called upon Haitians to reject the entire process. His activities figured prominently enough in the electoral campaign to evoke a strong antipathy from U.S. officials. Ronald Reagan, Aristide later wrote, considered him to be a communist. And Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, Elliott Abrams, saw fit to attack Aristide while praising the Haitian government in a letter to Time magazine during the election campaign. The Catholic priest first came to prominence in Haiti as a proponent of liberation theology, which seeks to blend the teachings of Christ with inspiring the poor to organize and resist their oppression. When asked why the CIA might have sought to oppose Aristide, a senior official with the Senate Intelligence Committee stated that liberation theology proponents are not too popular at the agency. Maybe second only to the Vatican for not liking liberation theology are the people at Langley, CIA headquarters. Aristide urged a boycott of the elections, saying, "The army is our first enemy." The CIA, on the other hand, funded some of the candidates. The agency later insisted that the purpose of the funding program had not been to oppose Aristide, but to provide a free and open election, by which was meant helping some candidates who didn't have enough money and diminishing Aristide's attempt to have a low turnout, which would have reduced the election's validity. It is not known which candidates the CIA funded or why the agency or the State Department, which reportedly chose the candidates to support, were concerned about such goals in Haiti, when underfunded candidates and low turnouts exist permanently in the United States. The CIA was involved in a range of support for a range of candidates, said an intelligence official directly active in the operation. Countering Aristide's impressive political strength appears to be the only logical explanation for the CIA's involvement, which was authorized by President Reagan and the National Security Council. When the Senate Intelligence Committee demanded to know exactly what the CIA was doing in Haiti and which candidates it was supporting, the agency balked. Eventually, the committee ordered the covert electoral action to cease. A high-ranking source working for the committee said the reason the program was killed was that there are some of us who believe in the neutrality of elections. Nevertheless, it cannot be stated with any certainty that the program was actually halted. The elections scheduled for November 29, 1987 were postponed because of violence. In the rescheduled elections held in January, the candidate favored by the military government was declared the winner in balloting widely perceived as rigged, and in the course of which the CIA was involved in an aborted attempt of unknown nature to influence the elections. There followed more than 2 years of regular political violence, coup attempts, and repression, casting off the vestiges of the Duvalier dictatorship and establishing a new one, until, in March 1990, the current military dictator, General Prosper Avril, was forced by widespread protests to abdicate and was replaced by a civilian government of sorts, but with the military still calling important shots. The United States is not happy with chaos in its client states. It's bad for control, it's bad for business, it's unpredictable who will come out on top, perhaps another Fidel Castro. It was the danger of massive internal uprisings that induced the United States to inform Jean-Claude Duvalier that it was time for him to venture a life of struggle on the French Riviera, and a similar chaotic situation that led the U.S. ambassador to suggest to Avril that it was an apt moment to retire. Transportation into exile for the good general was once again courtesy of Uncle Sam. Thus it was that the American embassy in Port-au-Prince pressured the Haitian officer corps to allow a new election. Neither the embassy nor Aristide himself at this time had reason to expect that he would be a candidate in the election scheduled for December, although he had already been expelled from his religious order, with the blessings of the Vatican, because, amongst other things, of incitement to hatred and violence, and a glorifying of class struggle. Aristide's many followers and friends had often tried in vain to persuade him to run for office. Now they finally succeeded, and in October he became the candidate of a loose coalition of reformist parties and organizations. On the eve of the election, former U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Andrew Young, visited Aristide and asked him to sign a letter accepting Marc Bazin, the U.S.-backed and funded candidate, as president should Bazin win. Young reportedly said there was fear that if Aristide lost, his followers would take to the streets and reject the results. Young was said to be acting on behalf of his mentor, former President Jimmy Carter, but presumably the White House also had their finger in the pie, evidencing their concern about Aristide's charisma and potential as a leader outside their control. Despite a campaign marred by terror and intimidation, nearly 1,000 UN and Organization of American States, OAS, observers, and an unusually scrupulous Haitian general ensured that a relatively honest balloting took place, in which Aristide was victorious with 67.5% of the vote. People chose him over 10 comparatively bourgeois candidates, wrote an American Haiti scholar who was an international election observer, because of his outspoken and uncompromising opposition to the old ways. Aristide's support actually included a progressive bourgeois element as well as his larger popular base. The president-priest took office in February 1991 after a coup attempt against him in January failed. By June, one could read in the Washington Post, proclaiming a political revolution, Aristide, 37, has injected a spirit of hope and honesty into the affairs of government, a radical departure after decades of official venality under the Duvalier family dictatorship and a series of military strongmen. Declaring that his $10,000 monthly salary is not just a scandal, but a crime, Aristide announced on television that he would donate his paychecks to charity. The Catholic priest had long been an incisive critic of U.S. foreign policy because of Washington's support of the Duvalier dynasty and the Haitian military, and he was suspicious of foreign aid, commenting that it all wound up in the pockets of the wealthy. Since 1980, this amounted to $200 million a year, and these were the same 10 years during which the per capita wealth of the country was reduced by 40%. Aristide did not spell out a specific economic program, but was clear about the necessity of a redistribution of wealth, and spoke more of economic justice than of the virtues of the market system. He later wrote, "I have often been criticized for lacking a program, or at least for imprecision in that regard. Was it for lack of time? A poor excuse. In fact, the people had their own program."
Dignity, transparence, simplicity, participation.
These three ideas could be equally well applied in the political and economic sphere and in the moral realm. The bourgeoisie should have been able to understand that its own interest demanded some concessions. We had recreated 1789. Did they want, by their passive resistance, to push the hungry to demand more radical measures? Seriously hampered by the absence in Haiti of a strong traditional left, and confronted by a gridlocked parliament that constitutionally had more power than the president, Aristide didn't succeed in getting any legislation enacted. He did, however, initiate programs in literacy, public health, and agrarian reform, and pressed for an increase in the daily wage, which was often less than $3, a freeze on prices of basic necessities, and a public works program to create jobs. He also increased the feeling of security amongst the population by arresting a number of key paramilitary thugs, and setting in motion a process to eliminate the institution of rural section chiefs, sheriffs, the military's primary instrument of unfettered authority over the lives of the peasants. In office, though not the uncompromising revolutionary firebrand many anticipated, Aristide frequently angered his opponents in the wealthy business class, the parliament, and the army by criticizing their corruptness. The military was particularly vexed by his policies against smuggling and drug trafficking, as well as his attempt to depoliticize them. As for the wealthy civilians, or as they are fondly known, the morally repugnant elite, they did not much care for Aristide's agenda whereby they would pay taxes and share their bounty by creating jobs and reinvesting profits locally rather than abroad. They were, as they remain, positively apoplectic about this little saintly talking priest and his love for the poor. However, Aristide's administration was not, in practice, actually anti-business, and he made it a point to warm up to American officials, foreign capitalists, and some elements of the Haitian military. He also discharged some 2,000 government workers, which pleased the International Monetary Fund and other foreign donors, but Aristide himself regarded these positions as largely useless and corrupt bureaucratic padding. Jean-Bertrand Aristide served less than 8 months as Haiti's president before being deposed, on September 29, 1991, by a military coup in which many hundreds of his supporters were massacred, and thousands more fled to the Dominican Republic or by sea. The slightly built Haitian president who, in the previous few years, had survived several serious assassination attempts and the burning down of his church while he was inside preaching, was saved now largely through the intervention of the French ambassador. Only the Vatican recognized the new military government, although the coup of course was backed by the rich elite. "They helped us a lot," said the country's new police chief and key coup plotter, Joseph Michel François, "because we saved them." No evidence of direct U.S. complicity in the coup has arisen, though, as we shall see, the CIA was financing and training all the important elements of the new military regime, and a Haitian official who supported the coup has reported that U.S. intelligence officers were present at military headquarters as the coup was taking place. This was normal, he added, for the CIA and DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, were always there. We have seen in Nicaragua how the National Endowment for Democracy, which was set up to do overtly and thus more respectably, some of what the CIA used to do covertly, interfered in the 1990 election process. At the same time, the NED, in conjunction with the Agency for International Development Aid, was busy in Haiti. It gave $189,000 to several civic groups that included the Haitian Center for the Defense of Rights and Freedom, headed by Jean-Jacques Honorat. Shortly after Aristide's ouster, Honorat became the prime minister in the coup government. In a 1993 interview with the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, he declared, "The coup was justified by the human rights record of Aristide." Asked what he himself had done as prime minister to halt the massive human rights violations that followed the overthrow, Honorat responded, "I don't have my files here." In the years prior to the coup, the NED also gave more than $500,000 to the Haitian Institute for Research and Development, ERD. This organization played a very partisan role in the 1990 elections when it was allied with U.S. favorite Marc Bazin, former World Bank executive, and helped him create his coalition, just as NED was instrumental in creating the coalition in Nicaragua which defeated the Sandinistas earlier in the year. ERD was led by Leopold Berlanger who, in 1993, supported the junta's sham election aimed at ratifying the prime ministership of Bazin, Honorat's successor, and a political associate of Berlanger. Another recipient of NED largesse was Radio Soleil, run by the Catholic Church in a manner calculated to not displease the dictatorship of the day. During the 1991 coup, according to the Rev. Hugo Trieste, a former station director, the station refused to air a message from Aristide. The NED has further reduced the U.S. Treasury by grants to the Union Association Fédération d'Ouvriers Syndics, founded in 1984 with Duvalier's approval, so that Haiti, which previously had crushed union organizing efforts, would qualify for the U.S. Caribbean Basin Initiative economic package. But despite its name and unceasing rhetoric, the National Endowment for Democracy did not give a dollar to any of the grassroots organizations that eventually merged to form Aristide's coalition. Within a week of Aristide's overthrow, the Bush administration began to distance itself from the man, reported the New York Times, by refusing to say that his return to power was a necessary precondition for Washington to feel that democracy has been restored in Haiti. The public rationale given for this attitude was that Aristide's human rights record was questionable, since some business executives, legislators, and other opponents of his had accused him of using mobs to intimidate them and tacitly condoning their violence. Some of Haiti's destitute did carry out acts of violence and arson against the rich, but it's a stretch to blame Aristide, whatever his attitude, given that these were enraged people seeking revenge for a lifetime of extreme oppression against their perceived oppressors, revenge they had long been waiting for. A year later, the Boston Globe could editorialize that the Bush administration's contempt for Haitian democracy has been scandalous. By refusing to acknowledge the carnage taking place in Haiti, the administration has all but bestowed its blessing on the putschists. 2 months earlier, in testimony before Congress, the CIA's leading analyst of Latin American affairs, Brian Littell, had described coup leader Lieutenant Gen. Raoul Cedras as one of the most promising group of Haitian leaders to emerge since the Duvalier family dictatorship was overthrown in 1986. He also reported that he saw no evidence of oppressive rule in Haiti. Yet, the State Department Annual Human Rights Report for the same year stated, Haitians suffered frequent human rights abuses throughout 1992, including extrajudicial killings by security forces, disappearances, beatings and other mistreatment of detainees and prisoners, arbitrary arrests and detention and executive interference with the judicial process. The New York Times one-year post-coup status report was remarkably blunt, since shortly after the overthrow, when Secretary of State James Baker echoed President Bush's famous, "This aggression will not stand" statement about Iraq, little consideration has been given to backing up American principles in Haiti with American muscle. Recently, an advisor of the coup government repeated Father Aristide's longtime complaint when he said that all it would take is one phone call from Washington to send the army's leadership packing. Supporters and opponents of Father Aristide agree, nothing more threatening than a leaky and ineffective embargo, quickly imposed, has ever been seriously contemplated, which reflects Washington's deep-seated ambivalence about a leftward-tilting nationalist, who often depicted the United States as a citadel of evil and the root of many of his country's problems. Despite much blood on the Army's hands, United States diplomats consider it a vital counterweight to Father Aristide, whose class struggle rhetoric threatened or antagonized traditional power centers at home and abroad. During this period, numerous nocturnal arrivals of U.S. Air Force planes in Port-au-Prince were reported in Haitian clandestine newspapers. Whether this had any connection to the leaking embargo may never be known. When asked, a U.S. embassy official said the flights were routine, the CIA's clients. From the mid-1980s until at least the 1991 coup, key members of Haiti's military and political leadership were on the agency's payroll. These payments were defended by Washington officials and a congressman on the House Intelligence Committee as being a normal and necessary part of gathering intelligence in a foreign country. This argument, which has often been used to defend CIA bribery, ignores the simple reality illustrated repeatedly in this book, that payments bring more than information, they bring influence and control. And when one looks at the anti-democratic and cruelty levels of the Haitian military during its period of being bribes, one has to wonder what the CIA's influence was. Moreover, one has to wonder what the defenders of the payments would have thought upon learning during the Cold War that congressmen and high officials in the White House were on the KGB payroll. Even after the supposed end of the Cold War, we must consider the shocked reaction to the case of CIA officer Aldrich Ames. He was, after all, only accepting money from the KGB for information. In any event, money paid by the CIA to these men, as well as to the groups mentioned below, was obviously available to finance their murderous purposes. When Gaddafi of Libya did this, it was called supporting terrorism. Did the information provided the CIA by the Haitian leaders include advance notice of the coup? No evidence of this has emerged, but 4 decades of known CIA behavior would make it eminently likely. And if so, did the agency do anything to stop it? What did the CIA do with its knowledge of the drug trafficking which the Haitian powers that be, including Baby Doc, were long involved in? 2. In 1986, the CIA created a new organization, the National Intelligence Service, SIN. The unit was staffed solely by officers of the Haitian Army, widely perceived as an unprofessional force with a marked tendency toward corruption. SIN was purportedly created to fight the cocaine trade, though SIN officers themselves engaged in the trafficking, and the trade was aided and abetted by some of the Haitian officials also on the agency payroll. SIN functioned as an instrument of political terror, persecuting and torturing Father Aristide's supporters and other subversives, and using its CIA training and devices to spy on them. In short, much like the intelligence services created by the CIA elsewhere in the world during the previous several decades, including Greece, South Korea, Iran, and Uruguay, and created in Haiti presumably for the same reason, to give the agency a properly trained and equipped and loyal instrument of control. At the same time that SIN was receiving between $500,000 and $1 million a year in equipment, training, and financial support, Congress was withholding about $1.5 million in aid for the Haitian military because of its abuses of human rights. Aristide had tried, without success, to shut SIN down. The CIA told his people that the United States would see to it that the organization was reformed, but that its continued operation was beyond question. Then came the coup. Afterwards, American officials say the CIA cut its ties to SIN, but in 1992 a U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration document described SIN in the present tense as a covert counternarcotics intelligence unit which often works in unison with the CIA. In September of the same year, work by the DEA in Haiti led to the arrest of a SIN officer on cocaine charges by the Haitian authorities. 3. Amongst the worst violators of human rights in Haiti was the Front for the Advancement and Progress of Haiti, FRAF, actually a front for the army. The paramilitary group spread deep fear amongst the Haitian people with its regular murders, public beatings, arson raids on poor neighborhoods, and mutilation by machete. FRAF's leader, Emmanuel Constant, went on to the CIA payroll in early 1992 and, according to the agency, this relation ended in mid-1994. Whatever truth lies in that claim, the fact is that by October the American embassy in Haiti was openly acknowledging that Constant, now a born-again Democrat, was on its payroll. The FRAF leader says that soon after Aristide's ouster, an officer of the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency, Colonel Patrick Collins, pushed him to organize a front that could balance the Aristide movement and do intelligence work against it. This resulted in Constant forming what later evolved into FRAF in August 1993. Members of FRAF were working, and perhaps still are, for two social service agencies funded by the Agency for International Development, one of which maintains sensitive files on the movements of the Haitian poor. Constant, who has told in detail of having attended, on invitation, the Clinton inauguration balls, was the organizer of the dockside mob that, on October 11, 1993, chased off a ship carrying U.S. military personnel arriving to retrain the Haitian military under the UN agreement, see below. This was while Constant was on the CIA payroll. But that incident may have been something out of the agency's false bottom world. Did Washington really want to challenge the military government? Or only appear to do so? Constant actually informed the United States beforehand of what was going to happen, then went on the radio to urge all patriotic Haitians to join the massive demonstrations at the dock. The United States did nothing before or after but allow its ship to turn tail and run. In the summer of 1993, United Nations-mediated talks on Governor's Island in New York between Aristide, living in exile in Washington, and the Haitian military government resulted in an accord whereby the leader of the junta, Gen. Cedras, would step down on October 15th and allow Aristide to return to Haiti as president on October 30th. But the dates came and went without the military fulfilling their promise, meanwhile not pausing in their assaults upon Aristide supporters, including the September murder of a prominent Aristide confidant who was dragged out of church and shot in full view of UN officials, and the assassination a month later of Aristide's justice minister, Guy Mallory. Pleased with its foreign policy success in securing the agreement in New York, the Clinton administration seemingly was willing to tolerate any and all outrages. But an advisor to Cedras declared afterward that when the military had agreed to negotiate, the whole thing was a smokescreen. We wanted to get the sanctions lifted. But we never had any intention of really agreeing to Governor's Island, as I'm sure everyone can now figure out for themselves. We were playing for time. Aristide himself never liked the UN plan, which granted amnesty to those who mounted the coup against him. He declared that the United States had pressured him to sign. Speaking to congressmen in early October, CIA official Brian Littell, who had previously praised Cedras and his rule, now characterized Aristide as mentally unbalanced. Was this perhaps amongst the information provided the CIA by their agents in the Haitian military? During the election campaign, Aristide's detractors in Haiti had in fact spread the rumor that he was mentally ill. Littell also testified that Aristide paid little mind to democratic principles and had urged supporters to murder their opponents with a technique called necklacing, in which gasoline-soaked tires are placed around victims' necks and set afire. Neither Littell nor anyone else has provided any evidence of Aristide engaging in an explicit provocation, although this is not to say that necklacing was not carried out as an act of revenge by Haiti's masses, as it was in 1986 following the ouster of Duvalier. At the same time, congressmen were exposed to a document purporting to describe Aristide's medical history, claiming that he had been treated in a mental hospital in Canada in 1980, diagnosed as manic depressive and prescribed large quantities of drugs. This claim was described in the media as emanating from the CIA, but the agency denied this, saying it had seen the document before and had judged it to be a partial or complete fake, but adding that it still stood by its 1992 psychological profile of Aristide, which concluded that the deposed president was possibly unstable. The claims were denied by Aristide and his spokesman, and independent checks with the hospital in Canada showed no record of his being a patient there. Nonetheless, congressional opponents of Aristide now had a rationale for trying to limit the extent of U.S. support to him, and some of them argued that the United States should not embroil itself in Haiti on behalf of such a leader. He, Littell, made it the most simplistic, one-dimensional message he could. Murderer, psychopath, said an administration official familiar with Littell's briefing. In 1960, the Eisenhower administration had regarded another black foreign leader who didn't buy into Pax Americana, Patrice Lumumba, as unstable, irrational, almost psychotic. Nelson Mandela was often described in a similar fashion by his opponents. Some of those who make such charges may indeed believe that conspicuously rejecting the established order is a sign of insanity. The junta, which was concerned that President Clinton might order military action against Haiti, was pleased. A spokesman observed that after the information about Aristide got out from our friends in the CIA, and Congress started talking about how bad he is, we figured the chances of an invasion were gone. Though the Clinton administration publicly repudiated the claims about Aristide's mental health in no uncertain terms, it nonetheless continued to negotiate with Haiti's military leaders, a policy which stunned supporters of the Catholic priest. Apparently, marveled Robert White, a former U.S. ambassador to El Salvador and an unpaid advisor to Aristide. Nothing will shake the touching faith the Clinton administration has in the Haitian military's bona fides. Aristide supporters asserted that such faith reflected long and continuing relations between American military officers and Haiti's top commanders, Cedras and Francois, the police chief, both of whom had received military training in the United States. Time magazine suggested that the U.S. attitude toward some of Haiti's henchmen is not as hostile as American rhetoric would indicate. This attitude was commented upon by the Lawyers' Committee for Human Rights. Faced with Aristide's talk of radical reform, an old and deep-rooted American instinct has taken hold. Repeated in countless countries both during and after the Cold War, it is this: when in doubt, look to the military as the only institutional guarantee of stability and order. It had indeed been to the military that the Reagan and Bush administrations had looked to provide these qualities, praising the sincerity of the Haitian Army's commitment to democracy on several occasions. The Clinton administration was as hypocritical on the Haiti question as were its predecessors, exemplified by its choice for Secretary of Commerce. Ron Brown had been a well-paid and highly active lobbyist for Baby Doc Duvalier. Cedrus's spit-in-the-face deceit on the Governor's Island Accord appeared to bother Washington officials much less than the fact that Aristide would not agree to form a government with the military. By February 1994, it was an open secret that Washington would as soon be rid of the Haitian priest as it would the Haitian strongmen. The Los Angeles Times reported, "Officially the U.S. supports the restoration of Aristide. In private, however, many officials say that Aristide is so politically radical that the military and the island's affluent elite will never allow him to return to power." Ideologically, if not emotionally, the antipathy of the administration's senior officials to Aristide's politics was hardly less than that of his country's ruling class. Moreover, the predominant reason the strongmen were in disfavor in Washington's eyes had little to do with their dreadful human rights record per se, but rather that the repression in Haiti was provoking people to flee by the tens of thousands, causing the United States an enormous logistical headache and image problem in the Caribbean and Florida, as well as costing hundreds of millions of dollars. The gulf between the administration and Aristide widened yet further when Secretary of State Warren Christopher announced that a group of Haitian parliamentarians, whom he characterized as centrists, had put forth a plan which would pardon the army officers who engineered the coup, and which called for Aristide to name a prime minister, who in turn would create a cabinet acceptable to Aristide's domestic foes. These steps, the plan anticipated, would establish a coalition government and clear the way for Aristide's eventual return to office. Aristide, who had not been consulted at all, flatly rejected the proposal that would have allowed some awful villains to escape punishment, made no mention of a date or timetable for his restoration, contained no guarantee that he would ever be able to return to power at all, and would require him to share power with a politically incompatible prime minister and some cabinet members of similar ilk. Christopher added that any strengthening of the embargo against Haiti would depend on Aristide's acceptance of the plan. The United States, he said, was wary of tougher sanctions because they would increase the suffering in Haiti. At the same time, the State Department's chief Haiti expert, Michael Kozak, blamed extremists on both sides for scuttling the plan. This, said a Haitian supporter of Aristide, created a moral equivalency between Aristide and the military. That put Aristide on the same level as the killers. The Bush administration, employing the UN and the OAS as well, had pressed similar proposals and ultimatums upon the beleaguered Aristide on several occasions. His failure to embrace them had stamped him as intransigent amongst some officials and media. Aristide's rejection of the plan can perhaps be better understood if one considers whether Washington would ever insist to the Cuban exiles in Miami that if they wanted U.S. support for their return to Cuba, they would have to agree to a coalition government with Castroites, or that Iraqian exiles would have to learn to live with Saddam Hussein. The repeated insistence that Aristide accept a broad-based government or a government of national consensus is ironic coming from the Bush and Clinton administrations, in which one cannot find an open left liberal, much less a leftist or socialist, scarcely even a plain genuine liberal in any high-level position. Nor has the severe suffering of the Cuban people from the American embargo had any noticeable effect upon the policy of either administration. It soon developed that the plan, which had been labeled a bipartisan Haitian legislative initiative, had actually originated with a State Department memo. Worse, the Haitian input had come from supporters of Aristide's overthrow, including police chief François himself. A further symptom of the administration's estrangement from Aristide was a report from the U.S. Embassy in Haiti to the State Department in April. While conceding widespread and grave violations of human rights by the military regime, the report claimed that Aristide and his followers consistently manipulate and even fabricate human rights abuses as a propaganda tool. The Aristide camp was described as hardline ideological. Congressional liberals, particularly the Congressional Black Caucus, were becoming disturbed. In the midst of their growing criticism and pressure, State Department Special Envoy to Haiti Lawrence Petsulo, by this time openly described as the author of the legislative plan, resigned. A week later, several congressmen, attended by wide media coverage, were arrested in a protest outside the White House. By early May, given the congressional pressure, the Grand Haitian Plan discredited and abandoned, the sanctions an international joke, the refugees still washing up on Florida shores, while many thousands of others were filling up Guantanamo Base in Cuba, the Clinton administration was forced to the conclusion that, though they still didn't like this man Jean-Bertrand Aristide with his non-centrist thoughts, they were unable to create anything that smelled even faintly like a rose without restoring him to the presidency. Bill Clinton had painted himself into a corner. During the campaign in 1992, he had denounced Bush's policy of returning refugees to Haiti as cruel. "My administration," he declared, "will stand up for democracy." Since that time, the word Haiti could not cross his lips without being accompanied by at least 3 platitudes about democracy. Something had to be done, or another foreign policy failure would be added to the list the Republicans were drooling over in this election year. But what? Over the next 4 months, the world was treated to a continuous flip-flop, numerous permutations concerning sanctions, handling of the refugees, how much time the junta had to pack up and leave, as much as 6 months, what kind of punishment or amnesty for the murderous military and police, whether the U.S. would invade. This time we mean it, now we really mean it. Our patience has run out. For the 3rd time, we will not rule out military force. For the 5th time. The junta was not terribly intimidated. Meanwhile, an OAS human rights team was accusing the Haiti regime of murder, rape, kidnapping, detention, and torture in a systematic campaign to terrorize Haitians who want the return of democracy and President Jean-Bertrand Aristide, and Amnesty International was reporting the same. Time was passing, and each day meant less time for Aristide to govern Haiti. He had already lost almost 3 of the 5 years of his term, plus the 8 months he had served. By the summer, what Bill Clinton wanted desperately was to get the junta out of power without having to deal with the thorny question of congressional approval, without a U.S. invasion, without any American casualties, without going to war on behalf of a socialist priest. If Washington's heart had really been set on the return to power of Father Jean-Bertrand Aristide, the CIA could have been directed to destabilize the Haitian government any time during the previous 3 years, using its tried and trusted bribery, blackmail, and forged documents, its disinformation, rumors, and paranoia, its weapons, mercenaries, and assassinations, its multinational economic strangleholds, its instant little armies, its selective little air assaults imbuing the right amount of terror in the right people at the right time. The agency had done so with much stronger and more stable governments. Governments with much more public support, from Iran and Guatemala to Ecuador and Brazil to Ghana and Chile. Much of what was needed in Haiti was already in place, beginning with the CIA's own creation, the National Intelligence Service, as well as a large network of informants and paid assets within other security forces such as FRAF, and knowledge of who the reliable military officers were. U.S. intelligence even had a complete inventory of Haitian weaponry. The failure of Clinton to make use of this option is particularly curious in light of the fact that many members of Congress and some of the administration's own foreign policy specialists were urging him to do so for months. Finally, in September 1994, officials revealed that the CIA had launched a major covert operation this month to try to topple Haiti's military regime. But so far the attempt has failed. One official said the effort was too late to make a difference. The administration, we were told, had spent months debating what kind of actions to undertake and whether they would be legal or not. Or they could have made the famous one phone call, like they meant it. Betrayal. The most violent regime in our hemisphere. Campaign of rape, torture, and mutilation. People starved. Executing children. Raping women. Killing priests. Slaying of Haitian orphans, suspected of harboring sympathy toward President Aristide, for no other reason than he ran an orphanage in his days as a parish priest. Soldiers and policemen raping the wives and daughters of suspected political dissidents. Young girls, 13, 16 years old. People slain and mutilated with body parts left as warnings to terrify others. Children forced to watch as their mothers' faces are slashed with machetes. Thus spaketh William Jefferson Clinton to the American people to explain why he was seeking to restore democratic government in Haiti. The next thing we knew, the Haitian leaders were told that they could take 4 weeks to resign. They would not be charged with any crimes. They could remain in the country if they wished. They could run for the presidency if they wished. They could retain all their assets no matter how acquired. Those who chose exile were paid large amounts of money by the United States to lease their Haitian properties. Any improvements made to remain free of charge. 2 jets were chartered to fly them with all their furniture to the country of their choice, transportation free, housing and living expenses paid for the next year for all family members and dozens of relatives and friends, totaling millions of dollars. The reason Bill Clinton, the president, as opposed perhaps to Bill Clinton, the human being, could behave like this is that he, as would be the case with any other man sitting in the White House, like Jimmy Carter, who told Cedras that he was a man of honor and that he had great respect for him, was not actually repulsed by Cedras and company, for they posed no ideological barrier to the United States continuing the economic and strategic control of Haiti it's maintained for most of the century. Unlike Jean-Bertrand Aristide, a man who only a year earlier had declared, "I still think capitalism is a mortal sin," or Fidel Castro in Cuba. Lest there be doubt here, it should be noted that shortly before Clinton made the remarks cited above, Vice President Gore declared on television that Castro has a worse record on human rights than the military leaders of Haiti. The atrocities of the Haitian government were simply trotted out by President Clinton to build support for military intervention, just as he cited the junta's drug trafficking. After all these years, this was now discovered, as Noriega's longtime dealings were finally condemned when it was time for a military intervention into Panama. But the worst of the betrayal was yet to come. Per the above agreement with Raul Cedras, U.S. armed forces began arriving in Haiti September 19th to clear the way for Aristide's arrival in mid-October. The Americans were welcomed with elation by the Haitian people, and the GIs soon disarmed, arrested, or shot dead some of the worst dangers to life and limb and instigators of chaos in Haitian society. But first they set up tanks and vehicles mounted with machine guns to block off the streets leading to the residential neighborhoods of the morally repugnant elite, the rich being Washington's natural allies. Jean-Bertrand Aristide's reception was a joyous celebration filled with optimism. However, unbeknownst to his adoring followers, while they were regaining Aristide, they may have lost Aristidism. The Los Angeles Times reported, in a series of private meetings, administration officials admonished Aristide to put aside the rhetoric of class warfare and seek instead to reconcile Haiti's rich and poor. The administration also urged Aristide to stick closely to free market economics and to abide by the Caribbean nation's constitution, which gives substantial political power to the parliament while imposing tight limits on the presidency. Administration officials have urged Aristide to reach out to some of his political opponents in setting up his new government, to set up a broad-based coalition regime. The administration has made it clear to Aristide that if he fails to reach a consensus with Parliament, the United States will not try to prop up his regime. Almost every aspect of Aristide's plans for resuming power, from taxing the rich to disarming the military, has been examined by the U.S. officials with whom the Haitian president meets daily and by officials from the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and other aid organizations. The finished package clearly reflects their priorities. Aristide obviously has toned down the liberation theology and class struggle rhetoric that was his signature before he was exiled to Washington. Tutored by leading Clinton administration officials, Aristide has embraced the principles of democracy, national reconciliation, and market economics with a zeal that Washington would like to see in all leaders of developing nations. Aristide returned to Haiti October 15, 1994, 3 years and 2 weeks after being deposed. The United States might well have engineered his return under the same terms, or much better, of course, 2 to 3 years earlier, but Washington officials kept believing that the policy of returning refugees to Haiti, and when that was unfeasible, lodging them at Guantanamo would make the problems go away, the refugee problem and the Jean-Bertrand Aristide problem. Faced ultimately with an Aristide returning to power, Clinton demanded and received, and then made sure to publicly announce, the Haitian president's guarantee that he would not try to remain in office to make up for the time lost in exile. Clinton, of course, called this democracy, although it represented a partial legitimization of the coup. As can be deduced from the above compilation of news reports, this was by no means the only option Aristide effectively surrendered. His preference for the all-important position of prime minister, who appoints the cabinet, was Claudette Worlay, a woman very much in harmony with his thinking, but he was forced to rule her out because of strong opposition to her leftist bent from political opponents who argued that she would seriously hurt efforts to obtain foreign aid and investment. Instead, Aristide wound up appointing Marc Michel, one of Washington's leading choices. At the same time, the Clinton administration and the international financial institutions, IFIs, were carefully watching the Haitian president's appointments for finance minister, planning minister, and head of the central bank. 2 of the men favored by Washington to fill these positions had met in Paris on August 22 with the IFIs to arrange the terms of an agreement under which Haiti would receive about $700 million of investment and credit. Typical of such agreements for the Third World, it calls for a drastic reduction of state involvement in the economy and an enlarged role for the private sector through privatization of public services. Haiti's international function will be to serve the transnational corporations by opening itself up further to foreign investment and commerce, with a bare minimum of tariffs or other import restrictions, and offering itself, primarily in the assembly industries, as a source of cheap export labor, extremely cheap labor, little if any increase in the current 10 to 25 cents per hour wages, distressingly inadequate for keeping body and soul together and hunger at bay. A way of life promoted for years to investors by the U.S. Agency for International Development and other U.S. government agencies. The assembly industries are regarded by Washington as important enough to American firms that in the midst of the sanctions against Haiti, the U.S. announced that it was fine-tuning the embargo to permit these firms to import and export so they could resume work. The agreement further emphasizes that the power of the parliament is to be strengthened. The office of the president is not even mentioned. Neither is the word justice. As of this writing, late October 1994, Aristide's dreams of a living wage and civilized working conditions for the Haitian masses, a social security pension system, decent education, housing, health care, public transportation, etc. appear to be little more than that dreams. What appears to be certain is that the rich will grow richer, and the poor will remain at the very bottom of Latin America's heap. Under Aristide's successor, whomever the United States is already grooming, it can only get worse. Aristide, the radical reformer, knew all this, and at certain points during September and October, he may have had the option to get a much better deal, for Clinton needed him almost as much as he needed Clinton. If Aristide had threatened to go public, and noisily so, about the betrayal in process, spelling out all the sleazy details so that the whole world could get beyond the headline platitudes and understand what a sham Bill Clinton's expressed concerns about democracy and the welfare of the Haitian people were, the American president would have been faced with an embarrassment of scandalous proportion. But Aristide the priest saw the world in a different light. Let us compare political power with theological power. On the one hand, we see those in control using the traditional tools of politics: weapons, money, dictatorship, coups d'état, repression. On the other hand, we see tools that were used 2,000 years ago: solidarity, resistance, courage, determination, and the fight for dignity and might, respect and power. We see transcendence. We see faith in God, who is justice. The question we now ask is this: which is stronger, political power or theological power? I am confident that the latter is stronger. I am also confident that the two forces can converge, and that their convergence will make the critical difference. 56. The American Empire, 1992 to present. We assert that no nation can long endure half republic and half empire, and we warn the American people that imperialism abroad will lead quickly and inevitably to despotism at home. Democratic Party, U.S., National Platform, 1900. Following its bombing of Iraq in 1991, the United States wound up with military bases in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Oman, and the United Arab Emirates. Following its bombing of Yugoslavia in 1999, the United States wound up with military bases in Kosovo, Albania, Bulgaria, Macedonia, Hungary, Bosnia, and Croatia. Following its bombing of Afghanistan in 2001-2, the United States wound up with military bases in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Georgia, Yemen, and Djibouti. Following its bombing and invasion of Iraq in 2003, the United States wound up with Iraq. This is not very subtle foreign policy, certainly not covert. The men who run the American empire are not easily embarrassed. And that is the way the empire grows. A base in every neighborhood, ready to be mobilized to put down any threat to imperial rule, real or imagined. 58 years after World War II ended, the United States still has major bases in Germany and Japan. 50 years after the end of the Korean War, tens of thousands of American armed forces continue to be stationed in South Korea. America will have a continuing interest and presence in Central Asia of a kind that we could not have dreamed of before, U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell declared in February 2002. Later that year, the U.S. Defense Department announced, "The United States military is currently deployed to more locations than it has been throughout history." Equally unsubtle are the announcements beginning in the early 1990s, coinciding with the pivotal demise of the Soviet Union, and continuing to the present, trumpeting Washington's desire, means, and intention for world domination, while assuring the world of the noble purposes behind this crusade. These declarations have been regularly put forth in policy papers emanating from the White House and the Pentagon, as well as from government-appointed commissions and think tanks closely associated with the national security establishment. Here is the voice of the empire in 1992. Our first objective is to prevent the reemergence of a new rival, either on the territory of the former Soviet Union or elsewhere, that poses a threat on the order of that posed formerly by the Soviet Union. We must account sufficiently for the interests of the advanced industrial nations to discourage them from challenging our leadership or seeking to overturn the established political and economic order. We must maintain the mechanisms for deterring potential competitors from even aspiring to a larger regional or global role. 1996. We will engage terrestrial targets someday. Ships, airplanes, land targets from space. We're going to fight in space. We're going to fight from space and we're going to fight into space. 1997. With regard to space dominance, we have it, we like it, and we're going to keep it. 2000. The new military preparedness standard is to maintain military superiority over all potential rivals and to prepare now for future military rivalries, even if they cannot yet be identified and their eventual arrival is only speculative. Military requirements have become detached from net assessments of actual security threats. Generic wars and generic capabilities are proffered as the basis for planning. Particularities of real threat scenarios have become secondary to the generalized need to show raw U.S. power across the globe. 2001. The presence of American forces in critical regions around the world is the visible expression of the extent of America's status as a superpower and as the guarantor of liberty, peace, and stability. 2001. If we just let our own vision of the world go forth and we embrace it entirely, and we don't try to be clever and piece together clever diplomatic solutions to this thing, but just wage a total war against these tyrants, I think we will do very well and our children will sing great songs about us years from now. 2001. The Bush administration's Nuclear Posture Review, directing the military to prepare contingency plans to use nuclear weapons against at least 7 countries, China, Russia, Iraq, Iran, North Korea, Libya, and Syria, and to build smaller nuclear weapons for use in certain battlefield situations. 2002. In September, the White House issued its National Security Strategy, which declared, "Our forces will be strong enough to dissuade potential adversaries from pursuing a military buildup in hopes of surpassing or equaling the power of the United States. America will act against such emerging threats before they are fully formed. We must deter and defend against the threat before it is unleashed. We cannot let our enemies strike first. To forestall or prevent such hostile acts by our adversaries, the United States will, if necessary, act preemptively. Preemptiveness is essentially the rationale Imperial Japan, without being overly paranoid, used to justify its attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941, and which Nazi Germany, as a sham pretext, used to justify its invasion of Poland in 1939. To one observer, the meaning of the national security strategy was this: it dashes the aspirations of those who had hoped that the world was moving toward a system of international law that would allow for the peaceful resolution of conflicts through covenants and courts. In place of this, a single power that shuns covenants and courts has proclaimed that it intends to dominate the world militarily, intervening preemptively where necessary to exorcise threats. Those who want a world in which no power is supreme and in which laws and covenants are used to settle conflicts will begin a new debate about how to contend with Imperial America. So intoxicated with the idea of dominance is the U.S. national security state that when it announced, in November 2002, the formation of a public affairs group that would travel to battlefields to interact with journalists, assist U.S. commanders, and send news and pictures back to headquarters for dissemination. It described the operation as an attempt at information dominance. The Cold War is over. Long live the Cold War. It is remarkable indeed that in the 21st century the government of the United States is still going around dropping huge amounts of exceedingly powerful explosives upon the heads of innocent and defenseless people. It wasn't supposed to be this way. In the mid-1980s, Mikhail Gorbachev's reforms instituted the beginning of the end for the Soviet police state. In 1989, the Berlin Wall came down, and people all over Eastern Europe were joyfully celebrating a new day. The United States then joined this celebration by invading and bombing Panama, only weeks after the wall fell. At the same time, the U.S. was shamelessly intervening in the election in Nicaragua to defeat a leftist government. Soon thereafter, South Africa freed Nelson Mandela and apartheid began to crumble. And before the year 1990 was over, Haiti held its first free election ever and chose a genuine progressive as president. It seemed like anything was possible. Optimism was as widespread as pessimism is today. However, when Bulgaria and Albania, newly freed from the grip of communism, as the American media would put it, dared to elect governments not acceptable to Washington, Washington just stepped in and overthrew those governments. The same period found the U.S. bombing Iraq and its people 40 days and nights without mercy, for no good or honest reason. And that was that for our hope for a different and better world. But the American leaders were not through. In 1993, they were off attacking Somalia, trying to rearrange the country's political map. More bombing and killing. They intervened to put down dissident movements in Peru, Mexico, Colombia, and Ecuador, just as if it were the Cold War in the 1950s in Latin America, and the 1960s, the 1970s, the 1980s, still doing it in the 1990s and into the new century. In the latter part of the 1990s, Washington could be found engaged in serious meddling in the elections in territories which had once been part of the Soviet sphere: Russia, Mongolia, and Bosnia. In 1999, they bombed the people of Serbia and Kosovo for 78 seemingly endless days, the culmination of Washington's master plan of breaking up the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, demonized as the last of the communists. And once again, in the fall of 2001, grossly and openly intervened in an election in Nicaragua to prevent the left from winning. At the same time, bombarding Afghanistan, and in all likelihood killing more innocent civilians than were killed in the United States on September 11, 2001, as well as taking the lives of countless combatants, i.e., anyone who defended against the invasion of the land they were living in. Most of the so-called terrorists of foreign nationality residing in Afghanistan at the time, including those training at al-Qaeda camps, had come there to fight against the Soviet forces or to help the Taliban in their later civil war. For them, these were religious missions, nothing to do with terrorism or the United States. Amongst the thousands of victims of the American invasion, not one has been identified as having a connection to the events of that tragic day. The September 11th terrorists had chosen symbolic buildings to attack, and the United States then chose a symbolic country to retaliate against. While continuing to savage Afghanistan in 2002, Washington found time to lend its indispensable support to a plot to overthrow Hugo Chavez and his populist government in Venezuela, Chavez having made it abundantly clear that Venezuela was not prepared to become a foreign outpost of the empire. And all these years still keeping a chokehold on Cuba. Still, after a century of imperialist occupation, refusing to vacate Guantanamo Base in Cuba, converting it in 2002 to a modern Devil's Island for the illegal and grim imprisonment of men, as well as several children, kidnapped in various localities of the world in the so-called War on Terrorism. There was none of the peace dividend that had been promised for the end of the Cold War, not for Americans nor for the rest of the world. What do we have here? The American people had been taught for nearly half a century that the Cold War, including the Korean War, the Vietnam War, the huge military budgets, all the U.S. invasions and overthrows of governments, the ones they knew about, they were taught that this was all to fight the same menace, the international communist conspiracy headquarters in Moscow. But then the Soviet Union was dissolved. The Warsaw Pact was dissolved as well. The East European satellites became independent. The former communists even became capitalists. And nothing changed in American foreign policy. Even NATO remained, NATO which had been created, so we were told, to protect Western Europe against a Soviet invasion. Even NATO remained, ever increasing in size and military power, a treaty on wheels which could be rolled in any direction to suit Washington's current policy. Acting as a U.S. surrogate ruling over the Balkans as a protectorate, invoking its charter to justify its members joining the U.S. in the Afghanistan invasion. And as Russia closed down its Cold War bases in Eastern Europe, Vietnam, and Cuba, the United States was opening military bases in the territories of the former Soviet Union and in other regions of the world. While Russia closed down its radio intelligence station at Lourdes, Cuba, the United States was building a powerful communications listening station in Latvia, on the Russian border, as part of Washington's worldwide eavesdropping system. The whole thing had been a con game. The Soviet Union and something called communism per se had not been the object of Washington's global attacks. There had never been an international communist conspiracy. The enemy was, and remains, any government or movement or even individual that stands in the way of the expansion of the American empire. By whatever name the U.S. gives to the enemy, communist, rogue state, drug trafficker, terrorist, is the United States against terrorism? Are we now to believe that the American empire is against terrorism? What does one call a man who blows up an airplane killing 73 civilians for political reasons? Who attempts assassinations against several diplomats? Who fires cannons at ships docked in American ports? Who places bombs in numerous commercial and diplomatic buildings in the U.S. and abroad? Dozens of such acts. His name is Orlando Bosch. He's Cuban and he lives in Miami, unmolested by the authorities. The city of Miami once declared a day in his honor, Dr. Orlando Bosch Day. He was freed from prison in Venezuela in 1988, where he had been held for the airplane bombing, partly because after Bosch returned to the U.S. in 1988, the Justice Department condemned him as a totally violent terrorist and was all set to deport him, but that was blocked by President Bush I with the help of son Jeb Bush in Florida. So is President Bush II and his family against terrorism? Well, yes, they're against those terrorists who are not allies of the empire. The plane that Bosch bombed in 1976 was a Cuban plane. He's wanted in Cuba for that and a host of other serious crimes, and the Cubans have asked Washington to extradite him. To Cuba, he's like Osama bin Laden is to the United States. But the U.S. has refused. Imagine the reaction in the United States if bin Laden showed up in Havana and the Cubans refused to turn him over. Imagine the reaction in the United States if Havana proclaimed Osama bin Laden Day. Washington's commitment to fighting terrorism can be further questioned in light of its support of the ethnic Albanians in Kosovo who comprise the Kosovo Liberation Army. The KLA, in furtherance of its political ethnic agenda, have carried out numerous terrorist attacks for years in various parts of the Balkans. But they've been U.S. allies because they've attacked people out of favor with Washington. This despite the fact that the KLA has had ideological and personal ties to Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda, and despite being categorized as a terrorist organization by the U.S. State Department. Moreover, in the 1980s and 90s, anti-communist Vietnamese, Cambodians, and Laotians resident in the United States financed and instigated their countrymen abroad in bombings and other attacks on their governments and citizens, hoping to destabilize those governments. At times they traveled from the U.S. to those countries to carry out attacks themselves. These actions, terrorism by definition, were carried out with the tacit approval of the American government, which turned a blind eye to the Neutrality Act, which prohibits American citizens or residents from using force to overthrow a foreign government. George W. Bush has also spoken out vehemently against harboring terrorists. Those who harbor terrorists threaten the national security of the United States. Does he really mean that? We must ask, which country harbors more terrorists than the United States? Orlando Bosch is only one of the numerous anti-Castro Cubans in Miami who have carried out many hundreds of terrorist acts, in the US, in Cuba, and elsewhere. All kinds of arson attacks, assassination attempts, and bombings. They have been harbored in the US in safety for decades, as have numerous other friendly terrorists, torturers, and human rights violators from Guatemala, El Salvador, Haiti, Indonesia, and elsewhere, all allies of the empire. The CIA was busy looking for terrorists in caves in the mountains of Afghanistan at the same time as the agency sat in bars in Miami having drinks with terrorists. The Imperial Mafia. What are we to make of all this? How are we to understand United States foreign policy? Well, if one were to write a book called The American Empire for Dummies, page 1 should say, don't ever look for the moral factor. U.S. foreign policy has no moral factor built into its DNA. One must clear one's mind of that baggage which only gets in the way of seeing beyond the clichés and the platitudes. It's rather difficult for most Americans and Americophiles throughout the world to accept such a notion. They see American leaders on television smiling and laughing, telling jokes. They see them with their families, hear them speak of God and love, of peace and law, of democracy and freedom, of human rights and justice, and even baseball. These leaders know how to condemn the world's atrocities in no uncertain terms, with just the right words that decent people love to hear, just the right catch in their throat to show how moved they are. How can such people be monsters? How can they be called immoral? They have names like George and Dick and Donald, not a single Muhammad or Abdullah in the bunch. And they all speak English. People named Muhammad or Abdullah cut off people's hands as punishment for theft. Americans know that that's horrible. Americans are too civilized for that. But people named George and Dick and Donald drop cluster bombs on cities and villages, and the many unexploded ones become landmines, and before very long a child picks one up or steps on one of them and loses an arm or a leg or both arms or both legs and sometimes their eyesight, while the cluster bombs which actually explode create their own kind of high-velocity, jagged steel horror. But these men are perhaps not so much immoral as they are amoral. It's not that they take pleasure in causing so much death and suffering. It's that they just don't care. The same that could be said about a sociopath. As long as the death and suffering advance the agenda of the empire, as long as the right people and the right corporations gain wealth and power and privilege and prestige, as long as the death and suffering aren't happening to them or people close to them, then they just don't care about it happening to other people, including the American soldiers whom they throw into wars and who come home, the ones who make it back alive, with Agent Orange or Gulf War syndrome eating away at their bodies. American leaders would not be in the positions they hold if they were bothered by such things. When I was writing my book Rogue State during 1999 to 2000, I used the term American Empire with some caution because it was not in common usage and I wasn't sure the American public was quite ready for the idea. But I needn't have been so cautious. The idea of United States world hegemony has come to be discussed not only openly, but proudly, by supporters of the empire, prominent American intellectuals such as Dinesh D'Souza of the Hoover Institution, who wrote an article entitled In Praise of American Empire, in which he argued that America is the most magnanimous imperial power ever. Syndicated columnist Charles Krauthammer has spoken of America's uniquely benign imperium. Michael Hirsch, editor of Newsweek magazine, added to the chorus of self-love songs with this: U.S. allies must accept that some U.S. unilateralism is inevitable, even desirable. This mainly involves accepting the reality of America's supreme might, and truthfully, appreciating how historically lucky they are to be protected by such a relatively benign power. Robert Kagan, a leading light of the American foreign policy establishment, had written earlier, and the truth is that the benevolent hegemony exercised by the United States is good for a vast portion of the world's population. It is certainly a better international arrangement than all realistic alternatives. In this way are people who are wedded to American foreign policy able to live with it. They conclude and proclaim and may even believe that such policies produce a humane force, an enlightened empire, bringing order, prosperity, and civilized behavior everywhere, and if the U.S. is forced to go to war, it conducts it in a humanitarian manner. As the reader will have noted, the present book documents in minute detail the exact opposite, showing the remarkable violence and cruelty, the suppression of social change, and the many other abhorrent consequences of U.S. interventions for people in every corner of the globe for half a century. The empire's scribes appear to be as amoral as the officials in the White House and the Pentagon. After all, the particles of depleted uranium are not lodging inside their lungs to radiate for the rest of their lives. The World Bank and International Monetary Fund are not bankrupting their economy and slashing their basic services. It's not their families wandering as refugees in the desert. The leaders of the empire, the Imperial Mafia, George W. Bush, Donald Rumsfeld, Richard Cheney, Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice, Paul Wolfowitz, Richard Pearl et al., and their scribes as well are as fanatic and as fundamentalist as Osama bin Laden.
Allah Akbar.
God is great. USA. 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 Kagan, an intellectual architect of an interventionism that seeks to impose a neoconservative agenda upon the world, by any means necessary, has declared that the United States must refuse to abide by certain international conventions, like the International Criminal Court and the Kyoto Accord on Global Warming. The U.S., he says, must support arms control but not always for itself. It must live by a double standard. There is also Robert Cooper, a senior British diplomat and advisor to Prime Minister Tony Blair. Cooper writes, "The challenge to the postmodern world is to get used to the idea of double standards. When dealing with more old-fashioned kinds of states outside the postmodern continent of Europe, we need to revert to the rougher methods of an earlier era, force, preemptive attack, deception, whatever is necessary to deal with those who still live in the 19th century world of every state for itself." His expression, "every state for itself," can be better understood as any state not willing to accede to the agenda of the American empire and the school bully's best friend in London. So there we have it. The double standard is in. The golden rule of do unto others as you would have others do unto you is out. The Imperial Mafia, and their court intellectuals like Kagan and Cooper, have a difficult time selling or defending their world vision on the basis of legal, moral, ethical, or fairness standards. Thus it is that they decide they're not bound by such standards. The liquid gold, again. The American occupation of Afghanistan served the purpose of setting up a new government that would be sufficiently amenable to Washington's international objectives, including the installation of military bases and listening stations and the running of secure oil and gas pipelines through Afghanistan from the Caspian Sea region once the country had been pacified. For years, the American oil barons had had their eyes on the vast oil and gas reserves around the Caspian Sea, envisioning an Afghanistan-Pakistan route to the Indian Ocean. The oilmen had been quite open about this, giving frank testimony before Congress on the matter. After Afghanistan, they turned their lust to the even greater oil reserves of Iraq. Once again, the American public had to be primed. Renowned espionage novelist John le Carre has observed, "How Bush and his junta succeeded in deflecting America's anger from bin Laden to Saddam Hussein is one of the great public relations conjuring tricks of history." As this is written in April 2003, the United States has just completed the bombing, invasion, and takeover of the beleaguered Iraqi society, causing great destruction, killing thousands of innocent people, civilians and soldiers, in the process, leaving countless others maimed and otherwise ruined. "It looks like it's a bombing of a city, but it isn't," declared U.S. Secretary of War Donald Rumsfeld. In defense of American precision bombing, Washington looked at the results of its military actions, which others would call horrific, and labeled it liberation, because the Saddam Hussein regime had been overthrown. Prior to this, the Imperial Mafia had staged a year-long propaganda show to convince Americans and the world that the world's only superpower had no choice but to attack a sovereign and crippled country that had not attacked the United States, that had not threatened to attack the United States, that knew it would mean instant mass suicide for them if they attacked the United States. The Imperial Mafia's thesis was odd not simply because Iraq was not a threat, as the war's easy military victory demonstrated, but because the Imperial Mafia knew that Iraq was not a threat at all. They'd been telling the world one story after another about why Iraq was a threat, an imminent threat, a threat increasing in danger with each passing day, a nuclear threat, a chemical threat, a biological threat, that Iraq was a terrorist state, that Iraq was tied to al-Qaeda, only to have each story amount to nothing. They insisted repeatedly that Iraq must agree to having the UN weapons inspectors back in, and when Iraq agreed to this, the Imperial Mafia declared that it wasn't good enough and proceeded to disparage the effort. For it was war that the White House yearned for, and it was war that they got, as they thumbed their nose at the greatest anti-war protests the world has ever seen, as well as the sweeping opposition of the United Nations and humanity's hard-won concepts of international law and collaboration for a more peaceful planet. It remains to be seen whether and how the world body will survive being relegated to humiliating irrelevance on the most important question that it can face, the UN being an institution which declared in the very first sentence of its charter the determination to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind. Did any of Washington's policy make sense? This sudden urgency of fighting a war in the absence of a fight? It did if one understood that the invasion was not about Saddam Hussein's evilness or his alleged weapons of mass destruction. When weeks of U.S. military occupation of Iraq failed to uncover any such weapons, the White House declared that WMD were not, after all, the real reason for the invasion. What they were really doing, they assured the world, was delivering various blows to terrorism. "We were not lying," said one official, "but it was just a matter of emphasis." Amongst other reasons, the war was about the U.S. replacing Hussein and installing a puppet government, as it did in Afghanistan. In this case, an American occupation government, enabling American oil companies to move into Iraq to enjoy a laissez-faire feast, at the same time opening the country to all manner of transnational corporations as Iraq takes its place in the new world order of globalized economies, and the American empire adds another country and a few more bases from which to further control and remake the Middle East in the imperial mafia's endearing amoral style, for which, presumably, the children of the region will sing great songs in years to come. U.S. agreement to allow the UN weapons inspectors to return to Iraq in December 2002 had been no more than a bluff to cater to unexpectedly strong world opposition to Washington's planned invasion. 3 months of inspections before the invasion began turned up nothing in the way of unambiguously prohibited weapons. Over the course of about 7 years in the 1990s, the UN inspectors had found and destroyed huge amounts of chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons in Iraq. Scott Ritter, chief UN weapons inspector in Iraq, stated in 2002 that, since 1998 Iraq has been fundamentally disarmed. 90 to 95% of Iraq's weapons of mass destruction have been verifiably eliminated. This includes all of the factories used to produce chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons and long-range ballistic missiles, the associated equipment of these factories, and the vast majority of the products coming out of these factories. In the same period, the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Mohammed El-Baradei, reported that his agency had dismantled extensive nuclear weapons-related facilities. "We neutralized Iraq's nuclear program. We confiscated its weapon-usable material. We destroyed, removed, or rendered harmless all its facilities and equipment relevant to nuclear weapons production." This, then, was the alarming threat of Iraq which had to be wiped out, a society already terribly enfeebled by 12 years of sanctions, which U.S. National Security Advisor Samuel Berger called the most pervasive sanctions ever imposed on a nation in the history of mankind. U.S. foreign policy, a laboratory for growing the anti-American terrorism virus. We leveled it. There was nobody left, just dirt and dust. U.S. Army Major Gen. Franklin Hagenbeck, speaking of the destruction of 3 villages in the Shahiko Valley in Afghanistan. The American bombing of Afghanistan, begun on October 7, 2001 and followed by a military occupation of much of the country, gave rise to dozens of terrorist actions against American individuals and institutions, as well as Christian and other Western targets, in South Asia, the Middle East, and elsewhere. A dozen or so attacks in Pakistan alone, including the kidnapping and murder of Wall Street Journal correspondent Daniel Pearl, and the most disastrous one in Bali, Indonesia, on October 12, which killed more than 180 people, almost all Australians, Americans, or British. The 2 leading suspects arrested in that case each stated that he had acted in retaliation for the U.S. attack on Afghanistan and Muslims. The subsequent attack on Iraq, a war nobody wanted except the imperial mafia, may have recruited thousands more throughout the Muslim world as the next generation of terrorists to carry out the jihad against the great Satan. Has the American power elite learned anything from being the frequent target of terrorism over the years? Here's James Woolsey, former director of the CIA and member of the Defense Department's Policy Board, speaking 2 months after the beginning of the U.S. bombing of Afghanistan, advocating an invasion of Iraq and unconcerned about the response of the Arab world. The silence of the Arab public in the wake of America's victories in Afghanistan, Woolsey said, proves that only fear will re-establish respect for the U.S. In a similar light, a phrase attributed to various leaders of the Roman Empire has been used by Bush administration officials. Oderant dum metuant, let them hate so long as they fear. The State Department may have learned something. At the time of the first anniversary of the September 11, 2001 terrorist attack and subsequently as well, the department held conferences on how to improve America's image abroad in order to reduce the level of hatred. But its image they were working on, not change of policies. And the policy's scorecard reads as follows. From 1945 to 2003, the United States attempted to overthrow more than 40 foreign governments and to crush more than 30 populist nationalist movements fighting against intolerable regimes. In the process, the U.S. bombed some 25 countries, caused the end of life for several million people, and condemned many millions more to a life of agony and despair. The idea is to build an anti-terrorist global environment. A senior Defense Department official told the New York Times in 2003, so that in 20 to 30 years, terrorism will be like slave trading, completely discredited. The world can only wonder this. When will American wars of aggression, firing missiles into the heart of a city, and using depleted uranium and cluster bombs against the population become completely discredited? They already have become such, but the United States, which wages war on the same scale other nations apply to mere survival, does not yet know it. Instead, it practices perpetual war for perpetual peace.